things. Thank you. Good luck to everybody. Post your cash tags in the Cash App channel, and they'll distribute the $20,000 to whoever wins in there. If you win, go to twitter.com under hashtag ScuffedPod and post your winnings. Thank you, guys. Congratulations, and hey, Destiny got it right, so 20 G's to you guys.
Just need a moment to
I'm around like that ninja. Dude, look at him.
Oh, they can't see shit.
All right, you're back. You're back. You're back now.
No, not anymore.
Looks like an 80-year-old Spider-Man, dude.
Good job, Destiny. You won the chat $20,000. You are now you have now distributed more wealth than most political streamers.
Oh, Grim, what happened on Twitter about a month ago?
Dude, I'm just trying to, dude. Come on, man.
Why did the entire COD community come and eat my ass?
Because
who organized that?
It's the same thing. They're just bored, bro. They're usually eating my
So
ass,
what's going on with that?
They don't
So
like what they...
Myth and Crim 6, what's going on? Mouse keep, let's do a little prelude to next week's debate.
Great idea.
The
pre-com? It's a great fucking idea, man.
I mean, listen, bro, I'm gonna keep it $150. Controller has aim assist. That's literally an aim hack built for the crybabies. That's just that simple. Okay, it's that simple.
Built for crybabies.
Did you see the LSF clip where some guy like went AFK? I think he was playing Halo Infinite, and you saw the fucking controller like in the background when the guy wasn't even there.
Oh yeah, no, I did see that one. That's Halo, bro. That's Halo.
Oh man,
that's not even fucking Halo anymore, bro.
That was some bug shit supposedly. But
dude, I was play testing fucking Halo 4, man, and I was like, you know, before it came out, and I was like, dude, and I was a Halo pro at the time, and I'm like, fuck this, I'm going to COD because this shit is horrible. It
pretty
was like,
extreme.
It was bad, dude. So like now, I mean, everyone here is pretty old. So.
Bro, by the way, people were not just bored, bro. I had a COD OG allude to the fact that I was mentally challenged.
Yeah, that sounds like Call of Duty.
Is that bored?
That sounds bored to me.
That sounds like Call of Duty and a little bit of boredom. That's what it is. Dude, they do. What do they say? That we're the fucking WWE of esports. You know, kind of a joke, but somewhat serious.
Yeah.
You know? But
I'm bad at this drama shit.
Yeah, that's just how they throw down here.
I see. Interesting.
But I think it's a great idea.
No one's actually offended that my top 10 includes no controller players.
No, they're not offended. They just think you're an idiot.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I could take that.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah. It's all good.
So yeah, we should organize our fight though.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, if we fight,
do you have fighting experience?
It's a win-win for everybody.
Do you have fighting experience?
I'm 5-0, but that was in high school, dude. I don't even know. I don't even know.
It's over.
Bro, I had a mom break up a fight once, dude. I remember. It was Jill's mother.
You want to hear about my fight?
Fucking some Ukrainian.
The only fight that I've ever gotten into.
What are you?
Tell me all about it.
It was literally against a midget in middle school.
What the fuck?
But no,
it wasn't. You can't say the word anymore.
Really? Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, you can't say the word, man.
Oh, fuck. What are you saying instead? Somebody that's a little person. Okay, it was against a little person. I didn't know that. I am sorry to all the small people, little person people out there. What?
Were you as tall as you are now?
No, I was big, but he was like, he was small.
He was what? He was little?
He was.
Okay, but was he wide? Okay, was he like a tuna can? Was he jacked?
He wasn't a tuna can. He was thin. But he had two other buddies with him. No. He had two other buddies with him.
Were they also little people?
I was being cornered.
Were they normal size?
They were. Let me think. They were normal sized. Yeah,
okay, thank God.
Yeah, they were normal sized.
They
were normal sized.
Dude, this is painting a beautiful picture in my mind right now, dude. This is just fucking hilarious.
Wait, how old were you?
Keep going.
I was in middle school. I was like maybe 13, 14.
What the fuck?
And I was getting cornered by these guys. And I said it. I looked at my gym teacher. I did this. I went. And he went. And I swear to God, he went. And so I was like, 14?
What the fuck?
Let me think. They were normal sized. Yeah.
Okay, thank God.
They were normal sized.
They
were normal sized.
Dude, this is painting a beautiful picture in my mind right now, dude. This is just fucking hilarious.
Wait, how old were you?
Keep going.
I was in middle school. I was like maybe 13, 14.
What the fuck?
And I was getting cornered by these guys. And I said it. I looked at my gym teacher. I did this. I went. And he went, and I swear to God, he went. And so I was like, that's my call, bro. That's my fucking call. And so as they were recording me, I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to go for the smallest one. And I fucking, I won. And they like all were yelling at me to get off of him.
How many were there?
He's just a little person. Don't
were you
get
like,
off of him.
I don't think
There were
many
three.
people can say you've done
Three.
this.
Three?
You're proud of yourself, huh?
It's my story.
I mean,
it
well,
is
How
what it
did you
is.
Not
find
many
3 of
people
them
can
at the
say
same
they've
place?
done that. Not many
So his
people.
friends
No,
didn't
it
help?
wasn't.
This
It
is the
wasn't
North Pole?
3 small people. No, because they wanted to protect him because he was smaller.
Yeah, but did they help him, or did you just jump on him and start hitting him, and they just kind of watched?
They kind of watched and then they tried grabbing me off. But
Wouldn't
they
that
didn't like try
hold
to hit
on,
me.
Myth? That 3-on-1 would be fair, though. Wouldn't it be considered fair?
No, because they're.
I think that's fair.
No, they're too
I
normal
strategically.
Like,
I
how bad did you
strategically-
win?
Nah, it wasn't. I mean, it was a middle school fight. I mean, I got him in a headlock and punched him a few times, but like, it wasn't like it was a middle school headlock, so it's like it did nothing.
I can't believe you used that
we're all
word.
limber
Oh my
back.
god.
Wait. I'm sorry. No,
I don't
no,
even do that.
Honestly,
What the
let's
fuck?
go back. Let's go back just a second, please. When
Bro, we just
I
had like a
missed-
2-hour
I missed the
conversation
boat.
about how you can never go back. You're canceled, dude. It's all
Myth,
over,
you
man.
can't say the word
when
midget.
did that happen?
You can't say midget.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, I'm okay with not using it, but I just want to know why.
I've avoided that since I started here. Like,
I don't like what.
I think.
I think it's just it's something that's used as a mean word, you know.
Listen,
like,
listen, Myth, chill out, bro. These guys don't know that you are like, guys, you can't fuck with them like that, okay? Listen, yeah. So technically speaking, midget is like derogatory, right? Midgets don't like midget, right? You don't use that. But I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I know I know I have no place at all to say this, but you know me, I'm gonna say it anyways. I feel like little person is 50 times more insulting than midget.
I agree.
Little
I agree.
Well,
person.
and it's also
It's
not
not a place.
accurate because like you're not a little person, okay? You're a very
You
little
wouldn't
person.
know.
All right, it's a different.
How many
it's a different
times have
kind
you
of
heard
thing.
the insult "little man"?
Yeah, like
Oh, bro.
I'm
if
being
I
like-
get,
you know what
if I get attacked by the online Twitter community of little people, I'm gonna fucking. I'm
gonna
never
be
What are you
okay.
gonna do? You're gonna beat them up again?
bro,
you know what we say to them? No one is perfect.
bro, don't worry.
Everyone makes mistakes.
Bro, don't worry. You'll only get a little heat. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, Myth.
Oh
don't
my
let them
God.
get
I
short
need
with you.
I need a
Oh my God.
cancellation scare to kickstart my
I think
career
you're supposed
again.
to say vertically challenged.
But wait, no. Can you say
don't
what? Is it okay?
I don't know.
to
I
Now we're making fun of that. Now
I
we're
don't
making
know. I
fun
don't
of
listen to
them.
me.
Yeah,
bro. I
chill,
get
chill,
canceled
chill,
for everything.
chill.
Shane, what
okay?
kind of shit are you trying to send? What kind of
I'm
message?
not
is it?
saying any. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying you guys are freaking him out. Okay, you're good, Myth.
I'm not.
Okay,
No,
just
I'm
just look
He's
up what's
okay.
politically correct. I think it's
Are you
little.
freaking out?
I think
I
it's.
mean, a little bit. I'm kind of scared.
Let's see. What is the what is
You're,
the
you're,
politically?
dude, to be
I
honest,
got it
you're
right.
fine. There's like a 40% chance of it happening if you're getting canceled.
You
You're
can't
right.
use elf.
Oh, I'm good.
40?
What the fuck?
You can't say elf.
You can't
Dwarf.
call them an
You can
elf.
say dwarf.
You can
Chill,
different out
John.
All right, I'm just.
Know the fucking limit, dude. Know the limit. Chill. Okay, the word. Okay, yeah. So midget is considered a derogatory slur, right? So just use.
What can you, there's
what would
nothing
you
you
use?
can use, bro.
I read it from chat, Train. I didn't even
There's
say it.
nothing you can
Don't
use.
read chat. Don't read chat. Why would you ever read chat? Why would you ever
I
read
don't
chat?
know. I don't know.
If you ever regurgitate chat, that's the one way to get a permaban. Do you understand? Like you don't
It
regurgitate
was like
chat.
instinct. It was like instinct.
Yeah, well, erase that from your instinct.
Tiny?
Otherwise, chat's
What do
gonna
you
get you
say?
fucked. Trust me. No, he didn't say anything. I'm just saying, just chill on the.
Yeah, but what do we say about the?
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure it's
I'm-
little
I
person.
can't
I'm
go
almost positive
little
it is
people.
little person.
They
the
were
little
dwarves
peoples, right? If it's
or
like a
little
group of them.
people.
Okay, here it is.
That makes you
The
feel like
dwarf-
that.
short
Well,
stature.
Stop.
dude.
Here we go. The dwarfism
Having
community.
dwarfism.
Stop. The dwarfism community has voiced that they prefer to be referred to as dwarfs, little people, people of short stature, or having dwarfism, or simply and most preferably by their given name. That's it. Okay,
makes sense.
so there we go.
What?
Dwarf is okay.
Okay.
Dwarf?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
I
dwarf
think
is-
that
you know
sounds
what?
kindest
You
of
know
all.
what though? That wasn't the case until Game of Thrones came out, and then they started like living up to that dwarf thing. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, new topic. Devin, anything else popping up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a super non-controversial topic next. So, King County, which is the county where I live in, is mandating vaccine cards.
County, what?
It's, And I just wanted everybody to get there. So basically how it's going to work is, this is a real story. So like how it's going to work is we need to have vaccine cards if we're going to go into restaurants, gyms, any indoor place or anything like that. Rogan has recently come out and said that he thinks that that's like step one to like an authoritarian government or draconian government. What do you guys think about that?
Wait, King
Give a
County,
fuck about
Washington,
what
right?
Rogan says.
Hold on, what the
King County's in Washington.
I went to a Warrior game the
I'm
other
from-
day.
That's my hood as well.
No shit?
Yeah, what?
Oh, damn.
And,
Wait,
my parents they actually live there and they're moving out. They're
Because of
saying
that?
Seattle's a
Devin,
fucking
Devin.
war zone now.
I think Seattle's getting worse.
Bro,
Yeah, downtown Seattle is
a
shit show.
So
Yeah,
it's been that way in Vancouver already. So I've already had to
Oh,
like
really?
yeah, it's already like that. It's been that way for about I think 2 or 3 months now. I've already had to to go to dinner. I have to show my vaccine card and my ID.
Yep.
And honestly, I have no fucking problem with it. Like I prefer it. I like it. I think it's safer. I like Joe Rogan so much, but that idea from it is so like, or that what he just said right there, authoritarian government. That's so
You
stupid.
enjoy living in an authoritarian regime.
It is not an authoritarian. Get your
Man,
fucking
he says-
vaccine.
he
You're
says
supposed to
it's-
go.
Could you?
It's the
Wake up!
It's a step towards. He says the step. I don't want to paraphrase him, right? Which is exactly what I'm going to do here. But like he's saying that it's a step towards being able to track people, being able to like kind of like gear
Build the
people
kiddie
into
well,
something.
who fucking
These
cares?
kind of
Come on.
identifications, that's just
Get on with the
what I'm saying
program.
about it.
You're using
Man,
Facebook.
this goes-
That's
this-
an uneducated fucking take.
This
of
goes
people that
right
think
back
that
to
they don't tell
Destiny's.
their
No, this goes
information.
right back to Destiny's argument about privacy. These motherfuckers willingly fucking log into Facebook, give all their information, give their location fucking data, are tracked 24 fucking 7 with their information sold to the fucking Chinese government.
Listen,
And then now
you're
we're no, stop. And now they don't want to fucking. They'll put 55 Big Macs in their fucking body with God knows what fucking animal meats are in there. And then now you're worried about a fucking vaccine that's tracking you with. They're like, suck my dick, get your vaccine, and go to the restaurant.
Fuck. Wait, did you say Big Mac right there, Train? A Big Mac sounds really
Big
good.
Macs use
Wait,
human.
you guys see in the
I have to
new
pee.
the
Holy
iOS
fuck.
update 15, right? There's a fucking setting that comes up that says they can track your iPhone when it's powered off with no battery.
What?
That's been done before, though. Wasn't that
That's
whole
Yeah, on some
Snowden thing?
CIA
It's
level
smart.
shit,
It-
but
Yeah,
it
CIA
literally
level.
pops up.
What is
It
that?
could
What
be
does they
actually
use it
useful,
for?
I think.
What does it use it for? For
Yeah, what is
finding
it
your
used
iPhone. That was the
Oh,
gimmick.
that's dope.
But
Hey, they're not
how-
fucking fooling
How
me.
do,
They're not
but
fucking
how do they
fooling me.
how do they power it on though?
Dude, but don't you
When
feel
it's
like
powered
everyone?
off.
But don't you feel like everyone upset about this shit? Like, listen,
Trey, there's
no
a
one,
difference, though,
no
Trey.
one wants to track you. You're not
bro,
doing
I'm
anything.
not-
We don't give
I
a
got
fuck.
this.
if you're
Sorry.
I don't think
Real quick,
anyone
real
wants
quick,
to
real quick.
track.
Listen, bro, if you're tracking me,
got
you're
the-
gonna see that I watch porn, I fucking eat Uber Eats, and I fucking like I don't do like, bro. What the fuck?
I got the.
Yeah,
The
but
problem
you
is
know,
that
you
you-
know what you get at Wingstop.
can I-
No one here does anything like.
The only
no one-
motherfuckers that
yeah,
should be worried
you're
about
fucking
this is
sleeper
maybe
cells,
criminals, and
bro.
criminals are using burners anyways. Who gives a fuck?
Train. The worry isn't about that. The tracking. I think the worry is that you aren't able to do to certain things because you don't have it. That's what's like. Your phone doesn't ban you from walking into a restaurant, but the vaccine will. That's
So
the
here's
difference.
let me just like get the quote since I have it now because I didn't want to paraphrase them.
Don't roll your eyes at me.
You
I'm
have
kidding.
one step away from a king, one step closer. You're moving one step closer to dictatorship. That's what the fuck is happening. That's what's going to happen with a vaccine passport. That's what's going to happen if they close borders. You can't enter New York City unless you have papers. You can't do what you want to do unless I want you to do it, referring to a politician. I find it terrifying that smart people are applauding these restrictions.
The worry is that it's someone in chat goes. The worry is it's discriminatory. Bro, good. Get your fucking non-vaccine ass out of my restaurant while I eat. Bro.
No,
I'm not
but
trying.
listen,
Suck my dick.
people-
Yeah, I'm discriminating against your non-vaccine ass.
Yeah,
Get the fuck
yeah.
out of my
No,
chat
listen,
too.
listen.
The fuck?
Yes, there's people like that. You know, the Facebook moms
fuck?
and stuff like. There's people like that.
It's
but there's
discriminatory,
also
you
people-
fucking. No, hold on, Candy. I gotta roast this guy. Hey, Dickwater, aren't you the same motherfucker that cries about snowflakes? And then the same motherfuckers that cry about snowflakes are saying not getting a vaccine is discriminatory, or having to be made to get a vaccine is discriminatory? Like, suck my dick, you hypocritical piece of shit. Get the fuck out of my chat, too. Who's a snowflake now, pussy? It's discriminatory. You're discriminating against me because I need to get the vaccine. Dickhead, aren't you fucking playing about leftists anyways being snowflakes? Look at what the fuck are you being, you fucking right-wing piece of shit? Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't mean right-wing piece of shit, as in you right-wingers that are normal. I'm talking about the extremists, okay? Extreme right, extreme left, they're all batshit, okay? No, as Destiny was saying earlier, right? The right middle and the left middle are normal motherfuckers, right? If you're a right-winger, fine. If you're a left-winger, fine. You understand? The extremists of both sides are absolute fucking batshit, and they're all fucking hypocrites, okay? Do you understand? You can't say it's discriminatory and then be upset and call left you snowflakes because they don't let you discriminate against race and sex and gender. And then now you want to jump on the argument that, oh, well, if you make me get my vaccine, you're discriminating against me. Like, what kind of hypocritical, zero IQ, stupid, fucking contradictory argument is that? Holy fuck. Sorry, go ahead.
Who's he yelling
Okay.
at?
No. Okay, listen.
Just like, what
I
the
think
fuck?
this is.
Is
I think
everyone
this-
here? Is everyone here vaccinated?
John Circa, go to your
sorry.
room, okay? It's my turn.
Oh.
Can I say?
Wham.
Can I
Dude.
say?
Get 'em,
Wait.
Candy.
Listen. Yes.
No,
So,
fuck you,
I think
Candy.
this could be a good idea, like with the vaccine papers for everything. But we also have to take into account that some people can, because of health reasons, not get vaccinated, and you know, are they not going to be able to go to restaurants now?
They can
And
apply
all-
for exemptions, just to be clear.
Yeah, can they? And also people
Yeah.
who had the virus, because I had the virus in April, and now I took both of my vaccines, and I'm like triple secure now. But just because I want to be able to go out in Europe, you know, because otherwise I couldn't be able to go. But I already had herd immunity probably, and now I have triple immunity just because.
You got it for COVID, right, Candy?
Well,
Yeah. What?
Yeah. Okay.
I went
You
to
know,
the Rogan.
Those
I
people
went to
should
a
also be able to
basketball
go
game.
to restaurants. Like
Yeah,
people
it-
who have herd immunity. Yeah.
No. Here's my thing too. I went to.
Oh
I
my
went to a
God,
basketball
Candy,
game
you're so
recently, and I had to show the
fucking
vaccine
stupid.
card. I did it like online. I had like a barcode that showed that I got the vaccine, whatever. But while I was in there, they still required us to wear masks. So what's that about?
The vaccine isn't 100%.
I know, but why the fuck?
effective.
If we're going that far, why are we required to wear masks inside the game?
Because that's what is.
And the players
Only
weren't
for
wearing
you, Mo.
masks.
They didn't
Right
like
now
your
it's
face,
smart.
Mo.
No,
I
that's
think
what
right
makes
now
it
it's smart
secure.
with the Delta variant and everything. It could be really dangerous, and right now we're in a pandemic, so I think it's still smart to keep the.
Why
the
are we?
masks
Yeah.
on.
Why are we in a place where
Yeah.
where people have to die before we figure out it's serious? Like,
Mm-hmm.
why does someone have to be in disbelief and ignorance until their family member dies from it before they fucking learn and just put a fucking mask on? Like, I don't understand this. Like, imagine someone came to you, right? Just an example, another example, right? If this was anything else, and they said, "Hey," the thing on this, think about pancreatic cancer, okay? If someone said there's a 0.00000000001% chance that wearing a fucking badge on your left wrist can cure you from the cancer, everyone would put it on, no matter how low of a percent or how improbable of a percent that it would possibly help. But now, when there is a mask that can help at a percentage level, everyone's like, no, it barely helps. Who fucking cares? I don't understand this argument. I don't get it. If it
No,
helps
no,
even
but
a
it
little
doesn't
bit, put the
help at all.
motherfucker on for others. No,
wait.
for others. Do you understand?
I see what you're
Like,
saying.
I don't understand why that small
wanna-
percentage isn't enough.
Dude, I had to ask myself
Dude,
this.
I don't understand.
Okay.
When I
The
got my
fucking mask
second
fucks up your
vax,
beard.
the nurse was hot as fuck. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so something that I'm confused about, right? This might be stupid. I don't know, but I've been thinking about it, right? So you got people who are
Oh,
like
no.
super anti-vax and shit, right? And they're the same fucks who are saying don't wear masks. No one wear masks. Like I don't even own one.
Not you.
You know what I mean? And what trend am I going the wrong way with this?
No, not you. Someone in chat gave me the people take risks driving every day, but they still drive. I fucking hate that. That argument. No, that argument.
It's a good argument.
Well, no. I'm saying
I hate.
Actually, no, he's right. That is a really good argument. You do drive every day, but you also have airbags and you wear a seatbelt and you've got like crumpled cars. Like you take safety precautions when you drive as well.
Not
Yeah,
if you're
of course.
driving
Whoa, that's
1950
good.
Chevy
Good shit.
Impala, homie.
Destiny. That was fucking big brain. Good shit. Go ahead, Krim.
But anyways, okay, so then you got people who get vaccinated, right? But why is it the people who,
Oh my God.
and you know, I'm not a fucking scientist here, okay?
Oh really?
Disclaimer. So why is it the people who are vaccinated are constantly wearing masks, and then the
Would've
people who are
fooled
not
me.
vaccinated are just like, you know, fucking bearskin every single day, no matter what? I feel like it, like, to me, logically, that's ass backwards, right? Like, if I'm not vaccinated, I feel like I should be wearing a mask. You know, that would be the smart thing to do.
I think because the same arguments that take them to not getting the vaccination take them to not believing that COVID is
Here's
an
the
actual
worst-
threat or real.
Yeah, but
Here's the worst
okay,
part,
at
Krim.
this
Krim,
point, like,
real
who the
quick.
fuck thinks it's fake at this
Yeah,
point?
Krim, here's the worst part. Destiny and Devin, here's the worst part as well, okay? Here's what's going to happen, okay? The people who don't wear masks or don't get vaccines, eventually when the greater percentage gets all the vaccines and, you know, herd immunity kicks in, they're going to, the ones that didn't are going to feel like they were proven correct, and they're going to use the argument that, oh, they told you so. They never got sick. They're fully good. They never took the vaccine or wore masks. Like, either way, like the ignorant will stay ignorant, and then what we do for
That's
them,
where Polonism comes in.
yeah, what we do for them, it's gonna just drive them into a deeper ignorance and a deeper denial, because at the end of the day, when herd immunity kicks in, they're gonna feel like they were proven correct. It's the stupidest fucking thing ever. Like it's just a lose-lose situation with idiots. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
So don't do that.
I think in Sweden it's like 90% of adults is vaccinated.
Yeah, so a lot of the counties that are implementing these like vaccination requirements have higher rates. Like I think we're 84% vaccinated in King County, so like some huge amount. But
That's
like,
pretty good.
yeah,
That's good.
sorry.
I think we're like 40% here.
Holy shit, 40?
Shit's fucking back to normal. COVID doesn't even exist here.
What's your take on this, Destiny? I want to hear your take on this.
Or on what? Whether we should have vaccine mandates or?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think we should. Just the quicker everything gets back to normal is better. Yeah.
I'll tell you what though, being a fucking pro player and shit, I'm tired of getting fucking nose probed, dude. Like it's been 2 years.
Can't they figure out a better way to?
Hold on. I heard this argument, or not argument. I heard someone say this like 2 weeks ago. Listen, I don't know what backwards ass clinic you're going to, but the nose probing shit ended like 4 months ago. They literally put it in 1 centimeter. It goes 1 centimeter in the nose.
It totally depends on. It totally depends on where you are. There are places in the U.S. like in California where it barely goes in the nose at all. And the last time I got it in Sweden, dude, they fucking went so deep into my fucking brain. Holy shit.
Yeah, that shit's ass backwards. Then all the new tests, whether it's molecular or not, go 1 centimeter in the fucking nose.
Is it really the test, or is it just the person that's handling it?
No, it's the test. It's the test.
It's like
so there's advanced tests that do it with
those motherfuckers backwards.
The ones that we had to do for the league was the like laptop like rapid tests, and those tickled your fucking brain. They're like go deeper, go deeper. You know?
I just did.
That wasn't what he said. That was what the fucking
same,
you know, like it was not fun. And I'm sitting here like 2 years later, like holy shit, like society can like what the fuck are we doing here? Like I'm sick of getting probed, you know? And
so you're saying vaccine mandates so we did normal. What's that even mean? What's normal?
Are you talking to me about this?
No.
I mean, we have to figure out like some level of like acceptable like infection. Like it's probably not okay to have 500,000 people a year die of the coronavirus. That's probably too high. I don't know what that appropriate level is. That's going to be like a complex like epidemiological analysis to figure it out, but right now it's probably too high. And keep in mind, like 500,000 some people died in a year, and that's with all the crazy dumb fucking restrictions and shit we've been doing.
Yeah.
So
Wait, there's still 500,000 people that died like this past 12 months.
No, I don't think it was past 12 months, but I think like last year cumulatively over 20.
I think it's still pretty bad. In Europe right now, it's still pretty bad. Like in some places, like I don't remember, but the like Lithuania.
What are these arguments against vaccination? I just don't get them.
There's no. I think everyone should get it because it's. Even if it's not for you, it's for the people around you. Like
exactly, I don't understand this argument given by so many
people in your life that could. Anyway, no. My thing is this: remember back when they were when it was really all out COVID, a lot of the people that were dying from different things other than COVID were being counted as COVID deaths. Does anyone remember this at all? Because I saw
that was a thing that they talked about early on, but that never really happened. That was just like
it did really happen though.
So like there would be like a way that like different counties would file death certificates, but there's like a finalization process that happens at the state level. There have been like so many like estimates of like excess death or whatever that have shown like consistently time and time again the number of people that have died in the coronavirus in the years is probably underestimated right now. Like nobody seriously thinks that it's like overcounted.
Okay. No. Well, what I'm saying is. There's been family members that were told that if they say it was COVID, it would help. Insurance would cover the cost of death or whatever.
People have said that a lot. Like there are hospitals, and if they code for a COVID death, they get $20,000 from the state.
I don't know about that part. I just thought that insurance would cover the cost of like them being at the hospital and dying or something if you didn't have insurance.
Yeah, people keep saying this, but like it was never like nobody ever posted like any actual proof of it. It was just like if you say this, it'll happen, but nobody like could show that it was happening. Was a problem. The arguments that people usually use against it are that if you are a relatively young person or a relatively healthy person, chances are you're going to be fine. You're not going to have like a lot of problems. So why should you be compelled to take a vaccine that is admittedly like new and experimental, that like it's the way that this has been designed has never been done before. So why should you be compelled to take that if there's like a 99% chance of you surviving and everyone around you surviving is usually the argument people give against it.
I'll tell you why. could ask well, yeah, your argument that makes sense, bro. But
No.
that actually fucking blew my mind, right? Maybe this is a bad example, bro. You guys ever ask a fucking 15-year-old what chickenpox is? They say, "What's that?" I don't even fucking know. How many of us
have it? Yeah, I had it. Yeah.
I had it. I bet you, like, pretty much, who in this call didn't have chickenpox?
We used to have chickenpox parties when we were kids.
sure?
Remember?
Wait. How young are you two?
I'm 32.
22.
I
22
didn't, but I
and
just
what?
got super
24.
lucky.
22 and 24.
I'm 30. I don't
But
think
everyone-
I had it.
Yeah,
You
I'm
never had
28
it?
and I had it.
What are the symptoms?
I'm 18. I've had it.
See, you don't even know what you don't even know what it is.
No,
I know
I
what
did.
they
I
make
know,
you itch?
I got the thing.
I know what it
for
is because my
after,
cousins had it. My older cousins had
Yeah,
it.
like
They're like
people
4
around
years
me
old.
had it.
No, but Myth didn't even know what it was.
Yeah.
He's trying to play silent stupid.
I'm not. I'm actually not. I don't know the symptoms of chickenpox.
See,
You get like red
But
dots.
that's
I
so
know
weird.
I
Why,
know you
why
get
did they
dots.
have
point
it?
proven.
That's all I know.
Wait, what is your point? What's your point?
My
There's a
point
chickenpox
is
vaccine
that,
now.
Is that we all took it, right? And now he doesn't even know what the fuck it is.
So you're saying in
But
10
what?
years,
Because
Did
20
we
years,
get
people
the
we
vaccine?
all were fucking.
coronavirus.
I did.
Oh,
I got.
Yes.
I got a
Oh,
vaccine.
I got
You're
vaccinated
saying-
for it.
I got a
You're saying
chickenpox vaccine.
if we go the route of vaccinations and whatever, in 10 to 15 years, people won't even know COVID existed.
Well, they're obviously gonna know what it is. Chickenpox is a little bit different than that, but
I'm just saying.
you get my point, though, right?
Yeah.
But the
It's,
fact that like Myth
what
is in here doesn't even know what it is fucking insane.
Did
I can
they
show you
ever
a
find
fucking
out
scar
where
on my forehead. This is
Did they ever find
know?
out where COVID is from?
Don't start, man. I think
Oh,
No, I'm actually
Trump
not keeping
made that
up
one
with the
clear.
lore.
Depends
I'm not
on
up
who
with the
you're
lore.
asking.
I don't know the lore.
The
Joe
chances
Rogan
are
says it's
we're never gonna know exactly where it came from. Like it
Wait, I
came
have
from
a- I
Wuhan,
have a
China,
question.
but whether it came from like a leaked lab thing or whether it came from the wet markets, like we're never 100% gonna know the answer to that
or
problem.
like purposely leaked. Is that what you're saying?
Dude, how bad was that Dave Chappelle reference about the Asians fighting the
Yeah.
the black
he
people
was just
beating up
doing
the
that.
Asians, and then the
He was ready. He just from him starting that, you could tell he was he was.
y'all
into some
asking me like
controversial shit.
you guys asking where it came from. Like it reminded me of the Dave Chappelle skit of the. You guys know what I'm talking
Where
about.
he,
Right?
yeah.
Why
Where
I'm
they
asking is
fought,
'cause-
and then he was kind of happy that they beat up the. Never mind.
No, he
Why
wasn't
I'm
happy.
asking-
He said that that's happening in his body with like it was a racist joke.
I know.
No,
but
why
he's
I'm
saying that-
asking is because that's Stephen Colbert.
I'll tell you what I meant.
Right, Stephen?
You mean Jon Stewart?
Fuck yes.
Yeah,
Well,
some people
okay.
they act like it came from like a lab or that it was intentional. Like nobody knows that. Like people can say that, but there hasn't been a shred of evidence.
Oh,
supporting
is that what he said? There's a lab called COVID and
Some people think that it was like intentionally leaked from a lab. Some people think that it was leaked from a lab
It was
accidentally, but we know that. But like we just nobody,
accidental for
we have
sure.
no knowledge of that. Nobody knows. Or if that is the case, it hasn't. There's no reason to think it yet, unless like somebody secretly knows and like they haven't released it.
leaked emails
Hopefully it was
of
an accident in that case.
Do you guys ever look at like old clips before COVID and you're like, whoa? Like I was watching
TwitchCon.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
watching TwitchCon and I'm like, oh my god.
Hugging and shaking hands with a bunch
Bro,
of
I'm gonna
fans
keep it
and
a
shit.
buck
I was
50.
Like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna give it a-
People,
hug
yo,
people
Train's about
now?
to
I
say,
don't get it.
people at TwitchCon streamers smell like shit.
I'm gonna I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna keep it a buck 50. I'm gonna keep it a buck 50. And maybe some of you here are guilty of this, but I had a serious problem with every PG-13 motherfucking streamer saying, "Oh, we need to quarantine, do all this," and just hopping on the bullshit. And then there were all the same ones on Twitter saying, "Man, why can't TwitchCon be this year? I miss it." Are you kidding me? Imagine it. Listen, TwitchCon before COVID. I'm pretty sure. If you want to know where COVID really came from, I'm telling you, that motherfucker came at TwitchCon. You understand? Whatever combination of fucking diseases came together at one of those conventions, it created there. So the fact that these motherfuckers are like, "Oh, let's have TwitchCon this year or last year," holy fuck! I saw some true colors. Holy shit! That is the stupidest shit I've heard in my life. I was so triggered, bro.
What do you even do at TwitchCon?
Yeah, no, TwitchCon was never fun. Where are these people? What
Dude.
experiences are these people having that like?
Hey, what do you mean TwitchCon was never fun? Wait,
I
what?
have fun
Yeah.
on like all of
No,
them.
got high. I thought it was
the
kind of-
very,
it was
uh,
kind of
I'm
fun.
actually,
Good if you're a
actually,
fucking streamer.
TwitchCon
if Mo's
was
not
good.
trolling, I have that opinion
No, me
unironically.
too.
I'm so tired of these fucking conventions, dude. COVID was the best thing to happen. I'm a fucking goblin. I just want to play video games. I don't want to go out and talk to you nerds. I'm never going to one of those things
Dude,
again.
My wife will
No.
tell you I don't like travel.
Word.
Period.
None
That's
of
great.
us like fucking TwitchCon for the actual convention itself, you fucks.
Yeah, I know.
it's-
Meeting
Friends,
people,
when you have
talking
friends
socializing.
Hey,
and
Were y'all
hey, I
fucking
know you on the
bitches?
computer,
Twitch
but
chat.
now we're talking in real life. It's so
Yeah.
cool.
Were y'all,
Wait.
What?
It's really
what do you
fun.
actually
What the
do?
hell?
Cool.
What do you do at TwitchCons, actually?
Do people just
Like,
fuck?
serious
Do
question.
people like Twitch streamers?
That's what
link
it
up
is.
and
They
fuck?
just fucked. They just fucked.
I
And now
know
we
it.
find
I
out
know
what
it.
everybody does it.
No,
For
I
misuse
know.
his virginity.
No, I
Come
know that that's facts. That's
on.
facts, bro.
That's
Everyone
not what
links up
happened.
at TwitchCon.
It's
and
just
they
to keep
I know,
Twit
I-
longer in business, dude. That's it.
It's like,
Oh
yo,
no.
yo, I
Jesus.
like
No
your
one
stream,
talks
I like
about
your
that.
streams.
You
but
really
it's really
changed
like-
on my podcast, Devin. That was a
No, but it's like
I just
partying.
don't give
It's
a
like,
shit. I don't stream anymore. so I don't give a
think
shit.
about it. It's like you're at a big party with the people that never really partied growing up. That's what it is.
Yeah.
that's mad funny.
You're just
That's
partying
mad
with a
funny.
bunch of people that never partied before.
Oh
So it's
my
just
Some of the
weird.
Twitch models are
a lot of
awkward.
a lot of drinks and no dancing.
Yes.
And you know, the worst part is, if you
Damn,
take
that's
a,
Yeah.
terrible,
if you
guys.
take a
Fuck
picture
dancing.
with a
It's
streamer,
so bad,
the
man.
worst part is, Mo, you take a picture with a streamer and you feel someone glaring at you. You turn around and boom, her moderators are fucking trying to kill you. What the fuck is that about? They bring their moderators with them to the hotel.
Maybe it's because I was already married by the first TwitchCon, but like I never got experience that like seeing an e-girl at a TwitchCon how it would have been. Like, you know what I mean? I never
The
got. I
problem,
never had that.
I don't think the problems were ever the moderators. The problems are their ultra fucking jealous boyfriends that were like never actually like into the Twitch world. Like if you've ever had the, I think we've even said this on this podcast, but have you ever had the experience where like a random girl comes up to you at a conference and she's like, "Oh shit, are you blah blah blah?" and you like talk for 2 seconds, and then like out of fucking nowhere, faster than the flash, like some guy will show up and like throw his arm around her like shoulder and like look at you like, "Oh hey, what's up?" You don't say, "Oh cool, I see you're talking to my girlfriend," or whatever. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
Really?
Chill.
Yeah,
Like,
he-
people do that
he
shit so
basically-
much. Oh my
so he
god.
basically-
Usually,
listen,
streamer
he
girls
basically
won't
like,
allow their
yo,
boyfriend to say he's their boyfriend.
I feel like this is a
Of course,
destiny problem.
No,
I
probably
don't
happens
think
to-
so.
I'm sure that happens to a lot of people. I'm sure.
Lunar.
I've
That's
never had
mad
that
funny,
happen.
bro.
No,
Yo,
but
that
seriously,
guy's
Might
literally
just-
like,
it's
yo,
a
she makes
creepy-
money.
that is the
Makes
creepiest
money, I'll take
feeling
it.
when you see the two mods. They don't even like each other, and you feel their like manifesto energy, right? And I'm like, dude, I don't
They hate
even
each
like
other,
this
but
girl.
they
Leave me
hate
the
you
fuck
even more,
alone.
so
I'm,
they
yeah.
have an alliance together to get rid of you before
Yeah.
they can go back to hating each other. What a
And
story.
have you noticed all moderators look the same?
That's racist. I'm just
No, no.
remember we were
Oh,
talking
they're all
about
white
being
guys,
racist.
yeah.
That's racist so badly. I'm doing the wrong context.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
They're mostly
That's
white guys.
racist.
Yeah, but that's not
Both
racist.
guys.
Andy,
Yeah.
moderators?
Me?
I'm mostly like that.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple, but I always make sure to
Let's see some
have a
selfies.
little. I always make sure
Background
to have
check.
some distance, you know.
Candy,
And
are
some
all,
people.
Good.
are all your moderators white?
What?
Holy
I don't
shit.
know. I don't know
It
what everyone
is.
looks like. I think.
It
No,
is
no, 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 no.
Interesting.
No, no, no. I don't know, but I know one
Here's
guy
what
is
I don't
from.
get.
Andy, just mod me
Indian
right now,
country,
save
and
yourself.
Here's what I don't get.
Yeah,
At least one Indian on there?
But
Alright.
why do they go around like bodyguards? If something pops off, these guys aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they're just for show.
Dude, the real bodyguards were the ones that Train had that last TwitchCon. Holy shit, those guys were metal. Train had like a Navy SEAL team last
Here-
TwitchCon.
here-
my
here's the
God.
truth about TwitchCon. These
was
mods will play with their favorite e-girl, and they'll chase the e-girl holding a stone in Rust for a year straight. And they'll play Rust 8 hours a day, and then
Bro.
she goes get typed by some
Bro,
normie
Devin.
dude at TwitchCon.
Those
but here's
motherfuckers,
the-
dude.
you
Devin,
want
Those
the,
guys
you
are
want the real
hardcore.
truth? Okay, streamers will sit here and meme about this shit because they're farming the fuck out of you guys. You want to know the real fucking truth though, and everybody knows this, okay? Mods are actually fucking out there, dude. It's a crazy fucking world,
yeah,
but
yeah.
we've seen
each
enough
other.
fucking stories. Mods are definitely fucking like
But
for
these
all their
girls-
weird fucking
these
shit,
girls-
like it's happening.
These girls don't use
mods
them.
are
They don't
fucked.
use the mods like, oh, this is my boyfriend. They use them like vibrators. They're like a little to the left, a little to the right. You know, like they see them like toys.
dude,
Have you noticed that?
Devin,
No,
dude,
what the hell?
Devin,
Yeah,
those
I-
that's
those
shady.
those
Like,
body
I
those
just
bodyguards
do that.
were insane. Those
Yeah,
one-
those guys were
dude, I
nuts.
told him straight up because like I didn't want them. I'm like, listen, if something pops off, I'm hopping in there with you guys, and they laughed and they
Yeah.
loved that shit. But I was required to have them because of the
There's
you know.
some shit going down.
No,
yeah.
some motherfucker like sent his TwitchCon ticket in and then sent like a picture of knives and was like, "I'm gonna stab Trainwreck." Like,
Yeah.
and like so I was so if I wanted to attend, I was
you should,
required to have it, and if I denied it,
Wait,
then I
did you
couldn't
have to
go.
pay for it?
That's what's crap.
No, he didn't.
No, I
No, no,
remember
I
that.
didn't.
Train's like,
But, like,
yo, Zippo,
Twitch-
we got
Twitch
trouble.
provided
And
it.
was
They
like,
said I- yeah.
You know, I'd
I remember
expect
that.
Twitch. For Twitch, I'd expect them to show up with like 3 blue-haired people that like DYEL. But like Train got these freaking like jacked freaking Navy SEAL
Dude, they're
like
Navy-
4
they're-
like
they were actually like fucking ex-military, like fucking SEALs and shit, bro. It was
yeah,
nuts.
they were nuts. It was cool.
Well,
And
it's
they let us do the podcast like when they stayed late for us.
Yeah,
They
and
were
they
super
set it
cool.
up for it was awesome. And like
Yeah.
I think like I was getting threats, so like there were people were advising me not to go, but like my ass is going. You know what I'm saying? Fuck those, you know, those motherfuckers. Man, those fucking cocksuckers.
Can't let them win.
Fuck
Yeah.
them,
Train, I remember when
pussies.
you told me, you're like, look at this, these guys with the knives and stuff. And I turned to Lucari. I'm like, yo, we have to protect Train. And Lucari's like, what the fuck, bro? It was fucking hilarious.
Train, what kind of gear were they running, man? I'm kind of curious.
These motherfuckers, dude, they had some night vision indoors. You know what I'm
Full
saying?
loadout. They had a full loadout.
They had their entire fucking setup. You know what I'm saying? They come out with
Wait,
night vision goggles.
How popular was Train that he got some security detail and shit?
It's the
Wasn't
it
about
was
how
the,
popular
it
it
was
was
the
or how hated it
credibility of
was.
the threat.
No,
yeah.
yeah.
Bloodline,
No,
No,
what
no,
if they done it
Mo,
for
he is
100
the
viewers
last
streamer?
Neanderthal.
It was
What
no,
if they done
I
it
was a
for
smaller
100
streamer.
view-
I was a
how
smaller
small?
streamer. It was just the credibility of the threat. Like it was
Yeah.
actually a very credible threat, and there was like a lot
So
of
someone sent a picture of you
fire.
with knives and blood on it?
no. They sent a picture of their TwitchCon ticket, their flight ticket, their admission with like,
my God.
and then they sent knives that they're gonna stab me with, and it was
They
some
go to jail?
crazy
Oh,
shit.
no.
And,
It was the
and
real
it was
shit,
so
yeah.
it was believable because all of LSF was hating on Train. Remember back in those days?
I feel like Train did it to himself.
No.
Right?
Holy shit!
What the
There you
fuck?
go. It's kind of genius if you think about it.
Oh
Get
my
this big
God,
security
dude.
detail, get a story out of it.
For free.
Damn, Train.
For free,
For
bro.
free, dude.
God,
No,
wait, we're
we
on
know
to you,
these-
dog.
Hey.
Yo, look at him, bro.
Got
Look at
him.
him down
Actually,
there.
that makes a lot of
Look at that eyebrow.
Oh,
Look at
shit.
that eyebrow. Look at that eyebrow.
Yeah, because no, I'm pissed because it's not a joking matter, like at all. Like
Is it?
no, it's not. Like my eyebrows raised because it's like
Serious.
you don't understand what it's like to have like a credible threat of someone trying to kill you. It's not a joke to make, and to like.
Bro, I'm married. I have that every day.
Oh no!
Yeah,
it's
there's
not-
another one.
Incredible.
Wait,
Credible
are you
threat.
ever reading your DMs, Mo? Because like
man.
it's
I
some
don't read
scary
DMs.
things in the DMs.
Mo,
Don't
keep
read the,
digging.
never read the
Really is.
DMs.
Mo, keep talking to Train.
No, you're a
Y'all are
savage.
dumb, bro. Y'all asses wouldn't even show up if you got that.
He's like,
credible
yo,
threat.
Train, you were just out of content, bro.
What?
Y'all
Mo wouldn't even
motherfuckers
ask
would be
for it.
crying
Mo
if you
gets
got that
stabbed
shit.
and he wouldn't even feel a thing with this big
Yeah,
ass
dude.
belly,
You
bro.
kidding me? Fuck that. I don't-
Jesus, dude.
Y'all
Those
ain't
knives
showing up. I
feel it.
promise that.
More like
No,
massage.
I would have pulled up. Fuck that.
More like massage.
Train, you had
Jesus.
seals. Mo has seal blubber, dog. You wouldn't
Yeah.
even feel a fucking thing, dude.
You know, I wonder like if they would have done it for like a similar sized content creator that was of different skin tone, like me, for instance.
Bro, I'm Middle Eastern. I'm full
I don't
Persian.
Yeah,
think
but
that
you
Twitch
don't
has
look
any
Middle East,
reason
come
to
on.
discriminate
Yeah.
against like skin color for assigning security.
I'm
Who
fully
knows,
Iranian.
man?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but are you?
You're not. You're Neanderthal.
What is happening? Holy
Christ.
shit!
I don't know what's happening here,
What
dude.
is
I don't
going
know.
on right
Last
now?
of your
You went
bloodline,
deep
dude.
into this shit.
I
These
know,
motherfuckers,
God,
bro.
Wait,
Holy
wait,
shit.
Train, no.
I think the difference is, Mo,
Show us
you
your-
don't even send a message to Twitch if you need help with something. So
He
they would probably
messages
help you
partner help
too.
and they never respond.
know?
Wait, I know. I lost my-
Train, we gotta see your
yeah.
wingspan.
Hold on, wait, Train, you messaged
Show us your
Twitch
arms.
about it?
I don't know how it went down. How did it
Show
go
us your
down?
arms.
I think they reached
No,
out to
because
you.
the
I think
Neanderthals have really
the threat
wide-
came in and you said you were cool with it and they insisted. They went super hard.
Oh, yeah, I said it was whatever, and they said if I wanted to go, I had to have the detail.
Yeah, that's right.
And I told the detail I'm going in with them. You know what I mean? If someone comes at me, we're doing a group ball, bro.
Yeah,
Listen,
I watched
think-
him say
You
that.
should have
yeah.
had
Man,
all your. You should have had all your mods surrounded you, like
Oh my god, like bodyguards.
human, like shields.
Yeah, like shields.
I'll,
like
I'll
the
never forget
president.
that. I'll never forget Destiny.
They stabbed
Destiny,
two
like,
of your mods. They stabbed
Destiny
two
told this
mods.
story. Destiny told this story of like meeting
Bonus,
someone
bonus,
at TwitchCon
bonus
who like talked a
formation.
ton of shit about him, and like didn't he like just like end up shaking your hand and like
That's
being
what
like really
everybody
That's what they all
does.
do.
'Cause
Yeah,
it's like a meme.
yeah.
It's like they're not
All
gonna
of them.
actually mean it. They don't
Wait,
realize how
dude.
fucking horrible the shit they say is. Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, a lot of people
It's
haven't been beat up in real life before.
Yeah, it's
either.
exactly my point I was giving earlier. Like as soon as you meet the person, like you begin to realize, holy fuck, like this, I'm not about this. But then you go back behind the closed doors and you say a bunch of dude. It even falls like to a lot of the
What the fuck? What is that?
like deeper fucked up shit people say.
Oh,
Like they
shit.
don't realize like when there's no consequence. Cause listen, here's what happens. Okay, there's like a depersonalization and detachment to what people type on the internet. Right. What happens is this, and a little bit of this is projection from my days. Right. Like when you talk shit and then you get off, you know who you are. You know, okay, I'm not that bad of a person. I would never actually do this. I don't mean any of this. But that thing that you tell yourself, that's for you. The other person that's receiving it, they don't understand that. So you're still hurting, right? So like a lot of people are detached and depersonalized from like what they say, and they think since they're a decent person and they know they're kidding, it's okay. But as soon as you like get involved and you're with the person in person, you realize, holy fuck, what I said wasn't okay. And that detachment and that not being there has what has made all this shit talk worse, and has what made it's what's made everything worse. Does that make any sense?
I get what you're saying.
Bro, I
Yeah,
forgot
I
what we were
used
talking
to.
about, I'm gonna
I
be
used
honest.
to do that.
Oh, yeah, I used to do that shit all the time, bro. I've said some foul shit.
No, I just keep roasting them now, dude.
No, I've said some foul shit, bro.
Dude,
I once got
You know, I played Call of Duty on Xbox.
I once got canceled in my city before I was even streaming, and the whole city canceled me. It was for the dumbest reason too. I was with my girlfriend at the theater. There was a sniper movie, and he had to make a target the child or the enemy, and he kept switching targets, and they're like, decide, and then you hear boom, and the kid goes down, and it's so quiet in the theater, and all I said was, good choice. And everyone started freaking out. And I didn't know what cancel culture was. My girl starts freaking out in the car when she's like, we gotta leave.
Oh my
god. She's like this.
Oh my god.
She said this to me. Yo, listen. She said, Zerka, please tell me you're a refugee from war who's lost so much family. Please tell me the joke is because the kid was going to get a bomb. I said, no, babe. The joke is
Are you talking about Chris Kyle?
Hold on. I said,
American Sniper,
she said,
right?
Yeah. American Sniper.
No, I can't say the movie, but she's like, please tell me the joke is that the kid is running to get a bomb and he's evil.
Yeah.
I said, no, babe. The joke is that the child is innocent. And she fucking didn't talk to me for a week. The whole city found out, and it became the biggest deal ever.
The thing is, I get what you're saying because
and that's my first
I
taste
would
of
definitely
that's my first
say-
taste of cancel culture.
Yo,
Oh, wait, repeat that. You said that.
Yeah, but
because you thought it was innocent and you got
that's
I was high,
just,
dude.
Yeah, he's just like, bro, he smoked the kid. Fucking who cares?
yeah, but that's
I was high.
nah, bro. Like even like I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I'm a pretty open, cool. Like I can joke. I know the limits,
He's
but
like headshot.
not like even that, bro. You guys gotta chill. Like even like that's bad.
No, it is definitely.
That's
for sure.
no, that's beyond even like just joking and like getting canceled for that. I would find some sort of like, listen, if you want to think that in your head, fine. You want to be with your boys in your private home, say that, fine. But like publicly saying good choice, got his head blown off, like that's bad. That's warranted cancel.
It's
That's
fantasy.
warranted
It's a
cancel.
movie. It's a movie.
Yeah,
But it doesn't
public-
matter. Like there's a time and place. If you're with your boys indoors and you say that and you get canceled for it, I don't think you should cancel for it. You're with your boys and it's private. But if you're in public, it's like I think there's somewhat of a warrant for right. Like you have to know what time and place, right? Like it's.
Wait,
like,
what?
Since I'm a refugee to Canada, I can get away with the joke. I thought I could get away with it.
I'm just saying that there's a time and place. Do you understand? Like it's kind of like Destiny's. It's
Someone
kind of
wanted
Destiny's
to
argument, right?
fight me
I
because
was high, dude. I smoked a lot of weed that day. I fucked up.
I'm
I
pretty
won't
sure
drag you
it's
into it, but
funny right now.
there's a
you know what I
time
mean?
and place. If you're like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know.
In Insidious, I was laughing. I said, "Is that fucking Darth Maul?" And someone literally tried to fucking fight me over this shit.
Wait, Darth Maul.
Like,
What's that reference?
Star
Insidious,
Wars.
right? Insidious.
Okay.
In the movie when he comes up like, he's like,
Oh, the red face guy, right?
yeah, like that, right? I start
Insidious.
dying laughing in the middle of the movie theater. I say, "Is that Darth Maul?" Everyone else is fucking screaming, dude. And literally afterwards, like this guy was like, let's go fucking fight right now. And I'm like, what the fuck?
But
are
it's
you
just a
talking about?
movie.
Like I'm
Yeah,
a
he's like,
diehard.
you were
I'm a
laughing the whole
diehard Star
time, and I
Wars
was
I don't
like,
understand.
"Yo,
Why is that a
fucking
bad
hilarious."
reference though?
Yeah, a lot of
Dude,
A lot
I
of
don't
people
know
are
how
just
people
crazy.
don't giggle.
That
in
looks like
theaters.
it does look like
when
Darth
it's
Maul.
when the
I know
movie-
that
it is
cancellation,
Darth
though.
Maul.
But how is
No,
that a
I'm saying,
cancellation?
I'm just saying anything nowadays will piss people the fuck
Yeah.
off, dude.
You know what's
Over
crazy?
a movie?
I don't even know how people don't giggle at the theater. Like when it's a cringe, corny scene, I can't hold. I went to watch The Joker with Slicker, and they try to kick us out twice because we were in tears laughing. And so I'm like, I'm not made for this shit. You know, I just got to stay home.
I guess because that movie is like a lot about like mental health and stuff
Yo,
like that.
spun doinks.
So-
I'm gonna keep it $150 with you, jack dick ass motherfucker. This is my podcast. If I want to talk over every motherfucker in here, I will. If I want to cancel if I want to cancel the goddamn
Cancel
video
us.
stream,
Yeah, he
no, if
can
I want to
cancel
cancel a video
any of
stream
us.
and close this motherfucker and talk to the goddamn screen on big screen, I fucking will. You understand? Until then, suck my fucking dick. I don't give a fuck if you're 6 months sub to me. I'll permanent you so fucking fast. You can redistribute your sub to the distributor of wealth on the platform, and then you can go fucking buy another house. Suck my fucking dick, you clown. Thank you.
And then after that,
Holy
cock.
fuck.
and then after that, I see your vaccination card.
Dumb
there,
motherfucker,
asshole.
piss me
little
off. Who the
bitch.
fuck do you think you are, dick? You think you're running the show, bitch?
Yeah,
Huh?
right.
You little piece of shit. Smack
Piece
the
of shit.
You're praying for your dad and your mom at the same time.
spun doinks. Let him talk. I don't give a fuck. Suck my dick, pussy ass. Spun doinks. Like what a fucking clown. Go lose some weight, pussy.
Yeah, and thanks
Piss me
for the
off.
6 months
Whoa.
there,
Yeah,
asshole.
no,
Fuck.
How you know he fat enough, man?
I know he's fat. I can tell from the way he types.
No, that was good.
Oh, we have a type. Oh, we have a type now.
I'm just kidding. Okay. Well, not really. But anyways, continue.
What's the next topic?
This is off topic or new topic, but you guys see that
learning how
guy,
to stream on
the
Twitch
Brian
through
Landry
training.
guy that ran away? They found
Bro,
his remains.
I
You guys
am.
think he did it?
What?
They just identify that it is him through dental
I know.
records. I thought it was some bullshit like because his parents found the body suddenly when FBI was searching for 2 weeks. I thought it was some setup, but it's actually his body, which kind of sucks. Like I wanted to see the dude, face the
story?
consequences for killing the
I
girl.
wanted to know what really happened too.
Dude, he's
we'll
dead.
never know
What
what
the
really
fuck
No,
is
he killed the
wrong,
girl.
Yeah, he killed
I
her,
know,
obviously.
bro.
He
but
killed her.
There
He
must have
committed
been some.
suicide.
Hey, what's up,
something-
babes?
Yeah, I want to know the story behind why it happened.
Sorry, what
Wasn't
is
the story that they were like in a
Himself?
crazy abusive relationship?
what
and they,
is this story? Like,
Wait,
I
hold on,
like
hold
for
on.
someone who
Quinn.
hasn't followed it, what is
Quinn,
it?
what did you say to the guy trying to fight you for the Darth Maul thing?
Oh, I just
Good.
fucking laughed and then
Look.
hopped into my VW Jetta.
He's
and
sitting
then
in
booked
front
it
of you in the
fuck out of
seat.
there.
He's sitting in
No,
the.
no, dude, I was flying the fuck out of there. I think I got a ticket on the way home. No, but no, it was afterwards, after the movie.
That's so
Like, why the
weird.
fuck were you laughing the whole time, like this and shit? I don't know.
I'm down to talk about the Alec Baldwin thing. How the
Yeah.
fuck does that still happen with the prop gun shooting? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, det var så
What is
fucking
that?
sad.
Yo, can we
Holy
like
shit.
tell
That is
people
kinda
what's going
crazy.
going on?
Is
We
this
have to
about the
qualify
YouTuber?
these
there's
stories.
Devin,
before-
hold
you
on.
wanna know about, Devin?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
that was
this
so
about the
fucking sad.
YouTuber girl and guy?
Yes, yeah, where she
The TikTok, yeah.
the guy that killed her, Gabby
Oh, yeah.
Patino.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah,
What happened?
she got killed by her boyfriend, but then he was able to come
Well-
back home, not answer questions for like 2-3 weeks. He just sat at home while people were searching for her, and she was dead the whole time, obviously, but she was last seen with him, and he just went home and didn't face any sort of like consequence at all, and then got to leave. And then when they finally said, "Oh, we found her, she's dead," it must have been the boyfriend. He's already gone, and now
Wait,
they
are we
just
talking
found
about
his
Alec
remains.
Yeah, that's
Baldwin, or what the fuck are
awful.
we talking
What
about?
did he
They,
do?
they were
That's
YouTubers
different.
and they were like road tripping through America together. So they've been doing it for a while in a van, like van life
Yes.
on YouTube. So they probably have been living very close on top of each other. And it seemed like it wasn't an incident where he was driving too fast and they were fighting in the car. And there was like a 2-hour or 1-hour interview, or not interview, but like where they were
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
to the cops. So
The
that's like
point of
the,
view.
what I've been seeing.
Wait, Devin,
and it
can you
seemed
explain
like
this one?
they were very unstable.
I don't know
It
what's
seemed like
going
this-
on. I'm sorry. I'm
I don't
trying to.
get it.
Devin, you didn't follow the YouTuber girl
No.
that
What
it
is
was all
van
over
life?
Twitter. For
Is it?
how
is it
you're
right?
online?
But the
You're on Twitter all the
YouTubers.
time, Devin. How?
Hold on. Can we let's move to the Alec Baldwin thing real quick, okay?
All right,
Yeah.
let's forget this thing
I don't know
and
this
move
one.
on. to
Alec Baldwin.
It's,
Who's Alec
that's someone
Baldwin?
else.
Alec Baldwin is
Oh,
an actor.
the big guy,
The
right?
actor,
Is this
the actor.
Justin
It's the
Bieber's
dude. Yeah, it's Justin
is this
Bieber's girlfriend's. No, it's Justin
Yes,
Bieber's.
her-
It's Justin Bieber's wife's dad. Yes,
Dad or like uncle?
Ah,
dad, right?
Okay, I don't
Haley
know.
Beavers. Haley Beaver. Yeah, Haley Beavers.
Oh,
Yeah, I know,
the
but I'm
bottom
saying
of
I don't know if she's his daughter or his niece or there's a lot of Baldwins.
Whatever, bro. The point is,
Yeah.
he shot a prop gun in a Western movie they were shooting, and the prop gun actually had a bullet or somehow, and it killed
That's-
one of the like choreographers or something.
No,
How
one of
close
the
is it?
photographers. or
the
something.
head. It was the head choreographer, wasn't it?
But how does
Or the
that
director
happen?
of photography?
Yeah,
How does that even happen?
Yeah, that's
Why
so
is there a
weird
bullet
to me.
in it
Because
to begin
prop
with?
guns, if dude, I'm pretty sure if it's like really close, the barrel, that can kill people.
Oh my God, this feels like how they killed
Really?
Brandon Lee. Remember
Yeah,
they
yeah,
killed.
they
It
talked
is
about
similar.
that,
I
yeah.
think, yeah.
I heard
Although
that
we
was
don't
a
we don't
real
know. I don't
setup.
think exact details have been released yet, so it's hard to know if that's what happened. If it was too close, because it sounds like it wasn't just it being close. Because from what I've read, weren't 2 people injured by 1 shot? So it must not have been like an empty. It must not have been a blank, right?
No, but no. When
How could that have
I'm
happened?
pretty sure,
Like, it's
from
so
my
crazy.
understanding of the blanks, is they go like a shotgun will go out like this.
You got a
So
nice
it's
spread.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, if you're like right here next to 2 fucking people, like say my wrist is one person, another person, then it's probably gonna hit both of them.
Well,
but
I mean, like
don't know.
if you're talking about like a standard like a 9mm cartridge, that kind of spread.
Let's just
I mean,
those blanks.
Spread. Got a nice
yeah,
spread.
but like, you don't have like typically you don't have like buckshot for like a you're talking about that for like a 9mm cartridge or like even a 45 caliber. It's not going to happen. And to like kill somebody with it and injure somebody else, like there must have been something else going on there. It wasn't just like the spread from a blank. Like something really bad happened. Like somebody had a round in that gun that probably shouldn't have been there. That's my guess, but I don't know if like the details have been released. The details have been released, so we don't know 100% yet.
No, well,
Why would it be loaded? Like,
Not to go full
it's
conspiracy
just
tard,
prop.
but there's a theory out there that there's.
God.
It's content, okay? There's star whackers, like music labels. Why there's Suge Knight characters and gangster mafia at the top is because if they pop you, not only does the star power go up, but they take the rights of the music, right? So you can't get out of your contract when you're dead, right?
What?
Like Monopoly.
What the fuck?
Candy, why don't you talk, okay? Why don't you talk?
Who died? Was that someone in the the team? Or just,
No.
Still a person. But...
No, well, the weird shit about that is that 2 people
got injured.
Yes,
Yeah,
one person
that's
was
the
killed
fucking
and the
weird
other person
thing.
was injured. That's why I'm saying it doesn't seem like it was like a blank. Like that seems like some serious shit. Like something else was.
But
Could a prop gun be like a prop machine
I got this
gun?
one, Mo. I got this one. Who here thinks Brandon Lee was murdered?
I don't think anybody knows anything about.
They don't know
Who the fuck
the
Brandon
son
Lee?
of
What the
the
fuck?
son of Bruce Lee.
Son of Bruce
No
Lee.
one
what
knows
the
about
fuck?
this. John Zerka.
How can you guys not know Bruce Lee? You guys
I
know
know,
who
who's
Amaranth
Bruce
is.
Lee? Who's
You know who
Brandon
Amaranth
Lee?
is, but not Bruce Lee?
They don't know
Who's
his
Brandon?
His son.
Yikes.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, I don't know
rumors. I
anything.
think the murder. I think it was close to a murder. Yes, I agree on that one. But that was before. We're talking about 2021. That should never happen now. With all the technology we have and all the checks and all the laws for filming, all this bullshit. No.
Yeah, what the hell? Like, there's so much CGI too. Why would it be a loaded gun on the set? It's so crazy.
Isn't it? Isn't it like actually kind of like what just happened on that is the Batwoman thing, where like somebody's like face got melted off or something. You read about that?
Which one?
Jesus Christ.
Batwoman, like the Batwoman set for TV. There's some.
Oh yeah. But that's after it came out that she said that, right? Like she was saying that. It was
I thought
a
that came
horrible
out like
work
today.
environment.
Some like crazy ass shit came out, like where but people got really injured on the set.
One lady lost her legs, I think, too.
Holy shit.
What?
Yeah, one set member lost her legs completely.
Fuck.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
What are you doing on that set to where
That's
it's that
fucking
crazy?
insane. Yeah.
I got such a horrible joke. Train, is that yogurt?
No, it's chia seed pudding. Hear me out here though. Listen, bro.
Listen.
Have you guys seen this new Batman with
Yeah.
with Edward
It's fucking
Rob
cringe.
Pattinson.
with Robert Pattinson? Bro, this guy. Listen,
who said it's cringe?
I don't think it's that.
It looks fucking cringe.
I don't.
dude.
Yeah.
I'm
So
not mad at it.
so at
I'm
first,
I'm gonna have to say that you're
at
wrong.
first I was
Hot
upset.
take, it's gonna be good.
At first I was
Don't at
upset.
me.
Okay, at first I was upset because I thought Batman needs to be like everything that toxic masculinity like argues against. I thought Batman should be right. So I was kind of upset. And then I watched some of the acting. I thought it was good. But the voice, bro, the Batman voice, it's not
I
cutting it
agree-
for me,
I
bro.
agree with that.
The
When did
Batman
that-
voice
when-
is something straight out of Twilight. And people keep mistaking. People keep.
Whoa,
Hold on,
whoa,
stop.
whoa.
People
You gotta
keep
give him some
people
credit.
keep misunderstanding me. They think I'm relating his acting to Twilight, and I'm not giving him a chance. No. The acting, the transition he's made from Twilight to Batman is perfect. I think the acting is good, but the voice that he's trying to do, it sounds like what Edward Cullen would say to fucking Bella in a Twilight pre-war fucking sequence. Do you understand? They need to give him some fucking.
I know what
Yeah,
you're
you know
talking
what?
about.
You know what? I'm gonna say this.
It
I'm
sounds
not-
like he's a fucking sex vampire about to go into a
Dude, you're
50
talking about
Shades
when
of
he-
Grey scene.
When he was talking to Riddler in
Hold on.
fucking
I'm
the
not-
cell or whatever, right?
I'm not hating on Robert in Tenet. He did phenomenal. But After Christian Bale, they just can't do it right. I don't think.
I'm gonna be honest. Listen, Batman has historically had a terrible fucking voice.
He was likable. He was
Yeah,
likable.
no, but I'm saying
Batman voice.
Christian Bale's Batman voice was terrible too, though.
Oh my god, that's such a
When he was Batman.
The Batman Begins series trilogy was the best fucking superhero movies ever made.
Batman has a terrible fucking voice.
Marvel.
Where is she? We're not saying the movie wasn't good.
My issue with
Batman's voice was dog shit.
This is why
it's been dog
my
shit.
issue is not even the voice. Have you noticed? You'll never see on TV a fight scene that doesn't look choreographed and cringe.
Wait, Myth, do that again. That sounded just like it. Do it.
Watch the Raid 2.
Where is she?
No, that's not it.
Come on.
Put her down.
Watch Raid 2. Come on.
Some shit like that.
Did you guys Did you like Bane's voice?
I did.
Yeah, fuck
I
yeah.
thought it was awesome. That was awesome.
Wait, you know what? I don't understand. Who the
Batman's
fuck did,
protagonist, antagonists are always better than him.
Who did
Storytelling, that's true for DC in general. DC in general.
No, but Devin, he's right. Batman, the movies are never really carried by Batman, but the villains.
Yeah.
That's literally the whole point of Batman.
That's the whole point. Yeah, exactly. And the whole point of DC is the rogue gallery. Like the villains are so much stronger. That's why you're never gonna get a situation where like everyone's like, well, DC should be more like Marvel. No, it shouldn't. Like we should never see like Shang-Chi come out of fucking DC, right? Like DC should be about the villains. That's what DC like is about.
Yeah,
that's why that's why the
Actually,
Joker was such a good movie.
if you look at the animated series like Flashpoint and Under the Red Hood, DC is so much better than Marvel. It's just live cinema that they can't do. Another thing, not to go full,
I agree. Animated
so
series is
good.
fucking great. Yeah.
Yeah, and not to go full furry, but dude, Catwoman might be like the hottest of all time. Of all time. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I'm telling you, that costume is the best
Who did
Halloween
Anne Hathaway
costume.
play? Did she play Catwoman?
You got a kink there.
Yeah, no, I like. I know. I'll take it further. I'll take it further. If she's acting like, if she's acting like a cat in my house, I like it.
I had a major phase, an Anne Hathaway phase after
What?
Batman came out.
Det var bara det där.
Bro, this,
To be honest, it was Princess Diaries.
Look at this. I'm gonna show. I just want to show one from the trailer. I want to show one screenshot here. Like, where the fuck am I getting? Why is this Batman like a pretty? Like, it's a pretty. Like, is this a Batman?
Because Bruce Wayne's actually pretty though.
No, but I'm saying like, Batman. He like look at this fucking scene. Like, doesn't scream Batman to me. His lips look
so
like
funny?
so soft.
He looks like a superhero.
We're not asking the right question.
I wouldn't complain if Train was the next Batman. I wouldn't. The
Yeah,
voice
yeah.
is there. He's got the voice, the look. He lives in the high rise. He gives to charity and shit. You know what I
Bro,
mean?
Is that Batman?
Mo,
This
you're
is, like, the
completely
new
right about this,
Batman?
bro. This is like, I agree with this, bro. This is not like that is not a dude. Oh my god.
It's the suit though.
I'm not
It's the
scared of
suit
this
though.
Batman. Like, I want to kiss this Batman on the lips.
Yeah, like it's the
Wait,
suit. Like this
wait,
looks like a sex suit. It looks like a sex suit.
What
That's
is
probably
Yeah.
a moment when it looks like he's looking at the Catwoman.
Yeah.
So it's probably a scene like directly taken from like a romantic moment in the movie. Or
That's some
something.
50
It's
Shades
not-
of Grey
So
Batman,
is he
bro.
dating her?
Yeah.
Is he dating her with street clothes but the mask? A street version of the mask? Like,
Yo,
I
the
don't
mask
understand what he's
that's
doing.
a real
Yeah,
slim
you
mask.
It's too
You
slim.
gotta-
I want bulk.
gotta-
I want.
Yeah.
Come on, you know what I mean?
I
He
need
looks
bulk.
like a
I need a little more
TikToker.
bulk.
But
Hey,
like,
can we talk about how
what-
Robert Pattinson got fucking good at acting?
Yeah,
I don't
he
think
did.
he was ever
He
bad.
was always
Nah,
good.
he was
I
never
don't-
bad.
I
Did you
don't
see The
think
King?
that Robert
Did
Pattinson
you
was
see The
made for
King?
Twilight. He
What's
was
that
he was
one,
undercast in
9/11,
that.
the 9/11
what a-
movie he did. What was that called?
He's
Is
pretty
it
good.
Remember
Nah,
Me?
Robert
I think it's
Pattinson is a
called
great
Hassan
actor.
He got
Piker.
really fucking
He's a
good.
good. He's a good actor. He's a good actor.
There's a movie called Remember Me he's in. It's really good too. But it's like
He's
about
fine.
9/11.
I'm looking at
No,
it
no,
right now.
it's Tenet.
The White
Tenet. He
House?
does. Have you guys seen Tenet?
Yeah, he's good on
Yeah.
Tenet too.
He's
like
good on
that.
Tenet, yeah.
I like him on The King too. I like his like weird
Yeah, and he's hard. He's
kind
hard.
of thing.
I don't.
Like, I'm
yeah,
not-
I
I'm-
just
I'm
think
sh-
the voice needs some work. I think the acting's fine, but the voice for Batman it needs to be. I don't give a fuck if you
They need
say.
the Kylo
Christian
Ren
Bale
guy,
had
bro.
a terrible
They need the
voice,
Kylo
too.
Ren guy.
No,
need
he's.
to reboot.
listen,
Christian Bale didn't have a terrible voice. He didn't have a
Yes,
terrible
yeah,
voice.
He did. Yes, he did.
Why does everyone say that?
Screw on
Nah.
you. It's like an acquired taste. It's like an acquired taste.
Yo,
Y'all
Batman
are
is
not
good.
Batman
Batman is
fans.
meant
Listen
to
to it
be
enough and then it's okay.
unsettling. He's meant to be
Dude,
harsh
dude.
and rough, especially in the
Yes,
Dark Knight
that's
timeline.
Batman.
if
That's
you
literally
watch-
Batman.
Hey,
If
who's
you-
the best
Batman's
Batman?
not supposed to
Listen,
sound congested.
everyone
He's supposed
gets
to
your
sound
favorite
like
Batman.
decide.
Dude,
Decide now.
Batman in the
Mhm.
cartoons was so much more manly
Yeah.
or better
Whoa,
sounding
whoa, whoa, whoa!
than
In the
these
in the comics, he was a little.
comics.
Because
Is this what people are talking about?
Yeah, because in the
Twitter about
comics they could
Batman?
fucking write some perfectly chiseled jaw and fucking deep. What the fuck do you
What
mean?
was
It's
wrong
way
with
different.
Ben Affleck? I know Ben
I mean,
Affleck.
Ben
how
Affleck
manly
was
can you be
honestly
with your-
looking at this new one. Ben Affleck was great too.
Hey, this
Yeah.
movie's gonna be good.
Why
Though.
didn't Ben Affleck do this movie though?
Bro,
Wasn't he
why
Batman?
didn't Robert
Hello,
Pattinson get
darkness,
like
my
dude,
old
give the guy some
friend.
HGH, okay? I need to see Batman much bigger than this. Ben Affleck played the part.
He's pretty
Christian
slim.
Bale
He's
played the
pretty
part.
tall.
Have you guys
What is
watched
this
the new
skinny,
Bond? Is that
fragile
one good?
Edward Cullen Batman? What's he gonna?
Okay,
Brain,
that's
brain.
the thing.
Batman
He
does
has
not
the
have
same
any
exact body
superpowers.
he
Hold on,
had
hold
in
on,
Twilight.
Batman
Yo,
has
let
no
me go full
superpowers.
stupid. Yo,
We need a
yo,
jack
let me go full-
motherfucker.
Oh my God, where are Lidl?
Let me
They
go
have-
full
Take him
stupid.
for Batman.
What if Mark Wahlberg played Batman?
I'm down for
Isn't
that.
he like
That's not
60?
bad. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, but I'm not a
Sign
fan
me
of
up.
Mark Wahlberg.
How
I'm
old
not
is Mark
that fan.
Wahlberg now?
I'll tell you who.
I don't
I'll
know.
tell you
Adam
who.
Sandler.
No. Wrong question.
Adam
Who's the
Sandler.
next James Bond?
Adam Sandler.
Didn't they say it's gonna make it a
Get
girl?
him. Get him the fuck out. Who said that?
Who said
Oh,
that?
that James Bond.
Who said Adam Sandler?
I would say that James Bond should be that.
Dude, want to know what's a
that-
good
the
Batman
Superman-
series, bro?
Superman.
Gotham.
What's
Have you watched
Superman's
Gotham?
name?
Clark Kent.
No, what's Superman's real name in the movie? The
Kal-El.
guy that
Kal-El,
no,
yeah.
the guy that
Oh,
played
Henry
Cavill.
Cavill,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
That would
He
be
meant
that'd be a
lore-wise.
good James Bond.
That would be
I
no.
think.
He's a good Superman. He'd be a good Batman too. That motherfucker's
I
sexy,
think he,
bro.
yeah, he
That's
could be
a
Batman,
sexy
Superman.
motherfucker,
He
bro.
should have been all of them.
No,
He
no,
should
no,
have been
no,
all
no,
of them.
Tom-
Bro, in Superman, when he-
it's gotta be.
In
It's
Superman, when
gotta
he
be.
climbed the cliff and he had no shirt in that cold weather, and that was he was
no.
huge. I wanted to
Yo,
fucking rub my
see,
dick all
that's
over
what-
him.
I
Yeah,
am
but yo,
not
Sexy motherfucker.
I am ironically like Trainwreck's levels
Great.
of homo for Henry Cavill, man. Like that guy reads Warhammer. He looks amazing. He's such a god. Oh
Henry,
my god. yeah.
Henry
Oh,
Cavill
my
is
God.
sexy.
Hold on.
Him and
I
Trey look
love
the
Henry
same.
No,
Cavill.
what
Did
is
you see
Henry
the scene
sexy.
where he built a computer? He
Yes,
filmed
I
himself
did.
building-
Yeah, he has a picture of him on a private jet, and he's like 3 books into a Warhammer 40k lore. He's just such a wholesome person. I heard.
No,
I heard
listen.
he's not on The Witcher though. That he
Tom
got-
Hardy would.
He
Like
better be on
something
the season 2 Witcher.
No, something
Tom
happened.
Hardy would be great, but Tom Hardy was so
What?
good as Bane.
Something happened. He's not on season 2 Witcher anymore. I think. I think.
What?
Play
No
Venom.
way.
I think so. There was some kind of.
Tom
Am I wrong
Hardy's
on this? Like,
definitely
chat could.
villain,
I
correct
hope
me.
you're wrong because I
Yeah, you could have.
him.
I read an
What?
article about it.
Wait, what? Wait.
I would make out with
Say that
Tom
again.
Am
Hardy.
I wrong? They're saying I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's him. It's Henry
Okay.
Cavill.
Okay.
The problem with Henry Cavill,
Sorry, then I
Cavill
read something about
is
it.
that
Yeah.
he's the perfect superhero for every superhero.
He is. He
Yeah,
could
he
be
is.
Thor.
He
He
could've
could be
been
Batman.
every
He could be
single
Superman.
hero.
He could be all of them.
He could
Yeah,
be
but
Iron
yeah,
Man.
but
Gary
honestly,
Bro.
honestly, yo,
everyone.
let's be honest. His acting range is pathetic.
Yeah.
What?
Right? He's
Nah.
He's not
You're
Tom
just
Hardy level,
jealous.
you know.
You're just
Tom
fucking
Hardy?
jealous, bro.
I love him.
Whoa, Tom Hardy's a goat.
Tom Hardy's badass, dude. Tom Hardy
Yeah, I
might
read
be
a
the
troll
Joe right
article.
now.
Sorry.
He's goat
Bro,
level.
but you
Hardy,
can't,
My bad.
bro.
Tom
oh.
Hardy would have been a great Batman too.
Yeah, he would.
He's
Yeah.
already
shit.
Bane.
Apparently,
How you gonna be
Henry.
Bane and
Apparently,
Batman?
Henry
Nah,
Cavill had a
Tom,
really
you're
bad leg
Batman,
injury. He
Batman?
might get removed from The Witcher.
Wait, what?
Wait, that's what I read. Yeah, that's what I read.
Apparently,
What?
Henry Cavill had a really bad leg injury, and apparently he might
Man,
get
get some
knocked out of The
fish oil.
Witcher.
ACL
Come
injury.
on, man.
No
Hold
way.
Hold on. Is Witcher the movie? Are you talking about a movie or a
it's a
show?
TV
No,
TV series.
this next season. Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
I'm
What?
about to
Season
use.
one's out. Is it
I'm
good?
about to use. Yes, it's
Oh,
already. It's been out
gas,
for 2 years,
bro. You
bro.
need to watch
I'm
that.
about to
I've
use
never,
my.
but I've never played the game.
I'm about to fuck the
What?
game. Just watch the fucking TV series.
Hold
okay?
the fuck
I
on.
never played this.
Hold the fuck on. Henry Cavill, The Witcher. What? Wait, the bullshit.
Twilight video game. I watched the motherfucking movie.
No,
Okay,
Arkham City's good.
there's no rule of playing the video game to watch the movie.
The Witcher season 1.
Just watch
is what
season
I
1.
should
Yeah.
look at.
Anyway,
No, season 1 is out, and
I'm
season
about
2
to use my power right now on Twitter. Instead of doing some cancel show, I'm about to fucking make a hashtag. Wait for Henry Cavill's leg injury to heal before you release season 2. I'll wait 2 more fucking years, okay, motherfuckers? You are not removing
Bro,
him.
are you kidding? His leg will heal in a month. Look at him.
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with these motherfuckers?
He's
Exchange him?
perfect
What a
specimen.
I knew I read something. People are.
You gotta kill
Everybody's
him off.
telling me fucking I'm dumb, but
You
yeah,
can't exchange him.
yeah. Grim leg injury, brutal
Oh
leg
my
injury
God.
on the set of Netflix The Witcher.
I'm gonna make
and
that tweet right now. Hold on.
What?
Hashtag.
may not be able to continue production.
Wait
Yeah.
for.
He blew his ACL out.
He apparently a hamstring injury.
What the fuck? What was he doing?
An assault course. It's like, I don't know what that means.
apparently, right now, all of this is like rumors and nobody knows 100%.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think Hugh Jackman would have been a better Batman than a
Oh,
Wolverine?
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
love Hugh Jackman.
He would have been.
No,
he would have been the. He would have been perfect.
bro.
Batman.
Listen, yo, I'm straight, but
That guy's
damn,
goated.
Hugh Jackman's the highest level man.
But you
watch
see
all
how he
his
gets
musicals,
ripped.
don't
You
you?
see how fucking
You
how
watch
ripped he
every
Yeah,
gets.
one.
dude, and he gets bone dry and stuff, and
Yeah,
he's
that's
got it
what
all.
you need.
Yeah,
Robert
he's-
Pattinson didn't do shit. He just walked off the set of Twilight and right into a Batman costume.
I do agree that
No, he
Robert
did not.
What
Pattinson
is,
didn't
what
put
does
enough.
getting bone dry mean?
Yeah, right.
Bone
I
dry
gotta let that one
is bone
slip
dry
out.
is like
Like
when
lean as fuck.
bone
Hey,
dry
yo.
is like he
Okay.
runs
Yeah, I wasn't sure
he
what that
runs
was.
like aromatase inhibitors to lower his
What?
estrogen, so he flushes more water
fuck
because he's
does
on
that mean?
testosterone, right? So he gets
We
peeled.
all are. We all are, buddy. That's how
Got
it is
it.
now.
Are we?
Are you on Mo?
Yeah. I'm on pellets.
Wait,
They
people
are
are.
actually
the
released-
pellets they
No,
put
no,
in your
stay
butt or
square,
whatever?
stay square.
Yeah, the pellets are in my
You
ass.
need to be on the salad,
Wait.
fatty.
Well, Hugh Jackman's a
man.
fucking legend, bro. He played Wolverine
Mo.
so great, but that motherfucker's
fire.
sexy too.
Yeah.
He's sexy as hell. Henry
Logan
Cavill's
was a good
sexy as
movie,
hell. Like these are
Logan was
men. You understand? That one dude from True Blood, the Wolf. What's his name? Fucking Alcide or some shit. Motherfucker's sexy as hell. Like these are men. I don't give a fuck.
I like
Cancel
when they
my
look
ass for
rough.
toxic
I like when they-
masculinity. These are rough
dude.
fucking men.
Rough
None of this
men.
pretty
What about
boy
the
pussy
opposite?
shit,
Smell like-
bro.
dude, I like men that
Dude,
look like they
firm
smell like.
hand
Whoa,
shakes,
dude,
Even
chill.
Tom
Keith,
Cruise,
you know,
Tom
Keith?
man.
What's
Wait, I
that?
have a question. Is Batman the people they're no? Is Batman the movie that they're talking about on?
Fucking men.
Rough
None of this
men.
pretty
What about
boy
the
pussy
opposite?
shit,
Smell like-
bro.
dude, I like men that
Dude,
look like they
firm
smell like
handshakes,
like
right?
cheese,
Even Tom
like
Tom
cheese,
Cruise,
you know,
firm
Keith,
hand.
man.
What's
Wait, I
that?
have a question. Is Batman the people they're no? Is Batman the movie that they're talking about on Twitter when the superhero is like bi or something? Is that the Batman?
No.
What?
Oh no, the Superman.
that
No,
was-
that's
the comic
the son.
book Superman.
That's the son of
Superman's
Superman.
Superman's son
Oh.
is
The
bi.
son of Superman, and people
John-
are
John
complaining
Kent.
about that.
Yeah, they're
I don't care
complaining.
about John Kent
Yeah.
being bi. I just care about how they like. Why can't they make him a sexy beast and he's bi? I'm cool with that
Yeah.
shit. What is this
Like,
fucking
I- I-
chiseled
Superman is
shit?
always-
People are-
I always
He's
thought
feminine.
even
That's
when I was
really the
young, I
dumbest
always
thing.
thought
People are
I always
upset
thought-
because they think they changed Superman's character, but they didn't. It's just another. It's just
Yeah, but
another
don't you
character.
think? Don't you listen?
Yeah.
Here's what I'm upset about, and you could say I'm projecting because I'm upset or whatever the fuck. But listen, why does being bisexual or gay mean you have to have a feminine look? Why can't he look like the son of Superman and also be bi or gay? Why does he have to have a feminine, soft look? Why can't he be a man and be gay or bisexual? I don't like this idea where they change him into this feminine figure because he's
Yeah.
bi or gay. Make him into the son of Superman and then make him bi or gay. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But why are you
Let
making him
be
into a little
rugged-
soy boy
let him be
bitch?
rugged and dirty and shit.
I
Let
hate
him be
that.
just a man, dude. Like a lumberjack.
Why do
man.
you
That's
care,
gay.
though?
It's fine.
I just
But
don't
let him be a
understand.
man.
Like in
Oh,
my
oh,
opinion,
shit, sorry.
that's more homophobic or whatever the fuck, ignorant,
Dude.
than not having it. Like, why
No,
does
listen, listen.
there is like a really cute New York Times. It's like a 6.5 minute thing, and it has to do with like the gay voice, basically, like why gay people have different voices. And it follows the story of like 2 different men, and one guy he's like has a very high voice. He talks about how he was raised like probably more by his mom, being involved in his life. He had like 3 sisters or some shit. And then there's like the really manly guy, and they talk about how like straight or heterosexual men tend to have like like lower pitched voices, and he plays like football and all this shit. But the funny thing was that at the very end, the masculine guy was the gay guy, and then the high-pitched dude was straight. I think there's a lot of like coding that goes on in LGBT communities where you tend to pick up certain traits for certain reasons. But I do agree that it's a little bit annoying that in media they like when you are, dude, when you're LGBTQ in like a movie, that is your entire fucking character and personality and every fucking thing about it. And it's, I don't know, some of the ways in new media that they play onto like some of these, when they try to get more representation, I think more representation is awesome, but sometimes the way they do it is so fucking cringe.
It's insulting, if anything.
Yeah, it's really weird because like growing up, like, and I don't know if I was just lucky, like I happened to stumble on movies that had really awesome female leads, like Ripley in Alien. This is an awesome female lead. Or Kiddo, or Beatrix or whatever, in Kill Bill. It was an awesome female lead. But then like, it feels like today when you get like certain types of leads, I'm focusing on the woman thing, but like when you focus on like, when you look at movies like Captain Marvel or like the new Star Wars movies, it feels like sometimes they're so fucking scared of showing the women like failing anything ever, and they have to be the best at every single thing they do, every fucking time they try anything, because they're so worried that if they show a woman weak for even one moment, that it'll like undermine women's power or whatever. And I don't know, that I just think that shit is like really cringe. It ends up going way too far and it devalues all the stories.
So true.
Yeah, women fail sometimes.
Do you think Superman's son would have been bi if we lived in a different kind of society? Like if this was,
of course, dude. I'm gonna be honest. Since I was since I was a child, I never thought Superman's straight. I just didn't buy it. Right?
What? Really?
I can just see that. I can see Superman. It's not a big deal to me. You know?
Why does his son being bi or gay have anything with Superman's fucking sexuality?
Because it was a whole misunderstanding.
I'm just saying, they write him as a gay bi
It's his
character.
son. It's his son.
But train. People don't know that. People thought that they were changing Superman's character to be bi, and they were retconning it. That's what they thought. That like so nobody read into it and realized it was John Kent, not Kal-El.
Yeah, I saw a lot of false articles.
That's what was going on. So people were the argument.
Just believe what they want to believe always. Like,
but I'm saying
the argument became like, what should we go back and retcon a character who was straight for that long into a bi character? And that was what upset me.
Yeah,
it's the same thing as the African American James Bond argument, right?
Yeah. Or no, the girl James Bond.
Or sure, yeah, whichever.
The girl African American James Bond.
Yeah,
is what they were trying
to do.
You
guys see that movie, by the way?
Oh, the new James Bond movie?
Yeah.
No,
is the new James Bond a girl?
No.
Dude,
I hope not.
You go to the bathroom before you see that movie.
I just don't think James Bond should ever be a girl. They should just have a new.
You don't want to see Jamie Bond?
She was fucking badass, bro. I don't care.
You can have a new movie in that.
First of all, it should not be Jamie Bond. It should be Jane Bond.
Or it could be something else, or a whole different.
Or just make a whole new fucking franchise.
A new person, yeah.
Exactly. I don't want to see James Bond. Listen, I
want to see a Jason Bourne like type of movie with like a female lead and like call it something different.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, let's do it. Like
they've done it before. What are those? There's a couple of badass movies.
Sometimes I can only.
I had a really bad joke that I'm happy I didn't say.
No, I can say. Wait,
I was gonna say Jason Bourne Again. Not bad, huh? Never mind. That joke's
with
never
Jane
mind.
Bond, James Bond's daughter, and she's bisexual. That's gonna be a nice movie.
You know, I don't know. If James Bond was a woman, I don't know how I'd feel. You know what I mean?
It just why are we? I don't like that you have to.
I don't know. I'm not a James Bond fan.
Characters from the past.
Honestly, it's like, does it even matter? Like, I don't.
Bro, she was slanging lead with an MP7 in that movie, bro. I thought, dude, she's got a thumbs up from me, bro. She was good.
I want to watch it.
She was good.
Yeah, but who was good?
The female James Bond.
What's her name?
I don't fucking know. Let me look. I'm looking at it right now.
You didn't even know her.
Oh, yo, this viewer actually brings a good point. That show Hannah, is it called Hannah? That little girl that's like actually an android. That was a really good one.
That was, and she was badass, and she
was badass. Yeah, that was a badass movie.
They need to make movies like that and start a new franchise, and let us keep what we fucking built. Like it's.
Bro, I still fuck with Kate. Dude, Kate Beckinsale to me. I mean, shit.
Oh, Kate
I love Kate Beckinsale and all of her fucking movies,
she's on the
bro.
list.
Same with.
Does it actually? Hey, does it really
top three right here?
affect
No,
the
right here.
series?
God, yeah.
Actresses for me, okay. Kate Beckinsale, Charlize Theron, Nicole
Kate
Kidman.
Beckinsale, God, yeah.
I would say Charlize. Hold on, who would
Charlize Theron, Kate
Charlize
Beckinsale,
Theron?
Nicole Kidman.
What
the
about the girl from Tangled?
Train likes the older ones.
Megan Fox.
I like that
Right.
I like that girl from Tangled.
What's her name? Oh, Julianne Moore is one of my.
No,
top.
Rapunzel.
Rapunzel.
From
Are we
Tangled.
just like saying random names? I have no idea.
Oh, Mandy Moore.
Making movies or?
Yeah, he's the best. Angelina Jolie's good too.
Who's the best Spider-Man?
What's his name?
Tom Holland.
No.
Tom Holland. It's Tom
Again, the
Holland.
most recent one. Tom
Holland
Holland's
is the
great.
best one. I
It's
think
Tom Holland.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Kind of
No,
percent.
listen,
Yeah,
Tobey
I think-
Maguire got the fucking benefit of like being there for the start
At
of the
that time,
cinematic
yeah, I swear to God.
introduction of the
Amen.
Spider-Man industry.
Amen.
But if Tom Holland was
Talk
playing the
that
roles
shit.
and got the fucking films that Tobey Maguire got,
Talk that
it's
shit.
raps.
It's done.
I never liked the first Spider-Man.
I'll tell you guys
Or I
right
mean, I
now.
like the movie,
Yeah,
but not
Andrew
the guy.
Garfield
just say it.
is by far
Spider-Man
the best
2 is-
Spider-Man.
Yeah, I
Spider-Man
agree. Andrew
2
Garfield.
Andrew
Excuse me,
Garfield.
Candy, I was talking. Spider-Man
He's also
2,
good.
one of the greatest movies of all time.
Wait,
Greatest
which
movie.
one's
Yes,
that?
I
Is
love,
that-
but I love
which
all
one's that? Is it
Spider-Man.
Doc
No,
Ock?
Doc Ock.
The
Doc
Amazing
Doc Ock one? That shit
Spider-Man.
is so good. You're so right. You're so
The
right.
Amazing Spider-Man with Andrew Garfield, both of them. He's by far the best Spider-Man. I don't know why
What
everyone there's a
the
debate.
fuck are you
Andrew
talking?
Garfield is number one.
Bro,
Then
I'm
you could
hanging
go
up.
maybe Tom Holland. Then
I'm hanging up. I'm
What are
hanging
you
up. I'm
talking
hanging
about?
up.
Then, bro,
I have a
go
hot
watch
Spider-Man
that,
They're
dude.
equally shit.
Andrew
It's very
Garfield
good.
is
Mo,
legit.
I'm
I'm
gonna
hanging
fight
up.
you. I'm gonna
Oh
fight you
my
on Twitch
God.
on this.
Listen,
People,
it's
go
like-
back and watch it.
Wait,
Go
wait,
back
wait,
and
when
watch
the
them side
first-
by side.
No,
Yeah,
I
when the
won't.
first movie came out, like the first
No.
Spider-Man, it's like, wow, this is the best movie ever. Then the second Spider-Man came out, like with the new character, and I was like, whoa, this
Look,
is even
look,
better than the first one.
Let's be honest, yo, Holland and Andrew, they're just not nerds like Toby. It's not relatable. It's not Peter. It's not
What?
Peter. We're just
No,
not nerds.
bro,
They're
you're
Chads,
wrong.
bro. They're
Agree.
Chads.
No.
You know
Agree that
that.
Garfield
They're
was
fucking
a
Chads.
little
It's
He's a
not
predator.
relatable.
Be honest.
Predator.
No.
He looks like
John,
a weird
That's
John,
sick.
John,
Guys,
John,
he
that's
literally
because they
looks
got
like
to
a
build the
weirdo.
fucking
Predator.
backstory.
Me, I did.
Guys,
He
guys,
looks
What
like
are you
a
talking?
predator.
Which
That
one?
is
Which
not
one?
the
Which one?
case,
You
John.
know,
Guys,
Toby's a
John,
fucking
okay,
Tobey
predator.
Maguire
Look,
got all
Toby
the
is a
backstory
predator.
building
This is what I
off
know.
of the
Let me
fucking
have a
Spider-Man
guys.
series, dude.
Toby
Who-
is a
Emma-
pedo.
Okay, well, who was Emma
Dude,
Stone
I'm
in
gonna
the
be honest.
Amazing
Look, look,
Spider-Man?
look. When
Who,
there,
what
when,
was her
when,
name?
Hold on, hold on. When there's a sad scene for Andrew Garfield or Holland, you don't give a fuck. When Toby's sad, you feel for him. Oh, you know, you feel
No.
He's
It
fucking
hurts,
sad.
man. He's a
Come on,
nerd. He's a
no,
nerd.
no,
You guys don't know you're not nerds.
He fits the
I don't
fucking
think-
role, and he has to play out
Andrew
shitty
Garfield
fucking
lost.
Why
Spider-Man
you don't
movies.
get it, Myth?
He has
It's
to
'cause
play
you're a
fucking
Chad.
terrible
You don't
Spider-Man
relate
movies,
'cause you're a
dude.
Chad. Myth,
You're
you're
a
a Chad. I'm a nerd, bro. You're a Chad, bro.
No,
You're a
dude.
Chad.
You got
Oh my
you got
God,
Tom
Serge, you're a
Holland
Chad.
fighting
Holland's
holograms
better.
and
Bro,
fucking
bro.
high school projector
Hey,
screens
don't
in the
you
middle
dare
of
make
fucking
fun of Jake
Paris.
Gyllenhaal.
Nah, Tom Holland
Don't you
fits the role
fucking
best.
Why,
For the
why
age,
am I not
everything.
hearing
The
enough
age,
about
You
everything.
Andrew
put Tom
Garfield?
Holland. Tom Golland. You put Tom,
That's
whatever
sad,
the
dude.
fuck his name is, Tobey Maguire or Tom Holland against the goddamn
Nah.
Green
There's
Goblin back in the
Andrew
day.
Garfield,
It would have
too.
been way better. Andrew Gar. No one talks about it. Let's skip it.
Bro,
skip.
don't say
Yes.
that, dude.
Skip that
But,
one for sure.
Ooh.
You
Skip
guys
that.
are, dude. The
Yeah, I agree.
chemistry Andrew
Spider-Man
Garfield
fucking
had with
sucks.
Emma Stone was better than
about
any
that.
chemistry.
Skip.
Any Tom Holland.
Skip.
None
Oh,
of them have
I
chemistry.
actually, you
I'm
know,
gonna be honest,
bro,
yo. I was
Spider-Man
happy
into the
when I was-
multiverse.
I
agree.
Look,
I
Mo.
agree.
We
This
don't
is
care.
this is
There's
is
no
what I felt.
chemistry between the love
What?
interest.
Yeah, when she kicked
I
the
agree with
bucket,
that.
yo, I
Emma
was
Stone, it was like,
look,
damn.
dude,
Nah.
when Emma Stone's character kicked the bucket, I didn't give a fuck. I was like, okay,
I
wait.
almost cried, bro. You didn't.
What
That
the
was the
fuck?
saddest moment of
Uncle
Spider-Man.
Ben, Uncle Ben,
I'll tell you what.
Uncle
That's
Ben.
because you didn't
Uncle
feel
Ben.
it.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
Bro, you didn't
John.
cry for, bro, you didn't cry for Uncle
The,
Ben.
the Toby
Nah,
ones.
Uncle
Hey,
Ben.
listen. I will listen. One thing. One second. But I will say.
I'm here for you,
I
Uncle
feel like.
Ben.
I feel like.
Yeah.
Listen. No, the writing in that movie with Toby was crazy. Like that shit really hit my soul, bro.
I'm gonna
But
go watch
the
it tonight. I'm gonna rewatch
But Tom
it.
Holland is a better.
Exactly.
Tom Holland is a better Spider-Man. Every way you look at it.
Because
Like,
you
I
guys didn't
swear to
read the
God.
comics. If you
No,
look,
it's
if you go,
it's
if you
just-
go
no,
read
it's a
the-
better movie.
Read,
It's a better-
read, just read
guys
Ultimate
are-
Spider-Man comics, right? And you'll get a feel for a real Peter. Toby's really good, and he does it by accident. He's so good at it. He's just really good at it, you know.
I think.
And,
I don't like his
I
face.
think
Yeah,
he's
you
too.
root-
I think
I
he's
didn't
like
even
too
rooted
old.
for
too
Andrew.
old
I
for
wanted
me.
the fucking alligator to eat his ass. The croc, right? I didn't give a fuck about Andrew.
Bro,
and
Andrew
he
is
was just
so-
fucking cringe. He's like making the
Yeah, he
shittiest
is.
jokes of all
The
time and
Croc.
shit.
I didn't like him. I didn't
I'm
like
gonna
him.
go. Yo,
We couldn't end with good filmen.
I'll watch Spider-Man 1.
Fuck
all over again. You watched the Amazing
Dude, you telling
Spider-Man.
me, Mo, you didn't cry at? I know 3 is bad, but when Harry Osborn, you know, spoilers, whatever, dies, you didn't cry?
That was more for Harry than him.
That was crazy.
Rain, I gotta go. Get your ass off the toilet.
I don't want to know that. James Franco is the hottest.
Huh?
Yeah,
James
yeah.
Franco is the hottest. Yeah.
I
He's
have
super hot.
Franco. That's a nice piece of man.
Is
Did
it
he get
Harry?
canceled?
You know, I don't want to. I don't want to like.
Probably.
I don't want to like be sued or anything. But I know this streamer girl who like had three ways with
Dude,
him.
I completely, John, I agree with you. John, I completely agree with you before you have to go. Man, I completely agree with you, bro. Listen, Tobey Maguire, he literally had the Spider-Man story built into how he looks. Tom Holland, or whoever the fuck you guys are talking about here, this motherfucker was everything Spider-Man was supposed to be after he got bit. Before he got bit. That's a fucking issue. That's an issue. That's an issue. The motherfucker already had everything before he was bit. So what changed when he got bit?
Tom Holland
Tobey Maguire was a fucking geek and a nerd, and the dude was goofy as fuck. He gets bit, and he turns into everything Tom Holland was before.
No, because look, when I look at guys,
that Spider-Man looks like he eats fucking Lay's and yogurt.
When I look at Tom Holland, I just see like a misfit
Andrew
viewer.
Garfield, yeah, whatever the fuck.
Like a misfit viewer. I don't really see like
Tobey Maguire was the best Spider-Man. He fit every fucking role of it. The reason some of you mothers don't like him is for the exact reason why he was the best Spider-Man. For the exact reason some of you don't like him. Because he does not look like a superhero. He's literally an average fucking Joe geek that you guys probably fucking bullied and would never choose first. That's exactly what Spider-Man's supposed to be. That's what he's supposed to be.
Garfield.
No, every other Andrew Garfield and other motherfucker are good-looking motherfuckers. These guys got picked first. Everything. Yeah. No shot. Fuck off. No shot.
Yeah.
Andrew
Garfield. That's Hollywood bullshit.
Wait, I thought you were with me. What the fuck happened?
I'm with Tobey Maguire all the way. Tobey Maguire.
What?
I'm Tobey Maguire all the way.
I agree. Toby did an amazing job, but
It's not about doing an amazing job. It's about he fits the role. Do you understand? He fits it.
You think so? You think so?
From the comics to that, yes. Everything now released after Toby is Hollywood bullshit. Good-looking motherfucker, good teeth. The dude was already pulling fucking whatever the fuck the chick's name is. What's her name?
Mary Jane.
Mary Jane. Like that dude was pulling before he got bit.
I'm gonna be honest. Never was a fan of Mary Jane.
Who was Emma Stone's character?
Felicia. That's the best.
She was Gwen Stacy, right?
Gwen Stacy, is that what
and
she was?
he like pulls. Yeah. It was. I don't know.
Gwen Stacy better than MJ.
He's just you want to. The problem is you guys. I love Holland. He's a likable guy, but you want to.
The problem is
you guys want you guys want a trendy. You guys want a trendy Peter Parker.
No,
and Peter's not trendy.
No. I think he plays it well.
You guys are acting like Tom Holland couldn't play the role that Tobey Maguire did.
Like he's actually good. He's a good
Andrew Garfield. Andrew Garfield belongs on Reality Housewives. Housewives are this one. No shot. This guy's a Spider-Man. This guy belongs on Twilight. He belongs as one of the fucking vampires. Like
he's a good actor, bro. He's a good actor.
I don't give a fuck. He's a good actor, bro. Scheme. Sign this guy to FaZe Clan. He belongs there with his haircut. This is not a Spider-Man. No shot. No shot.
He's too hot to be Spider-Man.
He's not too hot to be Spider-Man.
No shot. My man's got a hairdo straight from goddamn professional barbers. Professional hairdressers. No shot.
And look at and Toby's not.
Tobey Maguire looks like he just finished his calculus exam. What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah, he's also like fucking in his early 30s in there.
My last point.
Yeah, I get uncomfortable with the last Spider-Man.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me say one more thing.
He's supposed to be young though.
No, Trade. You gotta look at it this way too. Okay.
Nice.
Toby fit the role as the Peter Parker, but Spider-Man as a Spider-Man. Garfield's by far the best one. He's
oh my god.
No.
What the fuck did you just say? Spider-Man is not this tough. No, Spider-Man is not this tough guy.
Yes,
he's a little fucking nerd that loves Iron Man. He's not. No, bro. Tom Holland is clear of that man. Like it is Toby and Tom Holland.
You want a tough Spider? You want a Spider-Man?
No, bro.
You don't want a Spider-Boy.
I was a Spider-Boy.
It's no. But the thing is, bro, it's never. Honestly,
do you see Spider-Man's voice lines in any of the comics? That's not the man you're referring to, Mo. It's not a fucking Thor that comes out with his pecs.
What is he, Deadpool, just making jokes 24/7?
No, it's not jokes. You can just tell the maturity level.
He's a character that has to like grow over time. Like
yes.
You don't.
Deadpool's a fucking cap. I don't give a fuck who's a Deadpool fan. That's a fucking cap. That ain't a superhero. That's an SNL fucking hero made up. I don't know who the fuck wrote that comic. That's straight from Saturday Night Live. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Whoa, chill, bro.
Fuck cracking jokes like he's a fucking Twitch streamer. No shot.
I hate Deadpool with the jokes that he does.
Andrew Garfield is the worst Spider-Man.
You hate Deadpool?
I don't like Deadpool.
I don't think Deadpool's a good
Andrew
movie.
Garfield.
You guys are
he's
so
like
fucking
He's actually the Twilight. He's
I
actually the
genuinely
Twilight.
hope I don't grow up to be like you guys.
He
Swear
looks
to
like
God.
an Abercrombie and Finch model.
Andrew
He is
Garfield
not
belongs
Spider-Man.
on Twilight, 100%.
He does, 1,000,000%.
Dude,
But
Andrew
he
Garfield could
belongs
play Edward
everywhere.
Cullen.
He's the best.
No. Andrew
Yeah, he
Garfield
does.
could play
No.
Edward Cullen easily. I wouldn't even notice the
would've been
difference. No, I wouldn't notice the difference.
No, you're lying to yourself that you
That's
think that
what's
he's better
best.
than, like.
Nah,
wait,
Tobey
wait.
Maguire's #1 in Spider-Man, 100%.
Bro,
I
Tom
think
Holland didn't have an origin story.
if I had all three of them
That's
being
all I'm saying.
Spider-Man, if I have all three of them being Spider-Man, I'd want Andrew Garfield's behind my back, 100%. If I'm going into a fight,
Why would you
None of
even
those
choose,
other guys.
bro? I'd want fucking Superman or fucking Thor behind my back. The fuck do you
there's
mean?
not gonna be that. I'm talking. Wait, you'd pitch Thor before Spider-Man?
100%.
For who's
Wait,
behind my
what?
back? Yeah, I would. 100%.
How's that even a discussion?
Are you
Of
kidding
course.
me?
Yeah.
100%. I'd pick James fucking Bond behind my back before Spider-Man. The fuck? You kidding me? Bring James Bond to me. I don't need
What about
Spider-Man.
Batman or Spider-Man?
Circus is the
Batman.
best Spider-Man.
Easy.
Spider-Man.
Batman easy. I'll take Batman easy.
Fully grown.
Batman
No,
is
fully
easy.
grown. No, I'm going fully grown.
Spider-Man was
Spider-Man.
a fuck up
I put
Batman.
Spider-Man with the suit. Spider-Man
I
with the
put
suit.
no superhero.
I'll take
above
Jane Bond
Batman.
over Spider-Man.
Wait, what? You
Wait,
put
what
no
do you-
I
superhero
I
above
put
him?
no superhero
kidding.
above Batman in terms of
Bro.
them being able to beat Batman being able to beat
Batman
them.
is, but
No,
Batman
no.
isn't really a
That's-
superhero. He's just a hero.
He's he's a dork.
He doesn't have powers.
There's so
He's
many
lame.
Like
superheroes
Iron
that
Man.
could kill him so fast, and it's like the storyline that they write keeps him alive. Like he could die in that world.
What about
so
Iron
easily.
Man?
Well,
and-
technically speaking,
Want
okay,
some
people keep.
fucking kryptonium off
Technically
the dark web.
speaking, I've
Die,
heard.
Superman.
Technically
Come on, that's
speaking,
some bullshit, bro.
couldn't you
What
just
the
make like a
fuck?
nuclear device made of full kryptonite and just kill Superman?
Yeah, but how are you gonna get the kryptonite? That's like some storyline.
Nah,
shit.
no
like,
shut. Dude, Goku's way stronger than everybody, so everyone should.
100%.
No, he's not.
Yes, he
No,
is.
no,
Goku
Yes.
number
Yes,
one.
he is.
Goku number
No,
one. Goku
No,
number
he
one.
isn't.
Everyone shut the fuck up. It's
No,
not so.
you don't know
Yes, he is.
anything about
time.
anything.
Goku
Goku
number
has-
one.
No,
Goku
hold
number
on,
one.
hold on,
Goku
Devin,
number
Devin.
one.
The strongest
Devin, hold
version
on,
of
Devin,
Goku's
Devin.
Gogeta couldn't even take on Silver Age Superman. You've
Devin,
never read
Devin.
the comics.
Goku.
Devin, are you? Hold on.
Goku
Okay,
Devin,
yeah.
Are you saying Devin? Are you saying
Superman's
Go-
OP
if
though.
Goku-
Superman doesn't count
if
for me.
Yeah, he
Goku's
doesn't
OP.
because he's not written to be defeated.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay,
So that-
Devin.
He's
All
OP.
right, all right, let's see what kind
He's
of
OP.
guy you
He's
are,
OP.
Devin. If Goku
He's
did
OP.
Mastered Ultra Instinct with Kaioken times 20, could he put a dent on Superman?
No. No, he wouldn't. Here's why. Okay, so at the end of the day, Goku is written to be a character that exceeds his own limits. He goes beyond his own level to defeat his enemies. But Superman is not written to be defeated. Superman is a character that explores
All
issues
this
around
death
being a
battle
superhero.
No,
Like
Superman is the
Yeah.
immovable object, and then
Yeah, on
Goku
God.
is the unstoppable
Dude,
force.
dude, yo,
It-
Devin,
no.
dude,
There-
hold on,
there's no
Devin, stop. Let's say I'm Goku and you're Superman. I would
Yeah.
touch you, instant transmission to kryptonite. You're dead.
Okay,
No.
so first of
You're
all,
done.
why
Get the
does
fuck out of here. You're done. You're
No,
done.
Super,
Why-
hey,
you
know what?
Superman.
And you
bro,
know what's so funny?
No.
I
No,
learned that from the
Superman-
Rugrats when
First
he
of
wasn't even
all,
that powerful.
John,
Nah,
you're
nah,
so
nah.
dumb. Okay, first of all, there are tons of versions of
Wait, what the fuck?
It happened.
If I use
Kryptonite.
All-Star Superman, like for example, okay, so number one, and then number two. All right, how
Wait,
does
wait,
Goku
wait,
even
you cut
magically
out.
know that weakness?
We didn't hear anything you said about the first part.
Hold on. Did you say how did Goku? I don't know if it was filler, but Goku can read minds if he touches your head.
Well, Superman's not gonna
Really?
get touched by him.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, look into it. I don't remember if
so
it's
can,
filler.
so
though.
can Superman
Nah,
in the same.
Superman's OP. Superman's OP. He can like create
Okay,
universes and freeze time and shit. Like
Yeah.
Then
he
how
has-
does Superman
he has
have?
unreal powers.
Yes,
How
he
does
can.
he have-
Dude,
how
go
does he have
watch.
people that
Excuse
hurt
me,
him
excuse me.
then?
Hold on. To the fucking idiots in chat.
Because it's
go
written-
watch
because it's written
during
that
the
way.
during the Saiyan saga. After the Cybermen are defeated, Goku, instead of asking Krillin and Gohan what happened, he just puts his head on
Yeah, that's
Krillin's
true.
bald head and he reads it.
He never
I don't
uses
remember if
the
it's
power
canon.
again, but he does have it.
Zerko
Yeah.
put on a Spider-Man t-shirt.
Yo, listen, my
telling
only
you.
thing is
Yeah.
I'm a Goku fan all day. I like Goku more than Superman all day. But Superman is written to be OP and
Nah,
nobody can-
Goku's beating
Yeah,
Superman
but
all day. But
who-
hear me out here real
I'm a
quick.
huge
Wait,
fan of
no.
Goku.
I
dude.
gotta say
grew up
one
on
thing here.
Dragon
I gotta say
Ball.
one thing.
Who
I'm
can beat
Goku
Superman?
all day.
I gotta
but
say no,
Superman, no
I gotta say one
How-
thing.
who can
One
beat
Punch
Superman?
Man is
No
a
one.
pussy.
No
Everyone
one.
says One Punch
Yes.
Man. He's
Yes.
a pussy. I don't give a fuck.
There has
He's
to be
Whoa,
one.
he's
no,
a
he's not.
pussy, dude.
No,
One
he's
Punch
not.
One Punch Man's
No,
a
he's not.
pussy. Nah, he's a
Yeah.
Hey guys,
pussy.
pause champ. Pause
Why?
champ.
Yeah,
Why
and you
do
know what?
pussy?
Let's go
He's
further.
a why
Let's
pussy?
go.
Wait, I
Let's
see
go further.
Goku.
Yo,
Straight, why?
I gotta go.
That
I gotta
motherfucker just
go.
looks alone.
I gotta
defeating
go.
himself.
He's
Hey,
right.
later, bro.
Pause One
There we go.
minute. Yeah, I'm gonna dip. I gotta go.
Listen, One Punch Man is fucking cringe, and I'll go further.
Yes.
Oh
The
my
worst
God.
part of Naruto is Naruto. We watched it for the Uchiha. We watched it for
Hey,
the real characters, Pain, and we
stop.
watched it for the Katsuki. We don't watch it for Naruto. Naruto's fucking cringe.
Stop. That's not true. Naruto's goated, bro. We all know that.
Dude,
Come
you know,
on,
before
bro.
he learns Senjutsu, he has nothing besides a Rasen
Come on,
Shuriken. He has to
bro.
touch you with. He's useless.
Come on, it's okay. It's a whole story arc of
And you
him
know,
getting
you
better.
know who Naruto is? He's that kid in the playground with a fucking pet pit bull or a nine-tailed fox Kurama, right? The QB. That's who he is. He doesn't actually. If you take the Uchiha's, if you take Sasuke's eyes from him, he's still a prodigy.
He does.
Maybe Dr. Manhattan can beat Superman.
Yeah. Okay, look, Sasuke's way cooler.
Yeah,
Bro,
how do you
even
figure it?
Itachi is cooler than Naruto, 100%. But Naruto is, bro, he's so fire. Like, even in what's going on now in Boruto, like
Naruto's whack, bro.
Dude, but it's easy to say he's whack when like you're train wreck and you like crazy shit. So you're obviously like more of a Sasuke.
Dude, don't listen to
person,
Drain.
you
He
know?
watches Teen Wolf.
Yeah, Teen Wolf is good. I fuck with Teen Wolf all day, baby.
Bro, no, you
good.
do not
Yo,
watch
Train,
that shit.
First season of
Pretty
Teen Wolf
good.
was
No way.
absolutely awkward and weird, but after you build into it a little bit, I fuck with it, bro. Hell yeah,
Oh
Teen
my
Wolf. Hey,
God.
man,
My
those
little
wolves,
brother
man, I
watches
love to
that
turn into a
shit.
fucking wolf, baby. Fuck yeah.
Hey, you're
Oh
just
my
showing.
Yo,
I
what the
didn't kind of
fuck?
watch
This
all
guy-
these.
Okay, Train.
I
Who would
never
win?
watched
Who would
movies.
win in a fight? A werewolf or a vampire?
Wait, have you guys not
a
seen those
hybrid.
movies?
Klaus from Originals, a
No,
hybrid.
vampire.
no.
A
Let me tell
vampire
you.
would
Actually,
win. I mean,
vampires
yeah.
hypnotize the children of the night, werewolves, right? So you wouldn't be able to touch the vampire.
No, first of all, werewolves would be immune to that, but even if they weren't, they would just take vervain, and they'd be good.
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
Pro
exactly.
I just love Halloween.
GG.
What do
It's
you guys
an
do
herb.
for Halloween? You guys
Wait, have
go
you
out
guys
and
seen,
stuff for COVID Halloween?
No. I'm just gonna stream and dress up.
No,
I think,
Candy. You just
Are you
need
gonna go out, John Circa?
You know what's funny is this is the first summer in my whole life where I didn't go out once. I door dashed everything. I've never done this, and I just streamed, and I realized,
Really?
yeah, 17 hours, 16 hours a day. I'm
There we go.
literally a
There we go.
fucking. I'm a loser, right?
Yo, smell your
I'm
shit
literally
right
a
now.
No,
fucking
you're not a
loser.
Smell your
loser. But
chair
we
right
should
now.
go out more. All of us, we should probably go out more. I think.
Oh, I'm outside. I'm outside.
You know,
next
I'm gonna be honest. This is a weird take, but when I make my friends laugh in public, I feel like they owe me subs. Like, why am I here entertaining these guys? You know what I mean?
I hate you.
Hey, Devin, I
Feel
see.
that?
I'm reading about 15 characters that would defeat Superman. Okay,
Oh
Tell
my
me.
I linked
God.
it. I did you one better. I linked it.
Okay. All right, let me
Don't
see.
read it out loud.
Yeah, but you're talking about DC villains, which are like the most OP villains in the world of fucking...
Batman doesn't do it. I don't care.
What about this guy named Darkseid?
Darkseid doesn't do
Darkseid,
it, but
Darkseid.
No.
Superman's beat him several times. I think the
not-
only
Try
legitimate,
again,
like,
bro.
Dude,
the
no
only
way to fly.
legitimate one is like the Spectre, maybe, maybe Dr. Manhattan,
Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
and maybe Anti-Monitor. But even then, I don't. And like, this is all, like, not All-Star Superman. All-Star Superman is just at the end of the day,
What
like,
about
he can do
Tobey
anything.
Maguire and his
Yeah.
Spider-Man?
Anything he's written to do.
Superman is
What
so
if they
powerful.
create
Yo,
they create a super villain that's just as powerful as Superman?
Dude, Superman
Who's
is
that?
so powerful. He's the cringiest character in all of DC.
Yeah,
No,
he
yeah,
sucks.
he literally is. He's the worst, bro.
People don't understand Superman because he wasn't done. John, as a person who's watched the animated movies, I'm surprised to hear you say that because like Superman is portrayed so much better in the animated series than he is in actual cinema. Like,
Well, okay.
DCU got
in
got
cinema,
Superman
he's
wrong,
trash.
100%. Like,
You're
like,
right.
and it sucks, but like the real story of Superman isn't about his power and strength. It's about the struggle that he goes through trying to be a normal human being along with
cringe.
a superhuman being.
That's like
It's
a
not, it's
moderator.
really-
That's the life story of a moderator.
What?
Here.
No.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
growing
like
up.
you have
He's
unlimited.
Devin, who's
You
the
have
most powerful
unlimited
villain?
power. You have unlimited.
Who's the most powerful villain? Then?
No, so like, have you ever seen the
Isn't
Injustice
Doomsday
storyline?
the most powerful?
Have you ever seen the Injustice storyline?
Yes,
Like, that's a really good
okay,
example. So
okay.
like what happens if Superman just says, okay, I'm gonna control all dictatorships. I'm gonna remove world leaders that I don't agree with.
Yeah, but
Like,
I'm gonna be honest.
and-
I didn't watch that much because I was busy watching Invincible. Boom, I win.
what's in-
Oh,
That's
yeah.
just gas. That's
Invincible,
just-
that's
what?
okay.
No way
Got
that you
ya.
have not seen that.
Devin, that's
What's
not you.
Invincible? What's
Dev.
Invincible?
Devin, oh my God! When
Wait,
this
really?
shit turns off, go watch that shit right the
Is
fuck
it a
now.
movie? Am I looking for
No,
a movie?
it's a show and it's on Amazon Prime.
Oh
and
shit!
it's
You're gonna love it. Though.
Okay, I'll watch it.
No, don't spoil it because it's crazy.
I wish I was you. I wish I was you right now.
You know what show everyone hears, dude?
Hold on. Is this a new guy? Is this a new superhero?
No, it's a comic book. It's an old comic book.
I haven't even heard of this.
Now they adapted it for.
How the fuck?
Even if you haven't heard of it, you've seen memes about it. Like everybody's seen.
I'll definitely watch it though.
Actually, Destiny, you posted the funniest meme. It's something about the power level I possess with like some. It was like a slur meme.
Yo, how many people in here? Have you guys seen?
It was the list of like, there's like 400 different slurs for white people, and I think the guy is like, they're like the jets flying in the background, and the guy has like the N-word, and he's like, look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. But it's a bad meme. I would never allow something like that. But I know what you're talking about.
So have you guys seen Ted Lasso at all?
Yeah, I love that show.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. 100%,
10 out of 10.
Dude.
Both seasons, through and through, bangers.
I hate how short the seasons are. When did seasons become 10 episodes?
Game of Thrones.
When seasons used to be 25, 27, 30 episodes a season? What happened, man?
Dude, that show.
Why did everyone follow that stupid fucking?
Dude,
you have to be careful with what you're talking about, because back then when animes were 30 episodes a season, okay, like you're talking about like old school like shit that made it to Toonami, where like half the animation was like the same shit of like a guy floating there.
I mean, I watch 12-episode animes all the time though.
No, I'm talking about normal shows now. They're just 10 episodes long, and that's it.
It just depends on what you're talking about, because some of this shit is like high budget. There are people that like get arthritis and they're like teens like trying to do like frames between like keyframes and shit and animating this stuff. It's a lot of fucking work, man.
Train, does SEAL Team get better? I started watching it on your recommendation on Twitter.
Yeah, really. So here's how it's gonna work. Okay, so the first season, right? It takes time to like get into because like it's because the like the way they record it, it's like very weird compared to other episodes and other like TV series. So once you get used to the way they like record it and the like, I can't explain, not record it, to the way they like videograph it,
choreograph it. Are you talking about fights, or what are you talking about?
I'm talking about
it real.
Yeah, no, it's just
the setup is
Have you seen like, fuck? How do I explain this? Like, there's certain shows that like when they are filming, it's very like not sci. It's very like fictiony, and it's like very immersive. SEAL isn't that way. So like when you're watching, it'll be like, what the fuck is this acting? This is weird. I'm like there. It's very weird. So like you have to tune yourself in for like a season. After that, and after you get used to it, it gets really good.
Yeah. So that's the thing. That's the thing. Godfather, one of the worst movies of all time.
Wow, what a hot.
That's a hot take. That's like one of the. Yeah.
Let me fix it. Let me fix it. I feel like all of the glory that Godfather got should have gone to Goodfellas.
Yeah, if you wanna, a similar take but more nuclear, listen, here it goes, okay? Most movies before the 90s fucking sucked, okay? We're better at making movies. We know how to do that shit better now. There are a couple of gems, but when people quote all these movies like, oh, dude, you gotta see like fucking, whatever the Snowbud movie is or all this shit, okay? Those movies suck shit, okay? Nobody watches that shit unironically. It's the same type of motherfuckers that get dressed up and go listen to classical music. You don't actually like that motherfucker. That's some status for you. Fuck you, bullshit. Okay, go watch a goddamn superhero movie. Be a good 21st century citizen, okay? That's what I think. Fuck that shit.
Banged out.
You know what was a really, along the lines of SEAL Team? You know what's really good? Jack Ryan.
I feel like
Jack Ryan in season 1 was really good.
Godfather insists upon itself.
But the 90s movies are really better than a lot of these movies now. Like almost all the 90 movies I remember are better than movies today. The Rock,
it's crazy, Devin.
Broken Arrow.
Yeah.
I thought Jack Ryan was some bullshit by Amazon. I actually watched it. It was good.
It was good. Season 1 was good. Season 2 was not as good. Season 1 was good. Strong. Yeah.
You two have no idea what's the Chris Pratt show coming out that's gonna be fucking insane, dude.
I need more shit like Jack Ryan CIA analyst shit. Is that
like
Person of Interest?
Bro,
Person
of Interest,
Person of Interest is alright.
I need to watch that shit. Fuck.
What's the Chris Pratt show?
Give Person of Interest a full season, and then second season you'll love it. You have to get into it. Listen, Person of Interest is my number one show in the world.
Wait, what is it on?
Wait, no way, Train.
Person of Interest is my number one show in the world. It's my number one show.
That show is so fucking good, and no one has like ever finished it. Besides, you're like the
Bro,
first
I've
person-
talked on my stream for like 3
That show
years,
is
4
good,
years.
dude.
I tell everyone to watch it. Like everyone in my
What
chat
is
knows.
it?
I tell them to watch it all
What's
the
the
time.
Chris Pratt movie called or show called?
Super Mario Brothers.
It's not out yet. It's what's it, dude? No one's even fucking saying it.
He is
Here, I
gonna be
gotta look
Super
this shit up.
Mario. He is gonna
Dude,
be
that
Super
Mario movie is gonna be. Hey, okay, I'm actually gonna immediately walk back on what I just said. There are really good movies that were made earlier. If you have not seen the first Super Mario movie, goddamn, what a legend! What
Yes.
a cinematographer! Like
Johnny
that is like some Kino
The
pure.
fungus,
cinema.
bro. That
talking
fungus
about-
stuff.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
bro,
there we go.
everything
There we
about
go.
that movie was so good.
The first Mario is a deep
Johnny
movie, a very
Leguizamo was
metaphorical.
Mario
Okay, oh my god.
What if the
What's
Super
up?
Mario
What's
movie
up?
slaps?
Wait,
What if it's
Super-
amazing?
It's
There's a
animated
movie?
though.
But you gotta
It's
be
animated,
on-
right?
You gotta be on
Yeah.
like shrooms to watch it, right?
Kevin
They
and
said
Train
the
watched
movie was
it's called The
animated.
Terminal
That's
List.
why.
I don't know.
Wait,
Oh,
what
the
is
Terminal
that?
List.
Oh,
Terminal List. Okay, I want to watch that.
What is it like a spy
It's
movie?
not out
Like,
yet. It's not out
Jack
yet.
Carr.
is it like Jack Ryan shit? Like CIA shit?
I mean, it's based on a popular book, I think. But it's gonna be good. Everyone's fucking raving about it. Chris Pratt. That's all you got. Action. That's all you gotta need.
you know,
Alright.
That's all you need to know.
Godfather definitely has a few good scenes.
Yeah, Train. You weren't here, but
Oh, Terminal List.
It's a little long.
yeah. So
Okay.
just said Godfather was bad. Can we cancel him over that? Is that okay?
Do you guys remember?
Thank you
the
for
movie-
acknowledging
Yeah,
me,
it's
okay, Darth Maul. And you know
Do-
what? I'm gonna say it. Prequels are so much better than sequels for Star Wars.
Yes.
Do you guys remember a movie?
Holy
called,
shit,
John
sir!
Carter?
You're actually. Hey,
Oh,
oh,
that
The
shit.
Disney movie. I thought that was a
my
great
wife
movie.
didn't fall asleep in that movie.
Look,
I
the
don't know
truth
why.
is, John Wick.
I love that movie, dude.
John Wick was a
did too.
cringe movie. Very cringe.
I liked it.
But are they making another John Carter movie? Because that shit was so good, and I don't know why.
There's some movies, like I said before.
Did
There's some movies that you turn your brain off and just enjoy it, and there's some movies you have to analyze, right?
you
John-
guys see Pig?
No,
Pig
I didn't
was
see it,
good.
but I know it's. Is it actually good?
It's
was-
actually it is a 9 or a 10 out of 10 movie. It is actually
Bro,
so
that
good.
movie was real life.
That movie was
With
so good.
Nicolas Cage and a pig.
was
Yes,
real
I
life,
recommend
dude.
watching it in theater. It looks beautiful. It's a really well done movie. It's really good.
Are you
If
trolling?
You
No,
went to
I'm
the
actually
theater to
serious.
watch this?
Nicolas
Yes.
Cage is fucking back.
Bro,
It is-
Nicolas Cage is a dope, by the way. He's another dope.
Yeah, and he does a serious
That's
performance in
the
this movie.
performance right
And are
It's
they
a
ever doing
really good
another
movie.
National Treasure? Because that's one of those
Con
feel-good
Air.
movies.
Con
Anakin-
Air is one of my favorite movies.
I
Anakin
want to
Ca-
see Dune. Dune
Con
just came
Air
out
is
like 2
amazing,
days
bro.
ago.
How good
And
is
Face
that
Off.
movie?
And Face
Bro.
Off, dude.
No,
and
banger.
Harry Potter sucked.
Yeah, I want to see. Dude.
Wait, what?
I want to see Dune super bad.
I don't know.
Dune's out
I
now.
just feel like
Yeah.
it's a little
Come
like
on.
if you grew
It
up
is
playing
so slow. It
if
is
you
so
grew
slow.
up playing make believe with like a wand, but you didn't grow up with like lightsaber, I just feel like you're kind of soy. You know, I don't know.
Jesus. Wait,
I
who
was
said Dune
definitely-
was slow?
I
Yeah,
thought
apparently people are saying
Wait.
it was average, bro.
Dune is average?
Oh,
That's what people are saying, dude.
Oh my god, that's terrifying. Damn, I
dude.
was looking
Dune
forward
has
to
like the world is so interesting. I'm not gonna spoil it. I'll just say like the world that they
Have you
build
seen
is
it?
so interesting.
watched
Yeah,
it?
it was released
Yeah.
like a month ago in Europe for some reason. The
Oh,
world
shit.
is
Uh-huh.
super
What the-
interesting,
What?
and the movie is so boring. I don't know how.
Oh,
yeah, it was
fuck
one,
me.
I like you could watch it and see what happens, but I'm like, it's like so much time spent on nothing.
long
Like
is it?
what?
How
the
long is the
fuck?
movie?
It's like fucking 2.5 hours or some shit, isn't it?
So basic.
I'm gonna-
so
Shut
right.
the
the
fuck
fuck up.
bro.
Destiny,
3
you
hours.
Probably
piece of
make it
shit.
fun.
The music is hyped though, and it looks pretty okay.
I'm still gonna
Are
watch
you
it.
guys watching movies
Yeah.
in theaters now?
Hell
I'm-
yeah! What
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fuck?
I
I've been
watched-
doing that for a
I
I
while.
haven't been to the theater in
Free
so
Guy.
long.
I watched Free Guy in movies.
Oh hell
With,
no! You
Is that
Damn.
worth buying? Is that worth buying?
When
No,
I
you
Free
don't
saw
have
the-
to buy
when I
it. You
saw
can
the
use,
homie-
it's on Disney Plus, so you can just watch it there.
It's on Disney Plus now.
Yeah,
When I saw
I
the
noticed
guy,
like the day after I saw it on the cinema.
when I
but
saw
it
the
was pretty
guy,
fun. I
It's
thought
like
it,
fucking
I
Disney
thought
Plus.
it
and
Maybe
Halo
for
Reach,
you.
dude, I wanted to turn that shit off so fast. Dude.
I think Free Guy was worth it for a few of the cameos at the end. It like you can't take it too seriously, but I thought it
like-
was pretty funny.
I
It was
li-
okay. It did. It got it done for me.
I like The Hobbit better than Lord of the Rings.
I
What
do
are you
too.
doing? You're just trying to give
I
the
do
dumbest, most
too.
controversial
What
takes
are you
possible. What the
doing?
fuck?
Dude,
I
come
do.
on.
Bro,
You're
I'm not
pushing
gonna
too
lie,
far
listen,
now, okay?
Hey, listen, I feel you. I
Bro,
feel you.
bro,
The Hobbit just looks crazy though.
Bro,
but no,
The
it's-
Hobbit, it was the first time I had edibles in my life, and I was gonna watch just the first Hobbit movie. I watched all of them
Everything.
in one. Bro, I sat there for like 7 hours watching movies, and I was supposed to sleep. And it literally kept me that interested that I was watching it.
I
It might be
liked
better.
I like the
Shit
dwarfs in the barrels, and the dragon thing was cool. It wasn't that horrible.
It's definitely better than the Lord of the Rings saga. Anyway, moving on.
Okay.
Next hot take.
Okay. Mo, are you
Yeah,
serious?
you guys want to know a crazy cake? You guys remember Tropic Thunder, right?
Right.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yep. Something about
Bro,
Dowdy.
do you guys know? I forget if it was the most expensive war movie or comedy movie ever made, but it was one of those two.
It couldn't have
which
been
one it was.
most expensive war movie. No way.
No, it was considered a war movie.
Really?
Yeah,
that
and it was
one movie,
one of them.
19 or
It may have been
I
fucking
like-
both.
What about like Shaving Private Ryan? And that
92
was
million.
More.
$92 million. It says it was its budget.
The budget was so it was comedy. It was one of the two.
I don't know.
Fucking
It's,
curse.
I
Bro,
find
they
it
had
hard.
Tom
it could be the
Cruise
high.
and Matthew McConaughey playing fucking what TiVo, bro. That movie was fucking aged pretty damn well.
It's a great movie, dude. A lot of these movies are, dude.
You know-
Honestly, movies have been just getting.
No, Wolf of Wall Street was a good movie.
There's
It's like people watch it
there's
wrong.
one good movie
If
a year.
you're supposed to do a line every time they do a line, and that's when the
You did die. You did die. You did a line with them.
it's like people watch it wrong. If you're supposed to do a line every time they do a line, and that's when the, they watch it
You
wrong.
did
Man.
die. You did die. You did a line with them the whole
That movie
time.
was
Wait,
intense,
hold on.
bro. I
Am
don't know
I,
what the
the,
fuck
am I
happened.
the only one that thought that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood movie was just fucking boring as fuck?
I never watched it, dude. I
Yeah,
never
I
had
Wait,
fun.
didn't
was
Didn't
that
watch
was
it.
that the one where
Yeah.
they,
It was a lot.
didn't
I
finish.
love Tarantino movies, and I did not give a fuck
that
about
was pretty,
anything.
yeah, it was pretty boring, honestly.
You know what that movie that kind of kept me? I watched the whole thing through.
Toy Story 3.
1917.
I was just
Oh.
looking up the budget
Yo,
for that. It was 95 million.
Did-
That
Did you see
movie
that movie was
so-
one? Bro, it was. Did you notice it was one
banger.
camera the whole way?
No,
Yeah, that was the whole
Dude.
point of the fucking movie. It was like
Yeah,
a whole
No,
gimmick.
I didn't know the whole time. And then when I read that,
Yo,
when
wait,
I read
Mo,
it
where'd you
afterwards,
watch
I
it?
was
What
looking
the heck?
Bro,
That-
you are just
what?
so-
I
You are
watched
so
it.
inquisitive, Mo.
Listen. Bro, I went into the movie with I haven't seen nothing, heard nothing about it. Watched
Okay.
it. Then when I looked it up after I watched it, I saw that they were talking about how it was on one camera the whole time. I was like,
Well,
wait a
okay,
minute.
it wasn't
And then-
actually on one
Yeah,
camera the whole time.
I
right?
know. Yeah.
Sure.
But the fact that it's just that flow of you just always there for every moment of it, I didn't notice it till after I watched the movie and
I
read
watched
about it.
Dude, I watched that movie in one of those giant like IMAX.
I did too.
Oh, that must have
Yeah.
been insane.
I
You
feel
walk
like
out tired. I walked out tired.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I can't remember being that immersed in a movie
Yeah.
since 1917 on IMAX. That was an insane feeling.
I walked out. I was like, dude,
I like
World War
I like
I
I like
sucked,
Fury.
bro.
Fury
Holy
was pretty good
shit.
too. Fury was good.
You were concerned about the war.
I was like, World War One, sucked, bro.
World War One
Holy
sucked.
shit.
Did you guys watch that
That
Greenland movie? Did everyone here watch it? Greenland.
Oh yeah,
That one made me feel like I was anxious the whole time too.
yeah.
Which movie?
Yeah, Greenland.
No.
Have you seen it yet?
No.
The Gerard Butler movie.
Country.
No.
Oh wait, I might
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, it's a great movie, dude. It really is a great movie.
Have you guys seen the last duel yet? It's supposed to be good.
The last
is
what?
The last duel, the new one with like Matt Damon and people.
You guys should watch the
haven't.
last Airbender live action. Wow, what a movie!
That is probably the worst movie I think I've
Dude,
ever seen. in my entire life.
Dude,
I'm in a
they
local
were calling
community.
him they were calling him
I'm local
Ung.
muting, dude.
They were calling him Ung. They
You
got
know
the
that-
name wrong.
You know that might be one of the worst movies ever created.
Although you do
Damn.
laugh a lot watching it with friends. Like it is funny.
It is.
I think
yeah,
it was still better than new Star Wars movies.
Boys, I
Oh
ain't
my
gonna lie,
God.
Look,
I might have
the
to
new
roll,
Star
man.
Wars
I am-
movies
Ro-
I
aren't
am
horrific.
extremely
dude.
tired.
Other
They're
than
not
Rogue
bad.
One,
They're
other
not
than
that
Rogue
bad.
One, Rogue One's the only good new Star Wars movie, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Hello.
I don't think I
That's
watched
it.
the last one.
Hello.
Like,
Does anybody have any strong opinions about the new Cowboy Bebop shit from Netflix?
I
it looks
haven't seen
good.
it.
It looks good. It looks promising.
I
Hope so.
I
don't
gotta see that.
understand why it's good.
gonna
It's,
look that up
it
right
seems
now.
like a really huge deviation from the. So like, Cowboy Bebop in the anime version had like a real message, right? it's like, what do characters who basically have nothing left do, like looking into the past? And I don't see that corollary here. It just seems like kind of like mindless action. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb.
I'm just glad we're getting it. You know, it's like when we got Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, they're gonna fucking butcher the franchise, but I'd rather have more watered down content of Dragon Ball than no content. So
You didn't like Super? You didn't like Super?
No, I like it, but people, when you say that live, people assume that you're comparing it to the Android Saga, and they're like, obviously that's its own thing. I'm just saying the watered down content is fine. Goku gets way too many buffs. Let's be honest, they ruined Vegeta, but
they fucked him. They sent Vegeta.
Yo, do y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, I got my second COVID though yesterday, so I got like,
that was a good exit
energy.
Oh shit! Actually, I just got my COVID booster. My
no, I dead ass got my shot.
Did you got your third one?
Yeah, so I gotta go to sleep.
Yeah, you know, low key. Yeah, me too. I got my third one as well.
Are you lying?
No, I'm dead ass.
I just got my first one. I'm gonna be out.
All right, look, no, for real. Y'all want me to show you? Hold on, let me.
No, we're not joking. I have COVID too.
Joking, right?
No, I got my third one as well.
I got my second shot. Yes, I know my second shot. I didn't.
Let me see it. Let me
No,
see
don't show it. It leaks information. You have to cover some
but I
things.
don't believe Destiny.
Oh yeah.
No,
it's not. It's just the text.
I'm with Moderna.
Okay, so here we go.
No, you're good. You're good. No, Abdu, don't show just in case. It's okay. We believe you.
I'm with Moderna.
No, it's just
I
text.
believe you.
It's just text. It's not like any information. It's just like a CBS stuff.
Oh,
you're
yeah, we believe you. All right, boys. It was a fun fucking show, a good return podcast. Thank you for everyone being here. Hey, it was fucking great. It was fun as hell. Hey, shout out to Abdu, 2 Beastie, Crim 6, Myth, Destiny, Devin Nash, John Zurka, Candyland, Mo TV, DJ Scheme, and myself. All their names are on here. The streams are on here. Make sure to support everybody here. If you don't support them, I'm going to perman you from every chat I'm modded. Thank you. Other than that, hey, love you guys. Great show. And yeah, have a good night.
Train,
good night, everybody. Thanks, Train. Thanks, everybody.
No problem,
Good
guys.
night.
Bye.
Thanks
Bye.
for
Thank you
having me.
for the $35,000.
No problem.
Bye.
Love you guys. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Oh, whoops. Okay, let's go to properties. Activate. Yes. Okay, boys. Great podcast. Hope you guys had a good time. Huge shout out to Cash App. We had a lot of fun. They gave away $20,000. Fantastic. Good for them and good for those of you that won. Yeah, make sure to follow my Twitter, twitter.com/trainwreckstv, twitch.tv/ here already, fuck it. Instagram and exclamation point podcast for podcasts that get uploaded to Spotify, Apple, all the good stuff, my YouTube, whatever the fuck.
Fuck.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. Today, we're talking all about fasting. And anytime we're talking about fasting, we are also talking about eating, because we all need to eat sooner or later. We're going to talk about how fasting and when we eat influences a large range of aspects of our health and well-being, both physical and mental. So while nowadays most people are familiar with the term intermittent fasting, also sometimes called time-restricted feeding, I think most people don't really understand how that process works. It's sort of obvious that intermittent fasting, aka time-restricted feeding, involves eating at certain periods of each 24-hour cycle, or maybe even not eating for entire days in some cases. But if you think about it, everybody sleeps eventually, and therefore, because people don't eat during their sleep, almost everybody is employing some form of intermittent fasting or time-restricted feeding. What we're going to talk about today is how particular schedules of time-restricted feeding can impact our health in different ways. And when I say different ways, I mean we're going to talk about how intermittent fasting, aka time-restricted feeding, impacts weight loss, fat loss in particular, muscle maintenance and loss and gain, organ health, such as gut health and liver health, the genome, the epigenome, inflammation, sickness, recovery, and healing from sickness, exercise, cognition, mood, and lifespan. So we're going to cover a tremendous amount of information. I promise to make it all directly accessible, regardless of whether or not you have a background in biology and metabolic science or not. I'm also going to talk about a lot of tools. In fact, I'm going to discuss a number of tools during today's episode that actually make it such that you don't have to follow any feeding schedule or fasting schedule, same thing if you think about it, in any absolutely strict regimented way. Meaning, if you were to only eat during an 8-hour period of each day most of the time, but then occasionally eat across a 12-hour period of the day, in theory, that could actually have pretty serious detrimental health effects. And yet there are things that you can do to attenuate those negative effects. In fact, there are things that you can do and or take that can make it as if you did not eat at all. And so we'll discuss what those tools are. And in many cases, for sake of health, weight loss, and performance, making the body think that it did not eat at all can actually be quite beneficial. So today we're going to cover mechanism and we're going to cover tools. Before we do that, I want to highlight a particular result that was published recently because it serves as a useful backbone as we wade into the conversation about fasting. This is a study that was published in the journal Cell Metabolism, a Cell Press journal, excellent journal. And the title of the paper is Fasting Blood Glucose as a Predictor of Mortality, Lost in Translation. And I'll explain what the lost in translation part means in a moment. But the basic takeaway of this study, and I should mention that the first author of the study is Palliyagaru, P-A-L-L-I-Y-A-G-U-R-U, Guru, Palliyagaru et al. The basic finding of the study is that in humans, higher blood glucose is associated with mortality. And in fact, if you look at blood glucose, resting blood glucose across the lifespan, what you find is as people age, resting blood glucose goes up. Now, this is very interesting because for a long time, it was thought that metabolism actually goes down as we age. And to some extent, that's true, but the reductions in metabolism are not nearly as robust as we once thought that they were across the lifespan. However, unless there's something done to mitigate the increase in blood glucose associated with aging, almost everybody experiences a gradual but regular increase in resting blood glucose that predicts mortality. Now, the title, as I mentioned, is Fasting Blood Glucose as a Predictor of Mortality, Lost in Translation. And the reason that they included lost in translation in the title is that what I just told you, that increases in resting blood glucose predict mortality or are correlated with mortality, is true for human beings and for non-human primates, monkeys. But the opposite is true in mice. And so I thought it was important to use this study as an example of where studies in mice often, but not always, translate to humans and to non-human primates. So today I'm going to be careful to distinguish when a study was performed in mice versus in humans, because it seems that at least when discussing feeding, blood glucose, and other aspects of diet as they relate to health and well-being, whether or not a study was performed in rodents or in humans can be very important. In this case, the results were directly 180 degrees opposite to one another. In other words, in mice, resting blood glucose went down and it was associated with mortality. So lower blood glucose associated with mortality, whereas in humans, higher resting blood glucose was associated with mortality. And obviously, what we're mostly interested in is health and well-being of ourselves, of humans. I'm sure there are some people out there that are intensely concerned about the health and well-being of mice, which you could imagine a few rare contexts where that's important. But obviously, most of us are interested in human health. So I'll be sure to emphasize when studies were performed in humans versus in mice. Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize that this podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. In keeping with that theme, I'd like to thank the sponsors of today's podcast. Our first sponsor is Roka. Roka makes eyeglasses and sunglasses that are of the absolute highest quality. I've spent a lifetime working on the visual system and how we see. And Roka, which is a company developed by two All-American swimmers from Stanford, has developed eyeglasses and sunglasses that take into account the science of vision and they've produced an absolutely terrific product. That product involves glasses that, first of all, are very lightweight. Second of all, can be worn when performing any activity. There really are performance eyeglasses and sunglasses. So whether or not you're sweating or running around, whether or not you're working, whether or not you're hiking, cycling, etc., you can wear them for essentially any activity. The nice thing is they also have a great aesthetic. So unlike a lot of other performance sunglasses and eyeglasses out there that can make people look more or less like cyborgs, Roka eyeglasses and sunglasses look great whether or not you're wearing them to dinner or at work, or whether or not you're headed out for a run or a cycle or something of that sort. As I mentioned before, they're extremely lightweight. They don't slip off. And that's true regardless of what activity you're engaging in. If you'd like to try Roka glasses, you can go to roka.com, that's ROKA.com, and enter the code Huberman to save 20% off your first order. Today's podcast is also brought to us by Inside Tracker. Inside Tracker is a personalized nutrition platform that analyzes data from your blood and DNA to help you better understand your body and help you meet your health goals. I've long been a believer in getting regular blood work done for the simple reason that many of the processes that are occurring in your body that impact your immediate and long-term health can only be assessed from a quality blood test. And nowadays, with the advent of modern DNA tests, you can also assess your genome and how that's impacting your immediate and long-term health. The problem with a lot of blood and DNA tests is you get information back, but you don't know what to do with that information. And Inside Tracker has solved that problem. They have a very easy-to-use dashboard so that when you get your results back, it will tell you, for instance, if your levels of a particular metabolic factor or hormone are too high or too low, what you can do, what you can take, how you can change your nutrition in order to adjust those levels and get them where you want them to be. This is tremendously useful and takes all the guesswork out of what to do with biomarker information. If you'd like to try Inside Tracker, you can go to insidetracker.com/Huberman to get 25% off any of Inside Tracker's plans. Just use the code Huberman at checkout. Today's episode is brought to us by Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep makes mattresses and pillows that are tailored to your unique sleep needs, and in doing so, provide the best sleep possible. I started sleeping on a Helix mattress about a year or so ago, and it is the best sleep that I've ever had. If you go to the Helix site, you take a brief 2-minute quiz, and that quiz asks you questions such as, do you tend to sleep on your stomach, your side, or your back? Do you tend to run hot or cold during the night? Maybe you don't know. And they match you to a particular mattress that's ideal for your sleep needs. In my case, I matched to the so-called Dusk mattress. I've been sleeping on a Dusk mattress, as I mentioned. It's absolutely terrific. Best sleep I've ever had. It's really key to get a mattress that's best suited to you. If you're interested in upgrading your mattress, you can go to helixsleep.com, take that 2-minute quiz, and they'll match you to a customized mattress for you. And you'll get up to $200 off any of your mattress orders, and you'll get 2 free pillows. If you're interested in Helix Sleep, you can go to helixsleep.com/Huberman, and you'll get up to $200 off your mattress and 2 free pillows. I'd like to point you toward a valuable resource that's also zero cost and is available now online. This is an event that was recorded. The event was held by Logitech, and I was fortunate enough to partake in this event. And the entire event was centered around how to be a more effective learner and teacher using the modern principles of neuroplasticity. So at the link in the caption for this episode, you can go to what was called the Rethink Education event. And there I gave a seminar of about 20 or 30 minutes describing the modern neuroscience of neuroplasticity, the nervous system's ability to change in response to experience. I focused mainly on human studies and how different structures and different things and tools that one can implement in the classroom and outside of the classroom can lead to faster and more pervasive, longer-lasting learning of motor skills, music skills, mathematical skills, language skills, etc., all based on quality peer-reviewed research. So if you'd like to check that out, you can head to that link. You'll also see an example of some of those tools in action in a music classroom of a phenomenal music teacher, Ben Eady, who's a teacher out in Pasadena, who has applied these tools, at least to my knowledge, for the first time ever. Of course, all the tools that are there are listed out in what I call a plasticity super protocol, and all those tools can be applied to learning and teaching in any format that you like. So check it out. It's in the caption to this week's episode, and it will remain there. It's up on YouTube, and I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so let's talk about feeding, fasting, health, and performance. And I want to just establish a few foundational terms so that we're all on the same page. First of all, rather than talk about fasting or time-restricted feeding, I'm largely going to talk about time-restricted feeding. But please understand that time-restricted feeding is just one side of the coin that is a two-sided coin that includes fasting on the one hand, not eating, and time-restricted feeding on the other hand. I may occasionally say fasting, but because fasting and eating establish different biological conditions in the body, time-restricted feeding is the term that I will use to describe the overall plan of restricting one's eating window, as it's called, to a particular phase of each 24-hour day, or in some cases, to particular days within the week. Because as you'll soon learn, there are aspects of time-restricted feeding, aka fasting, that involve eating every other day, or eating one way for 5 days and then fasting for 2 days, and so forth. So I'll be very precise about what I mean and why I mean it, but for the time being, I'm going to refer to time-restricted feeding as a way to put an umbrella over this conversation. Second of all, I am going to emphasize a lot of biological mechanism. If you've listened to this podcast before, you know that I always begin with biological mechanism. I do describe tools of how to implement those mechanisms, but I wholeheartedly believe that knowing mechanisms and understanding how these processes work gives you tremendous flexibility and understanding and control over the processes of your mental and physical health. Whereas if I were to just list off a menu of things to do and not to do, those will work, but those will not give you the kind of understanding that would allow you to navigate through life, through travel, through dinners out, through different exercise schedules, whether or not you're one age or another age, male, female, etc. I'm giving you mechanisms so that you can gain more control over the systems in your brain and body. Everything's timestamped, so if you want to jump to the to-dos, you can certainly do that. But I encourage you to hang in there for the mechanism bit. I will make it all very clear, because if you understand mechanism, you are in a true place of power and control over your biology. If ever there was a topic that is controversial, especially on the internet, it is that of diet and nutrition. So I'm wading into this with a smile and in eager anticipation of all the but this and but that, and wait, but this showed that. Here's the deal. We need to precisely define what it is that we're talking about when we talk about nutrition. I'm going to give you an example of a study that was published a few years ago, 2018, by a colleague of mine at Stanford, Chris Gardner. He's a terrific professor of nutrition and has done a lot of important studies on how nutrition impacts different aspects of health. This is a large-scale study. It was published in JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, one of the very top-tier journals in the area of medicine. And certainly for a paper on nutrition to show up there meant that it had to meet an exceedingly high standard. This paper, where Chris is the first author, it's Gardner et al., 2018, JAMA, looked at weight loss in people following one particular diet versus another particular diet. This was a 12-month weight loss study, so it was focused specifically on weight loss, although they looked at some other parameters as well. And the basic conclusion of the study was that there was no significant difference in weight change between people following a healthy low-fat diet versus a healthy low-carbohydrate diet with significantly more dietary fats in them. This caused a lot of ripples in the world of nutrition and nutritional science, and certainly in the general population. Because anyone that understands diet and nutrition would immediately say, but wait, there are all sorts of different implications of eating one type of diet, say low carbohydrate, higher fats, versus a higher carbohydrate, lower fat diet. And indeed there are. This study was focused specifically on fat loss and on weight loss. So as we discuss time-restricted feeding, we need to be very precise about what are the effects of time-restricted feeding and of eating in particular ways at particular times. We are going to emphasize again whether or not the study was done in mice or in humans, in athletes, in men and women, or both. But the study from Gardner and colleagues is a beautiful study and really emphasizes that if one's main goal is simply to lose weight, then it really does not matter what one eats. Provided that the number of calories burned is higher than the number of calories ingested. However, anyone out there who understands a little bit of biology or a lot of biology will agree that there are many factors that impact that calories burned part of the equation. Some of those are obvious. So, for instance, amount of exercise, type of exercise, basal metabolic rate, how much energy one burns just sitting there. I've talked before on this podcast about NEAT, non-exercise induced thermogenesis, where if people bounce around a lot and fidget a lot, they can burn anywhere from 800 to 2,000 calories per day. So their quote-unquote basal metabolic rate is actually much higher simply because they're fidgeters, whereas people who tend to be more stationary have a lower basal metabolic rate on average. There's great science to support this. Metabolic factors and hormones are also very important. Hormones such as thyroid hormone and insulin and growth hormone and the sex steroid hormones, testosterone and estrogen, those levels will also profoundly influence the calories out, the calories burned component of the calories in, calories out equation. So if out there on the internet or in listening to a particular podcast or speaker, somebody says, this is the ideal diet, or calories in, calories out does not matter, or calories in, calories out is the only thing that matters, I think it's very important to understand that there are some foundational truths, such as calories in, calories out, but that, of course, hormone factors and the context in which a given diet regimen is taking place are exceedingly important. A good example of this would be puberty. At that time in life, sex steroid hormones are changing profoundly in the body, as are growth hormone and other hormones, and much of caloric intake is directed towards protein synthesis, towards the production of muscle and bone and other tissues of the body. And that's because of changes in hormones that we call puberty. So there's no way that we can drill into every aspect of a given feeding plan or feeding schedule that would allow us to tap into every aspect of the list that I read out before: weight loss, fat loss, muscle, organ, genome, epigenome, inflammation, exercise, cognition, mood, and lifespan. But today we're going to be very precise about how time-restricted feeding, it's very clear from both animal studies and human studies, can have a very powerful and positive impact on everything from weight loss and fat loss to various health parameters. This is a beautiful literature that's emerged mostly in the last 10 or 15 years. And as we march into this literature, what you'll see is that there actually is a perfect diet for you on a given day. And that perfect diet for you on a given day is contextual, meaning it depends on what you did yesterday and what you're going to do tomorrow. So there is a perfect diet for you, and today I'm going to arm you with the mechanisms and understanding that will allow you to define what that perfect diet is and will allow you to eat on a schedule and to eat the things that are going to best serve your goals. So let's talk about eating and what happens when you eat, and let's talk about fasting or not eating and what happens when you fast. I did an entire episode on eating and metabolism and hormones and other factors that impact appetite. We don't have time to go into all those details now, although you're welcome to listen to that episode as well. But we can briefly describe the overall conditions that are set in the body when we eat and when we don't eat. The key word here is conditions. If I can emphasize anything today, it's that what you eat and when you eat it set conditions in your body. And those conditions can be very good for you or very bad for you, depending on when you eat. In fact, when you eat is as important as what you eat. I'll repeat that. When you eat is as important as what you eat, at least as it relates to health parameters, in particular liver health and mental health. Some simple rules about eating. First of all, when you eat, typically your blood glucose, your blood sugar, will go up. Also, insulin levels will go up. Insulin is a hormone that's involved in mobilizing glucose from the bloodstream. How much your glucose and insulin go up depends on what you eat and how much you eat. In general, simple sugars, including fructose from fruit, but also sucrose and glucose, and simple sugars will raise your insulin and blood glucose more than complex carbohydrates, things like grains and breads and pastas and so forth. And grains and breads and pastas and so forth will raise your blood glucose more than fibrous carbohydrates like lettuce and broccoli and things of that sort. Protein has a somewhat moderate or modest impact on insulin and glucose, and fat has the lowest impact on raising your blood glucose and blood insulin. So what you eat will impact how steep a rise in blood glucose and insulin takes place. And there are a number of factors that are related to your individual health that will also dictate how steep and how high that rise in glucose and insulin will be. For the time being, I'm leaving out people who have type 1 diabetes. These are people that don't manufacture their own insulin. And type 2 diabetes is essentially insulin insensitivity, lack of sensitivity to insulin, which leads to high blood glucose. But when you eat, blood glucose goes up, and when you don't eat, blood glucose and insulin go down. The longer it's been since your last meal, the lower, typically, your blood glucose and insulin will be, and the higher, things like GLP-1, glucagon-like peptide 1, glucagon being a hormone that's also secreted when you are in a fasted state or a low blood glucose state. It's involved in mobilizing various energy sources from the body, including fat through what we call lipolysis, also using carbohydrates, and potentially even using muscle as a source of energy. So that's kind of a fire hose of information about what happens when you eat and don't eat, but just think of it this way. Blood sugar and insulin go up when you eat, they go down when you don't eat, and other hormones go up when you don't eat. So there are hormones associated with the fasted state, and there are hormones associated with the eating and having just eaten state. Now, the most important thing to understand is that, like everything in biology, this is a process that takes time. So insulin and glucose go up when we eat, and it takes some period of time for them to go down. Even if we stop eating, they will remain up for some period of time and then go back down. It takes time. This is very important because if you look at the scientific literature on fasting, on time-restricted feeding, it's absolutely clear that the health benefits, not just the weight loss benefits, but that the health benefits from time-restricted feeding occur because certain conditions are met in the brain and body for a certain amount of time. And that gives us an anchor from which to view what eating is in terms of how it sets conditions in the body over time. And if that sounds overly analytic, I promise you this is the simplest and best way to think about any eating schedule or any eating plan. So I think it's fair to say that in the field of nutrition, there are a few landmark studies that serve as really strong anchors for building our understanding of what to eat and what not to eat and when to eat, depending on our goals. The Garner study that I mentioned earlier is one such study, in that it says if your goal is weight loss, it really does not matter what foods you consume, provided that you consume a sub-maintenance caloric diet. However, I want to emphasize again, that sets aside issues of adherence, meaning how easy or hard it is to adhere to a given diet. Some people find it much easier to follow a high-fat, low-carbohydrate diet. Some people follow a different diet because it's much easier for them to follow. And some people are concerned with mental performance and athletic performance. So that study doesn't say there's a best diet. What it says is that what you consume is less important than the amount of food that you consume, at least for sake of weight loss, not necessarily for sake of health. Now, the study that I'm going to refer to next is what I would consider the second major pillar of nutritional studies. This is a truly landmark study that was carried out by Sachin Panda, who is a professor at the Salk Institute of Biological Studies in San Diego, an absolutely phenomenal institution and an absolutely phenomenal researcher. I've known Sachin for a number of years, and I want to emphasize that the current literature on intermittent fasting and time-restricted feeding can largely be attributed to Sachin and the work that he's done. There are others involved too, of course, and of course, time-restricted feeding and fasting has a rich history that goes back many hundreds, if not thousands of years in different cultures and religions. But the science of time-restricted feeding can really mainly be attributed to the incredible work that Sachin has done. And I'm grateful to consider him a friend and a colleague, and we consulted at length in anticipation of this episode. I also hope to have him on as a guest in the future. The landmark paper that came from Sachin's lab was published in 2012. This was a paper in mice that set the basis for studies in humans that came later. And the title of this paper is Time-Restricted Feeding Without Reducing Caloric Intake Prevents Metabolic Diseases in Mice Fed a High-Fat Diet. So the title tells us a lot. It says that what's varied in this study is not what these mice ate, it was when they ate it. And there were essentially 4 conditions in this study, and the results are absolutely remarkable. So I'm going to walk you through the major results. What they did is they gave mice access to different types of food. There were 4 groups. One group of mice had access to just a normal mouse diet. It would not be a diet that you'd be very interested in. I confess I've actually tasted mouse chow. If you work with mice at all, you just have to do it at least once. It doesn't taste very good. It tastes like a very bland graham cracker cookie, and I confess that I only had the tiniest little bit. But mice like that stuff. And if you allow them to eat that stuff, what's called ad libitum, whenever they want, you just keep it in their food 24 hours a day, they will eat sometimes, and then they won't eat at other times. Or in this case, they also had a condition where they gave them mouse chow in a time-restricted way, just for a certain number of hours each day, about 8 hours. Or they gave them a high-fat diet. That was a separate group, got a high-fat diet at any time they wanted. So this was kind of the carnival for mice, because mice really like high-fat, highly palatable foods, and so they got a lot of goodies and high-fat in their food. And then there was a 4th group that had access to the high-fat diet as much as they wanted to eat, but only during a restricted time period of each 24-hour cycle. Now, mice are nocturnal. Humans are what we call diurnal. Actually, we're not really diurnal. We're crepuscular, which means that we're most active in the morning and in the evening, not so much in the afternoon. But nonetheless, everything I'm going to tell you is true also for humans, and we know this now from human studies. One of the most important things to take away from this study was that mice that ate a highly palatable, high-fat diet, a great-tasting diet, but only during a restricted feeding window of each 24-hour cycle, maintained or lost weight over time. Whereas mice that ingested the same diet, same amount of calories, but had access to those calories around the clock, gained weight, became obese, and quite sick. And as an additional second point, the mice that restricted their feeding window to a particular portion of 8 hours of every 24-hour cycle actually showed some improvement in important health markers. And what was even more incredible is that mice that only ate during a particular feeding window also experienced some reversal of some prior negative health effects. So this study really lit up the world and got people excited about time-restricted eating. Again, they used an 8-hour feeding window. The story around that 8-hour feeding window is kind of interesting, though. Not many people know this because it wasn't included in the paper, and there was no reason to include it in the paper. Not to out anybody, but it turns out that the reason they used an 8-hour feeding window and not a 9-hour or a 10-hour feeding window is because studies of this sort are actually quite demanding to perform and require the constant presence of the graduate student or postdoc there to ensure that the food is in the cages at particular times and not in the cages at other times. And mice are really good at hiding food. They'll even hide food in their jowls. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done to prepare for that 8-hour feeding window and to make sure after that 8-hour feeding window, there's all the food has been removed from the cage and from the jowls of the mice and so forth. And it turns out that the significant other of the graduate student and or postdoc, I won't reveal who they were, running this study, forbid their significant other, the scientist, from being in the lab for periods of time that were much longer than the 10 or 12 hours that were required in order to ensure this 8-hour feeding window. So when we hear that 8-hour feeding windows are holy, they are not holy. And later we are going to talk about how eating for a time that's restricted to 8 hours versus 10 hours versus 12 hours, for instance, how that impacts various parameters like health parameters and weight loss, et cetera. But the 8-hour feeding window was actually created because of a real-world constraint on the research and the relationship of the researcher performing the research, not because there's anything holy about an 8-hour feeding window. Now, an important point about when the feeding window falls within the 24-hour cycle. It is very important that the feeding window fall during the more active phase of one's day. So for humans, that's typically in the early part of the day or the later part of the day, but not at night. Put very simply, there are a lot of data now pointing to the fact that eating during the nocturnal phase of the 24-hour cycle is very detrimental to one's health. In fact, when we eat can either enhance our health or can diminish our health. When we see light, can enhance our feelings of well-being or can diminish our feelings of well-being. I've talked many times before about this on the Huberman Lab podcast, that during the daytime you want to get as much sunlight and other types of bright light in your eyes as is safely possible, and then you want to avoid light in the middle of the night. It has detrimental dopamine-lowering effects, can cause depression, cortisol increases, etc. So when you view light is as important as the light that you view, and when you eat is as important as what you eat. In this study, they saw something really interesting, which was that not only did restricting food to a particular phase of the 24-hour cycle benefit things like lean body mass and fat loss and a number of health parameters that I'll talk about in a moment, but it also anchored all the gene systems of the body and provided a more regular, stable, so-called circadian rhythm or 24-hour rhythm. You may be surprised to learn that 80% of the genes in your body and brain are on a 24-hour schedule. That is, they change their levels going from high to low and back to high again across the 24-hour cycle. And when those genes are high at the appropriate times and low at the appropriate times, meaning their expression is high and low at the appropriate times, and therefore the proper RNAs and proteins are made because DNA encodes for RNA. RNA is translated into proteins. When that happens, your health benefits. When those genes are not expressed at the right times, when they're high or low at the wrong times of each 24-hour cycle, that's when you get negative health effects. This study showed that when mice restrict their eating to an 8-hour period within the most active phase of their 24-hour cycle, many of the genes that are associated with these so-called circadian clocks, these genes have names like PER, BMAL, CRY1, etc., those so-called clock genes underwent a very regular entrainment, a locking in to the proper 24-hour schedule. And while this was in mice, we now know that this also occurs in humans. I've said before on this podcast, and I'll say it again, that light and when we view light is the primary way in which these genes and the clock systems of our body get organized or entrained, meaning matched to the outside light-dark cycle. So viewing light early in the day and in the afternoon and as much as possible all day, great. Ideally, that's sunlight. Avoiding light in the middle of the night is also great. It's great because it causes the increases in particular genes and the decreases in particular genes in every cell throughout your body at the appropriate times. The second most powerful timekeeper, or Zeitgeber as it's called, is food and when you eat. And in this study, the results they saw underscore this point. What they saw is that the peaks in these clock genes became very regular, and the dips in these clock genes became very regular. And that led to a whole host of really important positive health effects. Conversely, when mice ate whenever they wanted across the 24-hour cycle, these clock genes became really out of whack. And the negative health consequences were the downstream result of these changes in these clock genes. This has now also been shown to be true for humans. So if you want to be healthy, you want your organ health, your metabolic health to be entrained properly, one of the most important things you can do is to view light at the appropriate times of each 24-hour schedule and to not view light at other times of that schedule, and to eat at the appropriate time of each 24-hour day. Now, again, there are rare instances that we will discuss when skipping entire days or entire 24-hour cycles of eating can be beneficial. But for now, we're talking about schedules of time-restricted feeding that involve a window of feeding that falls during your more active phase, so during the daytime, putting aside people that work shift work, during the daytime is when you want to eat. And this 8-hour feeding window provided a very strong reinforcing signal that combines with light to ensure that these genes are expressed at the appropriate times. The short takeaway from this is you probably want to think about and perhaps even engage in time-restricted feeding. So as I mentioned earlier, when mice can eat around the clock,
during the day,
bad things happen. And one of the bad things that happens is that the liver suffers. The liver is involved in all sorts of things, production of important hormones and other factors related to metabolism. And when mice can eat around the clock, their livers got very sick. Fatty deposits in the liver, other factors in the liver, essentially taking down the pathway of liver disease. The time-restricted feeding essentially reversed that or led in many cases to even healthier liver conditions. And that's based on this study, but also additional studies also now in humans. So restricting your feeding to a particular window every 24-hour cycle has clearly been shown now in mice and in humans to enhance liver health, which is wonderful.
And eat during the day. Check.
Well, it happens because food intake, as I mentioned earlier, sets certain conditions in the body that last for a period of time. Anytime we eat, whether or not we are a mouse or a human, there's a period of time that's required for so-called digestion, but also gastric emptying and other processes related to breaking down that food and utilizing it. And that is an active process. It requires energy. And that process of breaking down food involves certain cellular functions that if they're ongoing throughout the 24-hour cycle or even extended too far across the 24-hour cycle, meaning you're eating across a 14 or a 16-hour, an 18-hour window, that causes serious problems. And this has now been established because of the fact that it increases the expression of different proteins and genes in the body, such as TNF-alpha, IL-6, IL-1. What are all those things? They are pro-inflammatory markers. So the reason that the liver gets sick when you're eating too often is because inflammatory markers are increased. These inflammatory markers are not inherently bad. They're there for a reason, but they are there in order to respond to certain challenges, immune challenges, or the ingestion of food and the breakdown of food. But then in an ideal circumstance, they are reduced in the period in which there's no food present in the digestive tract or in which there's very little food present in the digestive tract. So by eating around the clock, you're making yourself sicker. By eating at restricted periods of time each 24-hour day, you're actually making yourself healthier and you are activating certain processes that can positively impact both weight, either maintenance or loss of weight. We'll talk about weight gain a little later, and positively impacting things like liver health. Also, the expression of different things related to brown fat, the fat that increases your metabolism. We will return to this also a little bit later. And blood glucose regulation. So the takeaway from this study, in fact, there are many takeaways from this study, it's so wonderful, is that liver health, bile acid metabolism, energy expenditure, inflammation, liver metabolites, many, many aspects of our health are impacted by when we eat, not just what we eat. As we move forward and we talk about intermittent fasting for 8-hour windows, 6-hour windows, 12-hour windows, for all sorts of different intents and purposes, I want to start to establish a foundational protocol that all of us, any of us, can use in order to maximize your particular goals. There are some absolutes within this realm of time-restricted feeding. Here are a couple of absolutes that you would want to consider. First of all, it pays off in the metabolic sense and in the health sense and in the weight maintenance or loss sense to not ingest any food in the first hour after waking and potentially for longer. So I'm going to repeat that. One of the key pillars of intermittent fasting is that for the first hour after you wake up and potentially for longer to not ingest any food.
Fuck, hvor har jeg været heldig gennem mit liv.
Okay. The second major pillar that's well supported by research is that for the 2 and ideally 3 hours prior to bedtime, you also don't ingest any food or liquid calories for that matter. And we will talk about what it means to break a fast and whether or not certain liquids, even coffee and tea, can break a fast, et cetera, in a few moments. But just as a foundation, it's very clear from the research in humans that not eating any food or ingesting any calories, liquid or otherwise, for the first 60 minutes after waking up each day and for the 2 to 3 hours prior to your bedtime. That's ideal for the parameters that we've discussed earlier, all the different things like weight and liver health and metabolic health and so forth. The two most common questions about intermittent fasting are, when is the ideal time for the eating window? Is it early in the day, the middle of the day, or later in the day? And how long should that eating window be? Should it be 8 hours? We already heard why the 8-hour window was first established. It was because of these lab conditions and the conditions of the particular relationship of the graduate student involved. Or should it be 7 hours or 6 hours or 12 hours? Turns out that there's some general frameworks that we can follow in order to answer these questions. As we move into this portion of the discussion, I want to highlight a very important reference that just came out, literally came out last week in the journal Endocrinology Reviews. And the title of this review is Time-Restricted Eating for the Prevention and Management of Metabolic Diseases. Although the data in this paper go well beyond metabolic diseases. This is a paper from Sachin Panda's lab. It's a very lengthy review with an enormous table that's beautifully organized that scripts out all the studies done in humans, well over 100 studies, looking at time-restricted feeding in athletes, men, women, children, diabetes, no diabetes, etc., with detailed references and description of the outcomes. I've spent a lot of time with this review, even though it just came out recently, and is a absolute goldmine resource. It is also the major resource for everything I'm about to tell you if you would like to delve deeper into the material. So let's deal with this first question of when is the ideal feeding window? And here again, we're thinking about a schedule of eating that involves eating at least once every 24 hours, not 2-day or 3-day or every other day fasts. So it turns out that the answer to the question, when is it best to eat, is actually best answered by thinking about the other side of the coin, which is, when is it best to fast? So because we are fasting during sleep, it's very clear that it's best to extend the sleep-related fast either into the morning or to start it in the evening.
Okay.
This might seem kind of obvious, but it's actually not so obvious. You could place that feeding window early in the day, middle of the day, or late in the day. Let's think about what happens when we sleep. When we sleep, our body undergoes a number of different processes in the brain and body in order to recover the cells and tissues. Many of you have probably heard of autophagy, which is essentially a cleaning up, a gobbling up of dead cells and cells that are injured or sick. And this is a natural process that occurs, and it occurs mainly during sleep, although not only during sleep. Fasting of any kind does tend to enhance autophagy. It is not the only way to create autophagic conditions. Autophagic conditions can be created simply by following a subcaloric diet, and there are other things that one can do in order to trigger autophagy. But fasting does trigger autophagy. So when we're asleep, the bad cells are getting gobbled up and eaten, and the good cells also are undergoing certain repair mechanisms mainly related to, or at least governed by, those circadian genes that we talked about earlier, those clock genes. So you're already fasting when you're asleep, and how deep you are into that fast depends on how long it was since your last meal. So if you fast early in the day and you've been asleep for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, I would hope somewhere between 6 and 8 hours for most people is going to be beneficial. When you wake up, I mentioned earlier that you don't want to eat for at least the first 60 minutes after waking. But were you to extend that fasting to, say, 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., or even 12 noon or later, you are taking advantage of the deep fast that you were in during sleep and certainly toward the end of sleep. Now, why do I say deep fast? Well, because when we eat, the clearance of that food from our gut and the processes in our cells and organs that are related to digestion and the utilization of that food takes about 5 to 6 hours.
God.
So if you eat a meal and that meal lasts 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or 30 minutes, or even an hour, and then you stop eating, you've stopped eating, but you are not fasting at that point. You can say you're fasting because you're no longer putting food into your digestive tract, but you are not in a fasted state. You are not under conditions of fasting. Later, I'll talk about things that you can do to accelerate the transition into fasting. So one thing is certain, that you want your eating window to be tacked or attached to your sleep-based fasting in a way that makes it easier for you to get into the fasted state for a period of time. So we can view that point from the perspective of best, better, and worst, okay? So if you are like most people and you sleep at night, you're waking up somewhere around 6:30, 7 a.m., or maybe even 8 a.m., let's say you were to push your fasting window out such that you started eating at noon, and then you stopped eating at 6 p.m. Well, then you're not eating from 6 p.m. until, let's say, your bedtime is 10 p.m., but from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., your body is not yet in a fasted state because you just ate. However, you're starting to taper into a fasted state before sleep, and then all through sleep and until the next morning and late morning, you are actually in a fasted state. Now, most people find it very hard to only eat in the middle of the day. So while that's best, it's ideal for sake of the fasting-related improvements in health, it is not ideal, and it's not very applicable to most work and family and social situations. Most people eat breakfast with others and or eat dinner with others. Some people eat lunch with others, but in general, it's hard to restrict your feeding window to just the absolute middle of the day. But from a purely health perspective, in a very objective way, that would be the ideal situation. Let's imagine a different pattern of eating where the feeding window starts in the afternoon, starts around 2 or even 3 p.m. Some people don't have much trouble, or they can train themselves to get their feeding window out to 2 or 3 p.m., and then they will eat until 10 or 11 p.m., right? If you do the math, you realize that that feeding window is still pretty short. It still constitutes what we would call intermittent fasting or time-restricted feeding. But assuming that they go to bed around 11 p.m. or midnight, they are not actually fasted in sleep, because for the first 6 hours or so of sleep, maybe 5, but probably more like 6 hours of sleep, they're still digesting the food that they consumed late in the night. It does appear beneficial to grab a hold of that sleep-related fast, meaning you don't want your feeding window to be too close to bedtime. And that's why we came up with this kind of foundational pillar that I discussed with Sachin earlier, which is at least no eating for the first hour after waking, but also no eating within 2 to 3 hours prior to bed. And because we all need to sleep, and sleep is exceedingly important for our health of all kinds, you want to prioritize sleep, but because we also have to eat, then you start to think about this and maybe it's not so good to push that feeding window too late in the day, because when you go to sleep, you're not actually capitalizing on the sleep-related fasting. Now, it's not just the case that it's easiest to fast while in sleep, although that's true, because when we're asleep, typically we're not hungry or looking for food or foraging for food or wanting food or trying to resist food. We're just sleeping.
You don't know me.
There is something special about the fasting that occurs during sleep, because it's associated with a number of processes that relate to the so-called lymphatic system, the movement of lymph-like fluids and other fluids through the brain, a kind of sweeping out, garbage disposal, if you will, a clearing out of the metabolic debris and some of the autophagy that's associated with bad processes in the brain. So we could do a whole episode on this, but essentially during sleep, and in particular during fasted states of sleep, we are undergoing a number of automatic cellular processes that clear out debris from our brain, enhance cognition, or at least offset dementia. This is now well established, as well as a number of the same processes occurring in the organs of our body. So what we're starting to see here is that there are a number of constraints on when you can eat. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the social constraints and the real life constraints. Some of us, because we want to eat with our family, and because our family or our significant others eat around 8 or 9 p.m. and that's the only time we're together, you have to eat late in the day. And that's certainly not a sin. I'm not saying that's good or bad. Here we're trying to establish, if you recall, best, better, and worst. So from both a practical and a health perspective and a purely objective view of how intermittent fasting works and can benefit us, starting to eat each day somewhere around 10 a.m. or around noon, and then allowing a feeding window that goes until 6 or maybe 8 p.m., that seems to me, at least based on the data and what I understand about typical cultures where people eat in the daytime and in the evening. That seems to me like the kind of schedule that will allow you to get the most out of intermittent fasting, time-restricted feeding, but does not set you up to be really out of sync with the social rhythms in most cultures. If you think about it from the perspective of, say, a noon to 8 feeding window, what you'll find is that you're able to eat lunch with others, if you like, or by yourself. You will be able to eat dinner at a reasonable hour. At least in most countries, in most cultures, eating dinner somewhere between 6:30 and 7 p.m. is typical. When you say a feeding window that goes until 8, that doesn't mean sitting down to dinner at 8. That means your last bite of food or ingestion of any liquid calories was at 8 p.m. Assuming that you go to bed somewhere between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., that allows this tapering off or this transition from feeding to a fasted state and still allows you to capitalize on the special period of fasting that is sleep-related fasting. And again, I want to emphasize that the fasting that occurs during sleep is vital, and eating too close to sleep will disrupt that fasting-related sleep. Now, there are a number of caveats and details related to this, and there's an important caveat and detail related to people that are specifically interested in increasing or maintaining muscle mass. So first, let's talk about food volume and food type and how that relates to whether or not you quickly or slowly enter a fasted state. Because clearly, when we talk about a feeding window, that feeding window could include any number of different foods. It could involve cake and ice cream, pizza, hamburgers, plants, fruit, whatever it is, or it could involve just fats or just proteins, etc. There are at least 3 factors that are going to govern how quickly you transition from ingesting food to a fasted state. Remember, as you ingest your last bite or sip of calories, that's not when the fast begins. That might be when the fasting begins on your watch or on one of these apps that I'll refer to later, which can help you track your fasting and eating windows, but that's not when it actually begins, because your body is still seeing food. You're actually carrying around food inside of you. Even though you're not putting it into your mouth, you're still eating in some sense. So it should be somewhat obvious that very large meals are going to take longer to digest than very small meals. So that will impact how slowly or quickly you migrate from a fed state to a fasted state. There's no way I can spell out what exact volume of food you should ingest based on the size of your stomach and et cetera. But you're all familiar with being extremely full, very full, comfortably full, somewhat full, or not feeling full and feeling hungry. So learning to gauge food volume is important. Also, foods that include some fats or a lot of fats will tend to slow gastric emptying time. And depending on the kind of fats, it could mean that a given meal is digested within 3 hours versus 5 hours. So more fats might be a large meal with a lot of fats is going to take 5 or 6 hours. A smaller meal with less fat is going to be digested more quickly. Consuming calories in liquid form is going to mean that gastric emptying time is going to be faster. And then, of course, there's the glucose and the insulin aspect to it, which is that foods that lead to big, steep rises in glucose, like pure sugars, then your glucose will drop. However, if they're combined with fats, then it tends to be a more gradual rise in glucose and it's more sustained, et cetera. Fibrous foods will also create a more long-lasting, sustained release in glucose. The important thing here is to establish a feeding window that you can comfortably manage, okay? Meaning that on average, you can obey a 6-hour feeding window or an 8-hour feeding window or a 10-hour feeding window. And then to place that feeding window in a social and life context that you can manage on a regular basis. Now, there are 2 key points that have been gleaned from the scientific data about this feeding window and when to place it. And this is based on a really important experiment that Sachin and his colleagues have been doing. There's a website that they have, a zero-cost website called My Circadian Clock. You can go to this website free of cost. There are a number of important resources there. But what they've done is they've examined the feeding behavior of thousands of people. People will take a picture of the food they're about to eat, and it enters into their account, maybe your account if you create one, on My Circadian Clock. And they do this over many days or weeks. What's great about this is it establishes what's essentially called a feedogram, a time in which people ate. And a number of important findings have emerged from these fetograms across large populations of people in different time zones with different schedules, et cetera. First of all, almost everybody underestimates their feeding window, meaning people who think that they are on an 8-hour feeding window or 6-hour feeding window, when their data are analyzed, it almost is always the case that they're actually on a feeding window that's 1 or even 2 hours longer than they think. You think, well, how could that possibly be? If people are taking their first bite at noon and they're taking their last bite at 8 p.m., well, that must mean that they are on that feeding window of 8 hours. And it turns out that people cheat, but they don't cheat in any kind of obvious way. They might have, a glass of wine after dinner, or they'll have a cup of tea and a little bite of a cookie. And so when people are honest, and they are honest in most cases for this experiment, what you find is that most people's eating window is actually quite a bit longer. So in discussing this with Sachin and reviewing the literature, it's clear that if you'd like to be on a 10-hour feeding window, that you should probably select an 8-hour feeding window, because there's always a little bit of a taper on either side of that eating window. Very few people are extremely strict about these eating windows. It's just hard to do in the context of life events and social gatherings, and strict about these eating windows on either side of that eating window. Because there's a window that if you'd like to be on a 10-hour feeding window, that you should probably select an 8-hour feeding window, because there's always a little bit of a taper on either side of that eating window. Very few people are extremely strict about these eating windows. It's just hard to do in the context of life events and social gatherings and family and so forth. Okay, so as we build forward your ideal fasting / time-restricted feeding schedule, we now have several different rules that we can list out. First, at least no food for the first hour after waking up. At least 1 hour. 2, no food intake for 2 and ideally 3 hours prior to your bedtime. 3, if you want to select an 8-hour feeding window, then you should probably focus on a 6 or 7 hour feeding window, because in reality, your feeding window is going to be longer. Reality meaning real life constraints. And if you'd like to be on a 10-hour feeding window, you should probably select an 8 or a 9-hour feeding window, because the way it plays out is that people almost always eat outside of their eating window somewhat. The other nice thing about selecting a slightly shorter eating window than is comfortable for you is that it takes into account that as you take your last bite or your last sip of calories, there's this time or taper before which you are actually in a fasted state. And because you're eating different things on different days, presumably, some foods leave your gut more quickly. Some things spike your insulin and your glucose more than others. Sometimes you eat more fat, sometimes less fat. This allows you to fall well within the margins of the benefits of time-restricted feeding that have been demonstrated in humans, which generally involve an 8-hour window or so. So I think this 8-hour window or 6-hour window is a good thing to shoot for most people. Some people, and we will discuss the exceptions, but some people truly are exceptions to this. They just require more food. And along those lines, I just now briefly want to touch on some of the studies that have looked at using a very short feeding window of about 4 hours. Nowadays, a number of people are doing the so-called 1 meal per day, or are restricting their feeding window to just 4 hours or 6 hours. And that turns out to be an interesting strategy. And the data around it actually are a little bit surprising. One surprising thing to leap out of this massive literature review on time-restricted feeding in humans is that relatively short feeding windows of, say, 4 to 6 hours do produce a number of positive health effects, things like increased insulin sensitivity, which we know is good. Remember, type 2 diabetes is a reduction in insulin sensitivity. Improvements in beta cell function in the pancreas, decreased blood pressure, decreased oxidative stress, decreases in things like evening appetite. So positive health effects and psychological effects in general. However, they either produce no change in body weight, or they tend to produce even increases in body weight. Now, of course, there's variation between individuals and between studies, but this is somewhat surprising. So the 8-hour feeding window seems to be very beneficial across almost all the parameters that we've discussed: inflammation, weight loss, fat loss, etc. And adherence, I should mention. People's ability to stick to the diet seems quite good on this 8-hour feeding windows. But when people try and undergo very short feeding windows of 4 to 6 hours, it seems that they are overeating in that 4 to 6 hours, at least overeating with respect to their metabolic needs. Now, the contrast to this is the so-called 1 meal per day schedule. Very few studies on 1 meal per day. 1 meal per day, unless it's a very, very long meal, a sort of feast, typically would not last 4 to 6 hours. I guess it sort of depends on how you define a meal. But when you look at the very few, I should emphasize again, very few studies on 1 meal per day, people typically maintain or lose weight on the 1 meal per day schedule. So what we can say is that the 7 to 9 hour feeding window produces all of the major health benefits of time-restricted feeding, as well as being pretty straightforward for most people to adhere to on a regular basis. And on a regular basis turns out to be very important. I'll get back to that point in a moment. Whereas the 4 to 6 hour eating window doesn't seem to serve people as well as, say, a 7 or 8 hour eating window, simply because people are overeating during that eating window. And the 1 meal per day, while perhaps ideal for certain people's schedules, may actually cause people to undereat. And in some cases, that might be what people want. They actually want to undereat. But when we start thinking about performance in work and in sport, and when we start considering hormone health and hormone production, fertility, that's when we can really start to look at the 7 to 9 hour feeding window versus the 4 to 6 hour feeding window versus the 1 meal per day type feeding window with some different objectivity. We can start to look at it through a different lens, because it turns out that when you place the feeding window and how long that feeding window is actually will impact a number of other things, in particular hormones that can be very important for a number of things related to sex and reproduction, can be related to performance at work, performance in athleticism, and there are excellent studies on this. So let's explore those now. So let's talk about some conditions where having the feeding window early in the day would actually be very beneficial. There was a study that was published recently in Cell Reports, again, Cell Press Journal, excellent journal, peer-reviewed, very stringent, from Aoyama et al. So this is Aoyama et al. This was published just recently, July 2021, that looked at the distribution of protein intake in different meals delivered either early in the day or later in the day. And I'm summarizing here quite a lot, but I should mention that this study was performed in both mice and humans, same paper, mice and humans, and involved hypertrophy training, essentially increasing the weight bearing of given limbs to try and induce hypertrophy, which is the growth of muscle tissue. It does appear that muscle tissue is better able to undergo hypertrophy by virtue of the fact that there's better or enhanced protein synthesis early in the day because of the expression of one of these particular clock genes called BMAL, B-M-A-L. BMAL regulates a number of different protein synthesis pathways within muscle cells, such that eating protein early in the day supports muscle tissue maintenance and or growth. And in this study, they also looked at the effects of supplementing so-called BCAAs, branched-chain amino acids, which is popular in bodybuilding circles and in strength training circles. And BCAAs are essential components of a number of different foods, but can also be supplemented. The takeaway of this study is pretty straightforward, however. The takeaway is if your main interest is maintaining and or building muscle, then it can be beneficial to ingest protein early in the day. You would still want to obey this, what we're calling a kind of foundational rule of not eating any food for the first hour post-waking, or at least the first hour post-waking. Mm-hmm. And the cutoff for when you would want to eat protein would be sometime before 10 a.m. And there I'm averaging across a number of different situations. But in general, this BMAL expression is such that, let's say you wake up at 7 a.m., your main interest is in hypertrophy or maintenance of muscle, then you would want to ingest some protein sometime before 10 a.m. But obviously, if you're interested in getting the health effects of intermittent fasting, that you wouldn't ingest any food for at least the first 60 minutes upon waking. Now, it's not as if at 10:01 a.m. a gate slams shut and you can't generate hypertrophy. Of course, that's not the case. However, it's very interesting that it doesn't matter when the resistance training, the load-bearing exercise occurs in the 24-hour cycle. So whether or not, in other words, people are training early in the day or they're training late in the day, it still appears that ingesting protein early in the day favors hypertrophy, or that one is better, or I should say more easily able to access hypertrophy by way of these clock-regulated protein synthesis mechanisms by ingesting protein early in the day. In no way, shape, or form does this study say that ingesting protein later in the day is somehow bad for you. It just emphasizes the positive effects of ingesting protein early in the day for sake of muscle maintenance and or hypertrophy. So if you're somebody who's mainly concerned with muscle maintenance and hypertrophy, then it may make sense to move that feeding window earlier in the day. And certainly there are people out there who are interested in muscle maintenance and hypertrophy who aren't doing intermittent fasting at all. And that's also perfectly fine. But this just so happens to be an episode about intermittent fasting and time-restricted feeding. There are, of course, modes of eating where one eats small meals spread throughout the day, or weights meals differently such that meals early in the day are larger than later in the day, or vice versa. There are a near infinite number of ways to organize this. But if you are somebody who's interested in deriving the many clearly established health effects of time-restricted feeding, and you are somebody who would like to maintain or build muscle, then ingesting proteins in the early part of the day would be important to you, at least on the basis of these results. And therefore, that 8-hour window that we've established as more or less ideal, shifted to the later part of the day, might not be as beneficial for you. Now, I can just personally say that for me, when I wake up in the morning, it's very easy for me to not eat until noon or 1 or 2 p.m. Yep. Eating early in the day is actually somewhat of a challenge.
Yeah.
I discussed this point with Sachin because we were talking about how is it that one can move their feeding window or place themselves onto a different schedule of intermittent fasting. And it's very clear that one needs to provide a transition period in order for that to happen. You should allow yourself a transition period of anywhere from 1 week to 10 days in which you shift your feeding window by about an hour each day or so. And then once you establish a feeding window that feels comfortable for you and that you think you can maintain over time, that you simply maintain that feeding schedule for at least 30 days, but ideally you would do that indefinitely. Now, this turns out to be important based on data that they've gleaned from this My Circadian Clock massive experiment that they've been doing where people are entering the times that they're feeding and eating. Excuse me, anytime we talk about mice, I always think about feeding because I come from a background and my lab works on both laboratory mice and on humans. Anytime I think about humans, I think about eating, but of course they are the same thing. The interesting thing to emerge from that very large data set in humans is that when people log their feeding times, as I mentioned before, oftentimes they think they're eating in an 8-hour window, but they are actually eating in a much broader window. However, even for people that are very good about restricting their feeding to a 4 or 6 or 8-hour window, if they're very strict about the start and stop times of when they ingest calories, one of the findings that's really been important to note is that almost every individual has a lot of drift in when that eating window resides in their 24-hour period. In particular, on the weekends, people are either extending or shifting their feeding window in a way that makes it seem that they've traveled to another time zone and are eating according to another time zone. And this is extremely important. As I mentioned earlier, based on the 2012 study from Sachin's lab, where eating at a particular phase of each 24-hour cycle can help enhance the expression of these clock genes. If you are eating within a very strict or semi-strict feeding window, but that feeding window is migrating around from day to day or 5 days a week, you're really organized about when that falls, let's say, for sake of example, from noon to 8 p.m., noon to 8 p.m., Monday, noon to 8 p.m., Tuesday, Wednesday, noon to 8 p.m., Thursday, and so forth. But then on a Saturday, it's becoming 11 a.m., and you're ending it early, or perhaps You're starting early in the day on Sunday. You're having brunch that starts at 9:30 or 10, and then it's extending out still just 8 hours, but it's shifting around. That can cause disruptions in these circadian clock mechanisms that cause disruptions in the downstream effects of eating that are taking at least 2 to 3 days to recover from. So obviously we don't want to be overly neurotic about this stuff, but because this is an episode about the science of intermittent fasting and time-restricted feeding, as important as how long your feeding window is where that feeding window resides in each 24-hour cycle. And perhaps even more important than that is that it be fairly regular where that feeding window resides. Because even if you have a very short feeding window, if it's drifting around from day to day, that actually offsets a number of the positive health effects of intermittent fasting. So to really just underscore the way that these different pieces of the biological puzzle fit together, if you are very strict or semi-strict about your 8-hour feeding window, but on the weekends that 8-hour feeding window is falling later than it normally would during the middle of the week, it is as if you are going to bed later, even if you're going to bed at the same time, at least from the perspective of metabolic health, because of the way that eating impacts these clock genes and impacts, or I should say, subtracts the sleep-related fasting that you would normally experience if you were to finish eating a couple hours before bedtime. So again, we don't want to create any overly obsessive or neurotic focus on this. I think that most all people could benefit from a time-restricted feeding schedule, but they should really think hard about what they can stick to on a regular basis and understand that they tend to underestimate the feeding window that they actually are partaking in, and that they should place that feeding window in a portion of the 24-hour cycle that they can be consistent on most days. And I want to emphasize most, again, because we are not laboratory mice. We don't have a graduate student coming in for 8 hours a day because that's what their significant other will allow them to do, and then removing the food from our jowls and from our cages. We have access to food pretty much 24 hours a day. Along those lines, however, there are things that we can all do that will allow us to offset some of the drift, if you will, that we experience or that we induce in terms of when our feeding window occurs, or that the feeding window might push out a little later and then therefore start a little later the next day. There are things that we can do and there are things that we can take. And so I'd like to discuss those briefly. So throughout this episode, I've more or less been alluding to the fact that when you eat, there's some period of time afterwards in which you're actually still eating, at least from the perspective of metabolism, because glucose is up, insulin is up, and you're undergoing different metabolic and digestive processes that don't really speak to you being in a fasted state, right? It's not just about when you take your last bite or your last sip. However, there are things that we can do to accelerate the transition from a fed state to a fasted state. And so I'd like to discuss what those are. And I want to emphasize that the term fed state is probably a better way to think about it than eating or not eating. Because we think of eating as the verb. We're eating. Okay, we're done eating. I'm fasting now. But you're not actually fasting because you are fed. So we should really think about fed and unfed states, because from a cellular processes perspective and from a health perspective, that's actually what your body and your system are paying attention to. And by now, with everything that we've laid out, I think that should be intuitive to understand. So there's a fun and exciting concept related to this, which is glucose clearing. You may have heard the old adage that if you take a 20 or 30-minute walk after dinner, that it accelerates the rate at which you digest that food. And indeed it does. Clearing out of glucose from your system can be accomplished through a number of different means, but light movement or exercise does increase gastric emptying time. So for instance, if you were to eat a meal that ended at 8 p.m. and then plop to the couch, watch TV or get on your computer or go to sleep, it would be 5 or 6 hours until you have transitioned from a fed state to a fasted state. However, you can accelerate that considerably by taking a 20 or 30-minute just light walk. It doesn't have to be speed walking. It certainly doesn't have to be jogging, but just walking outside or moving around. So glucose clearing is an important aspect of the transition from the fed state to the fasted state. And just a light walk can allow you to do that. Now, if you can't get outside, some people will go through the gymnastics, literally, of doing things like air squats and push-ups and things like that. And indeed, those will increase the expression of things like GLUT4 and things that mobilize glucose into muscles and things of that sort. But under most conditions, most people aren't doing push-ups after dinner, or certainly if you've had a big meal, just taking a light walk can be beneficial. In addition, you could consider doing intense exercise. Now, you wouldn't necessarily want to do that immediately after eating, so let's take a look at what high-intensity training of any kind does to blood glucose, because in this case, it turns out that when you do high-intensity training, actually has opposite effects on blood glucose depending on whether or not you do it early or later in the day. So a fairly recent study looked at so-called HIIT training, high-intensity interval training, which of course can take many different forms. It can take the form of circuit training with weights. It can take the form of burpees and push-ups and sprints and all sorts of different things. But high-intensity interval training is typically training that gets people's heart rates up, well above 70% of maximum, and then brief periods of rest and then repeating. And how long the high-intensity interval training, of course, will also vary. There are very brief, 6 or 12 or 15-minute workouts. Some people can carry on with high-intensity interval training for up to 45 or maybe even 60 minutes in extreme cases. But when you look at the studies that have explored high-intensity interval training and its effect on blood glucose, there are a couple studies that leap out. For instance, one that emphasized that blood glucose levels will actually increase if high-intensity interval training is performed early in the day, and will decrease if high-intensity interval training is performed later in the day. Now, the purpose for this exploration was not to explore clearance of blood glucose for sake of intermittent fasting. It was mainly focused on athletic performance and whether or not that was better early in the day or later in the day, et cetera. But we can extract some information from these studies that are beneficial for sake of understanding glucose clearing. If you have ingested food throughout the afternoon and evening and late in the day, and you're thinking about going to sleep, and you'd like to enter sleep in a way that is less fed and more fasted, then engaging in high-intensity interval training in the afternoon will lower, or evening I should say, will lower blood glucose. And in that way will help you accelerate your transition into the fasted state, provided you don't ingest something after the high-intensity interval training. Now, is the increase in blood glucose that occurs from high-intensity interval training early in the day, is that detrimental? Not necessarily so. That oftentimes is associated with the shuttling of nutrients to the muscles that have just done a lot of hard work. So it's not that high-intensity interval training should not be done early in the day. In fact, for many people, including myself, training early in the day, just for the way that my psychology and biology works, is always better for me than training later in the day. And the other important thing to mention is that high-intensity interval training done late in the day can be beneficial from the perspective of glucose clearing, lowering blood glucose, and helping transition from the fed to the fasted state in preparation for sleep. However, if you're ingesting caffeine or anything to engage in that high-intensity interval training in a way that prevents you from getting to sleep, well, then it's going to be detrimental overall. So the reason I mention this is, of course, because it's nice to know that light walks after dinner, or any other meal for that matter, or high-intensity interval training, provided it's done in the second half of the day, can lower blood glucose and speed the transition from fed to fasted states. But I also mention it because what we are really trying to achieve when we partake in intermittent fasting, so-called time-restricted feeding, is what we're really trying to do is access unfed states or fasted states. It's not really about when you eat and what you do. It's about extending the duration of the fasting period as long as you can in a way that's still compatible with your eating, right? Not the other way around. And this gets back to this key feature of our biology, which is that what we eat, when we exercise, when we view light, it's about setting a context or a set of conditions in your brain and body. So it's not so much about the activities that you undergo, it's about the activities you undergo and their relationship to one another over time. And so in this way, it really beautifully highlights the way that your biology is interacting all the time. Light is setting when you're going to be awake and when you're going to be asleep. When you eat is going to be determining when you're going to be awake and when you're going to be asleep. And when you eat is also going to be determining when you are able to clear out debris from your brain and body and repair the various cells and mechanisms of your body when you're able to reduce those inflammatory cytokines throughout your body. And this is really the beauty of time-restricted feeding, which is it's not really about restricting your feeding. It's about accessing the beauty of the fasted state. Now, there are other ways to clear out blood glucose that involve supplements or prescription drugs. These are so-called glucose disposal agents. Glucose disposal agents, such as metformin, which is a prescription drug, or berberine, which is an over-the-counter substance, will lead to very dramatic reductions in blood glucose. And so they shift you from a fed to a fasted state. And I know many people who take berberine before eating meals that include a large number of carbohydrates, for instance, as a way to clear out glucose. Now, I've tried berberine before, and what I can tell you is that if you take berberine, which, by the way, is very much like metformin, its effects are almost identical to metformin, in fact, but it's much less expensive and it's over the counter. If you take berberine and you have not ingested carbohydrates, many people, including myself, experience a splitting headache. You become hypoglycemic because it is a glucose clearing agent. So if you're going to experiment with things like metformin and or berberine or similar, you want to be very cautious that you're not clearing out blood glucose that's already low. And the dose response for this varies tremendously from one individual to the next. And there's a strong circadian component. So some people react very well to berberine early in the day, but find that later in the day it provides extreme headaches. For some people, it's the opposite. So I caution you in exploring things like berberine and metformin that you should expect to experience a number of physical and psychological effects that may work for you, might be great for you, but might also not be great for you. Nowadays, there are a number of commercially available continuous glucose monitors. I've tried one of these. It involves putting what's essentially a patch with a little needle that goes into your skin, which is continually, monitoring your blood glucose, and you can look at it at an app on your phone. And you can learn a lot that way about how different foods impact the increases and decrease in blood glucose. If you're doing experiments with berberine or metformin, you can see how those impact your blood glucose. You can see how exercise, HIIT training, or otherwise impacts blood glucose. It's very hard to assess blood glucose without a continuous blood glucose monitor. And if you're not using one, you're mainly going to be relying on subjective things like, oh, I feel like I have low blood sugar, or I feel shaky, like I have high blood sugar, or shaky because you have low blood sugar. So I have to say that glucose clearing agents that involve a walk or exercise, moderate or intense, are going to be a lot easier to titrate and adjust the levels of than things that you're going to take, where you have to ingest the dosage. And then once you ingest a certain dosage, you're along for the ride, at least until the effects of that particular compound wear off. It doesn't mean those things don't have utility. It doesn't mean people aren't using them, because many people are. But they are potentially a very sharp blade that is a double-sided blade. So I encourage you to approach those with caution if you decide to at all. It's worth thinking about what the low blood glucose state is and why it's beneficial, as well as why it might produce headaches and in some cases can also adjust the effects of other hormones. In the fasted state, a number of different proteins that are expressed in cells undergo changes in their expression. We talked about this earlier. When we are fasted, we tend to reduce the activity of a particular protein called mTOR, mammalian target of rapamycin. mTOR is very active in cells while they are growing, so throughout development. It's also very active in cancers of various kinds. mTOR needs to be what's called phosphorylated. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it, but phosphorylation is a manner in which certain proteins are altered so that they can actually be functional within cells. mTOR is associated with cell growth of all kinds, healthy and unhealthy. When mTOR is phosphorylated, there's a marker called PS6. So phospho-mTOR expresses PS6. If this is all escaping you, don't worry about it. Phospho-mTOR and PS6 are reduced by fasting. Now, this makes sense if you think about it, because eating and growth are associated with each other. Fasting is not necessarily anti-growth, but it is not pro-growth. And when we fast, we see increases in cells of things like AMPK, the sirtuins, things like transcription factors like FOXO, ATF, and ketones, or ketone bodies. You may have heard of the ketogenic diet. What's the point of all this biochemistry? It's not to just blitz you with a bunch of cellular biology and biochemistry. It's to say that we have cell growth pathways involving mTOR and PS6, and we have cell repair and cell shrinkage processes that are associated with AMPK, the so-called sirtuins, which Dr. David Sinclair from Harvard and others are famous for discovering and understanding, things like AMPK. These two different divergent pathways of cell growth and cell breakdown and repair, and by breakdown I mean actual clearance, autophagy, and repair, those can be triggered by being in either the fed or the fasted state. So one way I'd like you to think about the fed state, not just eating, but having recently eaten, or the fasted state, meaning high blood glucose and or you've recently eaten or are currently eating or drinking calories, is that when you eat or when you don't eat, when you're fed, when you're fasted, you are either promoting cellular growth of all kinds or you're promoting cellular repair and clearance of all kinds. And so again, this is about setting conditions in the brain and body. It's not so much about when you eat food A or B, it leads to increases in mTOR. Anytime you eat any food, doesn't matter if it's plant-based, animal-based, fat, protein, carbohydrate, doesn't matter. You are biasing your system towards a biochemical state of cell growth. And anytime you haven't eaten for a while or blood glucose is low, you are biasing your system toward a state of cellular repair. And this is why people who do not suffer from any blood glucose regulation issues take things like berberine as glucose disposal agents, or take metformin. I'm not necessarily suggesting that you do that, but it's because those things mimic fasting. They create situations in the body that promote things like AMPK and the sirtuins and others to push your body and your system down a route of repair, even though you might have just eaten a meal an hour ago. Along the lines of the health benefits of intermittent fasting, there are nice data showing improvements in the gut microbiome, and in particular, in the treatment of irritable bowel syndrome and other forms of colitis in time-restricted feeding. Meaning time-restricted feeding seems to be able to assist people with those conditions, following the general parameters that I discussed before, 8 hours and so forth. Why and how? Well, by way of intermittent fasting impacting the expression of these various clock genes, and because the clock genes impact the mucosal lining, the mucus lining of the gut, it appears that intermittent fasting can reduce the amount of so-called lactobacillus that's present in the gut. And lactobacillus is, when in high levels, is correlated with a number of different metabolic disorders. At the same time, time-restricted feeding seems to enhance the proliferation of some of the gut microbiota like Oscillobacter and some of the other ones that promote healthy mucosal lining and that promote better overall intestinal function. So these are pathways that have now been established, and it appears that intermittent fasting isn't just modulating these processes, but is actually having a direct effect on the mucosal lining in a way that favors a healthier gut microbiome. So it should come as no surprise that many people who experience gut issues benefit from restricting their feeding window to 8 hours or so per every 24-hour period. The other very exciting finding about intermittent fasting is one of the major health issues these days is the proliferation of so-called non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. 30 years or so, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease was exceedingly rare to see in the clinic, except in alcoholics. Fatty deposits in the liver are bad. It is essentially liver disease. Nowadays, children and adults are showing up with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Some of these people are obese, others are not. But it's a serious health concern, and it's growing in numbers all the time. A recent study that was published in Cell Reports Medicine just a couple of weeks ago tested the hypothesis whether or not the gut microbiome or so-called brown fat tissue is impacting the liver health and in particular non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. The short takeaway from this study is that contrary to what was previously thought, the gut microbiome, while very important for a number of other processes in the body, doesn't seem to be related to this non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. This is surprising to people, or should be to those of you that have been following the gut microbiome literature. However, brown fat, which is a healthy fat we have between our two scapulae and in our upper neck, it doesn't tend to be blubbery type fat pads, but it sits deep to the skin but creates a thermogenic effect in the body that is helpful for reducing the amount of other fat, the type of fat that we're more typically used to thinking about and talking about, white fat and pink fat, that's subcutaneous fat around the abdomen and so forth. Brown fat seems to have a direct correlation with the lack of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. What this study showed was that in people that have diminished concentrations of brown fat, there is a higher probability of having non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Now, the good news is brown fat stores can be increased. And again, this isn't going to create blubber of brown fat. This is going to create increased thermogenesis and actually make people leaner. And brown fat has a number of other important positive effects. Now, this is interesting because cold exposure of anywhere from 1 to 3 minutes, 2 or 4 times per week, or maybe even 10 minutes, 2 to 4 times per week, can increase brown fat stores. Also, time-restricted feeding has now been tied to the density of brown fat stores. So time-restricted feeding also seems to positively increase brown fat stores, probably because of the way that brown fat stores relate to epinephrine and adrenaline, which tend to go up when we're fasted. What does this all mean? This means for sake of liver health and for sake of reducing or maybe preventing or even potentially, I want to underline potentially, reversing non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, time-restricted feeding also appears to be beneficial. Many people out there are interested in optimizing their hormones. And as we mentioned earlier, insulin is a hormone, and time-restricted feeding seems to have very positive effects on overall insulin profiles and so forth. But anytime you mention hormones, people immediately seem to leap to the sex steroid hormones, testosterone and estrogen, because indeed they have powerful effects both in the short term and the long term in terms of our mental and physical health and performance. There's at least one study that's explored the effects of time-restricted eating on performance, athletic performance, immune function, and body composition. This was a study by Morrow et al. That was performed on elite cyclists, so I want to point that out. It was a randomized control trial, but what's really nice about this study is that it explored a number of different hormonal parameters in people that were using time-restricted eating or that had a more extended eating window. And they tracked everything very carefully. And the amount of food they were eating was actually pretty considerable, 4,800 calories. So that's a lot of calories. But then again, they were very active. And they measured a number of different things related to VO2 max, et cetera. Performance and overall performance at what they did, cycling, is not the point that I want to emphasize here, although there were some positive effects on their performance related to time-restricted eating. The point I want to talk about relates to things that presumably relate to most everybody, which are the effects on things like glucose, thyroid hormone, testosterone, sex hormone-binding globulin, which can bind up testosterone and prevent the so-called free form of testosterone, which is the one that has most of the actions in the brain and body. And the major takeaway from this study was that time-restricted feeding of the same amount of calories as the so-called control condition, okay, same calories, but either compact throughout the 24-hour cycle to an 8-hour feeding window or allowing them to eat over a larger feeding window, did lead to significant decreases in free testosterone. And I think a number of people will raise their eyebrows to that and think, oh, well, then maybe time-restricted feeding is not for me. There are a number of important considerations, of course. One is, while the decrease in free testosterone was significant, it's also going to depend on where people start out. So if somebody has already low or modest levels of testosterone and it drops by 10 or 20%, that could lead them into a state of poorer performance and well-being. Whereas if somebody has higher testosterone, a decrease won't necessarily do that. So it's important to take that into consideration. This is why I'm always such a fan of people doing their blood work and knowing what's going on under the hood for them. A very interesting change in hormonal profile was cortisol, stress hormone. Cortisol, of course, is also naturally released early in the day in a healthy way to wake you up and promote alertness. but you don't want its levels to be too high or to have peaks in cortisol late in the day. It's actually correlated with depression and a number of other untoward things. I would have thought that by restricting a feeding window to a particular time each day, that these hard training cyclists would have undergone increases in serum cortisol. And in fact, the opposite was true. They had significant reductions in serum cortisol as a consequence of time-restricted feeding. I should mention there were significant reductions in serum cortisol also in the control group, but not to the same extent. And the two groups did differ significantly from one another. Now, this is important because if you just look at one hormone, testosterone, you'd say, okay, based on these data, time-restricted feeding is reducing testosterone levels significantly, even though the number of calories is quite high and is held constant across the study. But in fact, because cortisol is lower, it may mean that the effects of testosterone or the reduction in testosterone is offset. And that's because cortisol and testosterone are always in this somewhat of a dance in terms of cortisol inhibiting the effects of testosterone largely and vice versa. So it is interesting and important to look at the total gallery of hormones, and they did look at a number of hormones. They looked at other inflammatory markers. Those were not increased. That's not surprising. If you remember back to the 2012 Sachin Panda study, this early pioneering study on time-restricted feeding, they saw reductions in stress hormones and in inflammatory markers in time-restricted feeding mice. And here, this also seems to be the case in humans. So the takeaway is, for sake of hormone health, time-restricted feeding is compatible with quality hormone health, even in high-performing athletes. Based on everything we know and that we've discussed, I would not suggest that people restrict their feeding window to less than 8 hours, especially if they're training hard on a regular basis. And it's not just athletes that should pay attention to this. When we are working very hard, when we are psychologically stressed, when we are studying for exams or we are in conflict with somebody on a regular basis, that creates a stress in the body that's very similar to that of physical training. The body and brain don't distinguish between physical stress and mental stress. It's all nervous system. Remember that. It's just cortisol and adrenaline. There's no special hormone just for physical stress versus psychological stress. So again, in thinking about what sort of feeding window will be right for you, we arrive back at this 8-hour time bin that seems more or less flexible for most conditions, even high-performing elite athletes, and I would say, just by logical extension, even for people that have a lot of stress in their life. And I personally wouldn't suggest that people who have a lot of stress in their life or the potential for stress in their life shorten their feeding window much shorter than 8 hours, because then you would expect that you would start to increase some of the inflammatory markers, you would increase the stress hormones, and you would be decreasing things like testosterone and estrogen and some of the sex steroid hormones. So again, it's all about context. And the 8-hour window, it isn't holy, but seems to be a really useful guide to extract the great health benefits, of which there are many and of which we've discussed, from intermittent fasting, time-restricted feeding, and yet that it could still be compatible with decent social schedules and for maintaining hormone health. In keeping with this, for women that are trying to maintain ovulatory cycles or for couples that are trying to get pregnant, I think it's also important to not create a feeding window that's too short. The relationship between feeding and body fat stores and glucose and leptin and hormones is a well-established one, and we can summarize it very easily here, although I've done several episodes related to this previously on optimizing hormone health. But basically, we undergo puberty when there's enough food and there's enough body fat that the body fat sends a signal to the brain called leptin, that's a hormone that comes from body fat, signals to the brain to turn on puberty.
What say is?
That's puberty, but even as adults, for women that are menstruating, there needs to be sufficient leptin signaling to the brain in order to maintain ovulation because of the way that the brain communicates with the pituitary and the ovaries. Similarly, for men, fasting or extreme exercise plus fasting, we now know reduces testosterone. Its impacts are not exactly clear. However, if you reduce food intake, either in total calories or in duration too much, you will suffer a drop in sperm counts. Fertility will drop. And this makes sense. The body is communicating to the brain whether or not conditions are sufficient in the body to reproduce and to presumably and hopefully support the health and well-being of those offspring. So there's a logical link between body fat and eating and how much food is available to you and how long it's available to you and the signals in the brain that allow for reproductive success. There are some data that point to differences in the effects of intermittent fasting for males versus females. Those data right now only come from mice. That study was published by Sachin Panda recently. We still await the studies in humans. Some people do not do well on intermittent fasting, either in terms of mood or hormone health. And so everyone needs to determine for themselves whether or not having a time-restricted feeding window is good for them, how long that time-restricted feeding window should be. I think 8 hours is kind of a nice minimum to adhere to based on everything that we've covered today. And for some people, time-restricted feeding is not going to be compatible with hormone health for them. For them, eating more meals spread throughout the day, presumably smaller meals, same caloric intake, is going to be more beneficial for their hormones. This is something that is going to be individual and is going to have to be determined on an individual basis. However, if you're going to try time-restricted feeding, I do want to remind you that taking a period of 3 to 7 or ideally 10 days to transition into it, not just flipping from eating to 3 meals a day that span from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and suddenly going to an 8-hour feeding window, but rather winnowing down that feeding window about an hour or so per day is going to allow the hormone systems of your body, including leptin, the hypocretin-orexin system, which are systems within the body that signal to the brain that food is about to come, allowing those systems to adjust so that you're not overwhelmingly hungry, irritable, and you're not throwing your whole hormone system out of whack. I keep coming back to this 8-hour feeding window, and I want to provide a little more basis for it, and just to encourage that it's not completely arbitrary. The lengthy review that I mentioned earlier features a number of studies that have used this 8-hour feeding window. But there's a particular study that I'd like to highlight, mainly because I don't expect people to delve into the full reference list of the other review. And this is a study that was carried out between Sachin Panda's lab and Krista Verity's lab. So this is a collaboration. The study was carried out in humans and is entitled Effects of 8-Hour Time-Restricted Feeding on Body Weight and Metabolic Disease Risk Factors in Obese Adults. And this study essentially showed, I'll just read the conclusions, that an 8-hour time-restricted feeding produces a mild caloric restriction and weight loss without calorie counting. So that's key, right? These people aren't calorie counting. Somehow, just by adhering to an 8-hour window, they are taking in fewer calories than they're burning off. And clinically, it reduced blood pressure. So I mention this study not because there aren't many others involving the 8-hour feeding window, also in humans, but because the 8-hour feeding window has been tested in obese adults and non-obese adults, and there are even a few studies in children. So this 8-hour window seems to be a really good rule of thumb and a kind of anchor around which we can each think about incorporating time-restricted feeding. There are, of course, other patterns of feeding, and while some people have engaged in longer fasts of 24 hours, 36 hours, or more, alternate day fasting, meaning eating one day, not eating the next day, or in some cases eating one day and eating very few calories, 500 or 600 calories the next day, has been tested. A few studies have also looked at eating a sort of maintenance level of calories for 5 days and then taking 2 days and fasting clear through, or eating very few calories, 300 or 500 calories. In fact, there's a sort of a community online of people that are exploring longer fasts for sake of trying to offset dementia or reverse effects of dementia. Thus far, at least in my awareness, there isn't any quality clinical peer-reviewed study on that yet for sake of dementia, although I await those studies, and if anyone's aware of them, please send me a link in the comments. But alternate day fasting has gotten the so-called safe bill of health. This has been written up, meaning that people didn't suffer bone loss, they didn't suffer any major detrimental effects.
Well, it
does seem that it can create significant weight loss and can help with obese individuals, that it can reduce resting blood glucose, and every other day fasting in many cases can produce more rapid effects on weight loss and reductions in blood glucose than time-restricted feeding. However, every other day type fasting for most people is not going to be feasible. They're just not going to be able to do that for a long period of time. And what hasn't really been done is the follow-up to see whether or not people who do every other day fasting or 5 days of eating followed by 2 days of fasting, whether or not that leads to a rebound in weight gain, whether or not that leads to a rebound in blood glucose, etc. So for now, the 8-hour feeding window and time-restricted feeding seems to be the most tested, supported in animal studies and in human studies, and the one around which I think most people should orient if they're considering getting into time-restricted feeding. It's also sort of hard to imagine how one could include a significant exercise schedule or work schedule on every other day fasting. Remember, in any study, people are often being compensated or at least are incentivized in some way to adhere to the study. This is one of the major issues that I have with any study that says that 3 or 4 different diets are essentially equal in terms of their ability to produce weight loss. Adherence is very different in the outside world where you don't have a researcher monitoring you, where you're not logging all your food. Most people don't do that consistently. And we can take a little bit of a neuroscience perspective on this to try and arrive at what the best kind of organization of an eating plan, or if we wanted to call it a diet, would be for you. Many people find it easier to just not eat for certain periods of each 24-hour cycle than to eat smaller portions. Portion control is very hard for some people. For other people, it's manageable. But people like me, I don't eat half the croissant. I don't think it's a real thing. It's not available to me, I should say. Now, of course, I could eat just half a croissant. But I notice that when I eat the croissant, because they're so delicious, that it creates a rise in blood glucose, a rise in the other hormones and chemicals that are associated with ingesting delicious, highly palatable food. And it's actually a lot of work for me to just eat half the croissant. There's something that's much more thoroughly satisfying about eating the entire croissant. And actually, there's something that's somewhat satisfying about not eating the croissant at all and just knowing that later I can eat the whole croissant. Now, that's me.
True.
Other people find that they don't have any trouble with portion control. That for them, just eating small bits of food throughout the day is what sets them in the right psychological and physical state for sake of work, etc. And I mention work and mental focus because one of the aspects of fasting that have drawn a lot of people to time-restricted feeding and fasting is the clarity of mind that people get when, first of all, they don't have to think about when they're going to eat because they know when their eating window begins. They also don't have to think about regulating their behavior because they already know when they're going to eat and when they're not going to eat. Whereas when you're restricting portions, you actually have to make decisions all the while. And I think I, like many people, decide, well, is that exactly half, or could I have like another rung on the croissant, this kind of thing. I don't negotiate with food. That's why I like a time-restricted feeding window. I know I'm going to eat in my case, I use a 10-hour feeding window or so, and I'll eat the whole croissant. I just don't have to think about it. Now, the food choices that you make inside of that feeding window are, of course, also going to be very important. Certain foods will increase blood glucose such that you're going to get hungrier and hungrier. Others will maintain lower blood glucose and will allow you to be more controlled in the foods that you pursue. Those are all individual considerations that are deserving of their own entire episode. But I do want to point out that the advantage of time-restricted feeding is that it involves a lot of the decision-making in the brain, the so-called go, no-go circuitries of our basal ganglia, if you want to know the areas that control them. Anytime we have to restrict a behavior, that's called a no-go. Anytime we engage in a behavior, that's a go. No-go behaviors require a lot of what's called top-down control, and it's very metabolically demanding. And so time-restricted feeding allows you to depart from the whole no-go, go negotiation that you have to undergo when you have to restrict portions. And so I think this is a reason why many people have gravitated towards time-restricted feeding, and why for people that don't want to have to think about all that, it's just very straightforward. One of the more hot-button issues out there is whether or not, given equal amounts of caloric intake and equal amounts of activity and equal amounts of nutrients, etc., whether or not restricting food to a particular window biases more weight loss toward fat loss versus loss of other tissues. Because, of course, when we lose weight, we can lose that from any number of different storage sites within the body: muscle, water, glycogen, or fat. Now, this is such a hot button issue that I almost don't want to get into it, but I'm going to get into it anyway because there are data that are very interesting This is covered in
that's
the
out of
review that
shit.
I mentioned earlier that describes how
God.
if people follow a time-restricted feeding schedule for long periods of time, so 60 days or longer, there's some metabolic changes in the way that people metabolize energy that do seem to shift the system toward more fat loss relative to burning of other tissues when in a state of caloric restriction. And I want to say when in a state of caloric restriction because there's really no way to cheat the system. There's no way that you can ingest far more calories than you burn or excrete. When I say excrete, I certainly don't suggest this, but there, bulimics and other people that have eating disorders will use laxatives as a way to eliminate food quickly from their system so it can't be converted into fat or other forms of energy. That's in that case, it's a pathological situation. But in general, calories in versus calories out, as I mentioned earlier, is this kind of foundational element. But in states of caloric restriction, meaning sub-maintenance intake, time-restricted feeding does seem to bias more of the energy burned to compensate for that deficit from fat. And the way it accomplishes it is very interesting. It turns out that it drives more fat loss by way of increasing a hepatic lipase. This is something called LIPC. Hepatic means of the liver, and lipase, which anytime you hear ASE means it's an enzyme. So it seems to increase hepatic lipase. So it increases the enzyme that metabolizes fat for lipolysis and energy production and reduces something called CIDEC, CIDEC, which is a lipid droplet associated and lipolysis inhibitor. Now that's a mouthful.
What the fuck does that mean?
But what CIDEC really is, this lipid droplet associated molecule, is it can inhibit lipolysis. So extended periods of time restricted feeding, meaning 8-hour feeding window or 10-hour feeding window that's obeyed for several months or more, seems to allow the system to shift toward burning more fat, or rather using a higher percentage of fat when in a caloric deficit. Now, I doubt that this is going to resolve the truly barbed wire, almost hairball, ridiculous online debates about whether or not time-restricted feeding is better than another feeding schedule. Look, I don't think any particular feeding schedule is holy. If you are subcaloric, meaning fewer calories burned than calories ingested, you're going to lose weight. But the data seem to point to the fact that if you do time-restricted feeding for a fairly long duration of time and you maintain that you are increasing these lipases that increase lipolysis, energy use from fat, and you are decreasing the lipid droplet-associated lipolysis inhibitors. So it's both you're removing the brake and you're pressing on the accelerator of fat loss. And I think that this logically points to a case in which using time-restricted feeding with a subcaloric intake seems to be, at least to my mind, the most scientifically supported way to ensure that a significant portion of the weight that one loses is from body fat stores. Any discussion about fasting would be incomplete without a discussion about what does and does not break a fast. However, there is no black and white answer to that question, and you should immediately understand why. It's because eating and not eating are not equivalent to fed and fasted. It depends on when you ate, how much you ate, and where you are in your circadian cycle. We can actually arrive at a simple answer to whether or not something breaks the fast or not. Now, the technical way to go about this would be to wear a continuous glucose monitor and to ingest little bits of food of different kinds or large amounts of food of different kinds and measure blood glucose, because ultimately blood glucose is the readout of whether or not your system is in a fed or fasted state. There are other parameters too, of course, but that's the dominant one. Insofar as the scientific literature says, drinking water will not break your fast. Drinking tea will not break your fast. Drinking coffee, provided it is black coffee, will not break your fast. Ingesting caffeine in pill form will not break your fast. There are other things that won't break your fast. For instance, eating one peanut when deep in a fasted state will not break your fast. Eating a whole handful of peanuts might not even break your fast if you are in a very low glucose state. However, if you just finished a meal that included carbohydrates or it was a very large meal of any kind an hour ago, Yes, indeed, eating one peanut could break your fast. So it's all contextual. That's what's really important to understand. Unless you're going to wear a continuous glucose monitor, and unless you're going to wear a continuous glucose monitor and set an absolute numerical threshold for what it is to break your fast, I think there are some simple rules that we can follow. First of all, anything that involves sugar, in particular simple sugars, can potentially break your fast. And there's actually a study on this which shows that if people ingest even one gram of sugar post-dinner, if they had a full meal for dinner, that can actually disrupt the expression of some of the circadian genes related to fasting and to sleep and sleep-related fasting. Now, that's pretty extreme. It's almost kind of scary to think about. But that's how sensitive our system is if we already have somewhat elevated blood glucose from a meal that we ate an hour or so ago. Whereas if we have run for an hour or trained hard, high-intensity training, and we haven't quite reached the beginning of our so-called feeding window, will eating a small amount of food take us out of that fast? Well, depends on what the food is. If it's mostly fat, probably not. A number of people out there nowadays talk about so-called fat fasting. Fat fasting is a way to kind of wriggle past the stringency of either eating or not eating as a black and white rule for feeding window versus non-feeding window. So some people will ingest medium chain triglycerides, so-called MCTs, or people will ingest fats only until their official feeding window begins. So these are sort of how the negotiations that people carry out tend to go. But fat, of course, won't increase blood glucose and insulin as much as carbohydrates will. Protein will have sort of an intermediate effect. And as I mentioned earlier, ingesting carbohydrates with some fat will tend to blunt the rise in glucose and will extend the duration over which glucose is released. So we really can't say food X or beverage X breaks a fast. However, at the extremes we can say that. For instance, if you drink a can of soda pop, unless you just ran an ultra marathon, you're breaking your fast. Okay? You eat a piece of pizza, you're breaking your fast. If you eat purely fats, maybe, probably not, if you've been fasting for 5 hours or more. Strictly fasting for 5 hours or more. So you can start to see where there's a lot of wiggle room, and it's very contextual. And this is why any post that you see or any information that you see that something does or does not break your fast, that doesn't place it in the context of when the last time you ate and what you ate and your activity and your time within the circadian clock schedule of 24 hours, it's a sort of meaningless discussion. So in general, I think what's really useful, if you're not going to wear a continuous glucose monitor, is to try and be fairly strict about when you initiate your feeding window and when you stop your feeding window. And as time evolves and you establish a more regular routine of eating certain kinds of foods and not others that are right for you, because as I've emphasized before on this podcast, and I will continue to emphasize, keto works great for some people. Vegetarian keto works great for some people. Carnivore diet works great for other people. Some people are omnivores. Some people are carnivores. Some people are vegan. All of that is great and fine by me. Everyone has to establish what's right for them. Today, we've really bypassed the discussion about foods of a particular origin or type, animal-based or plant-based. But all the same rules apply within this thing that we call intermittent fasting or time-restricted feeding. So what breaks a fast will depend. And what you want to eat or what you are willing to eat, that's a totally separate manner from when you eat. But as we've established, when you eat is vitally important. Some of you are probably wondering whether or not artificial sweeteners or non-artificial plant-based sweeteners like stevia break a fast. This will vary somewhat, and I have to say the data on this are somewhat mixed. There is evidence that when people ingest artificial sweeteners, that it can create a transient increase in blood glucose followed by a transient decrease in blood glucose below baseline. This is thought to explain the increase in hunger caused by ingestion of things like aspartame and sucralose and things of that sort. There are not a lot of good studies exploring the plant-based non-sugar sweeteners, things like stevia, even things like monk fruit, which is a separate category unto itself. There aren't a lot of studies on this. I think most people need to establish this for themselves. The best way, of course, would be to wear a continuous glucose monitor, to go into a fasted state of either 1 hour or 2 hours, or maybe you've been fasting all night, and then ingest stevia in whatever form you want, or coffee in whatever form you want, with sucralose or aspartame, etc. Setting aside the discussion about the effects of these things on the gut microbiome, which is a different topic entirely, I think it's fair to say that in moderation, the plant-based non-sugar sweeteners like stevia, in particular stevia, seem to have a minimal impact on overall blood glucose when considered over a fairly large time bin. Aspartame and sucralose, saccharin, I think we can say more or less the same, but as soon as you get into a discussion about those, you also have to get into a discussion about some of the evidence published in Nature and other excellent journals now, pointing to the fact that when consumed in excess, not when consumed in moderation, but when consumed in excess, that those might have some detrimental effects on the gut microbiome. So do artificial sweeteners break a fast? Depends on the amount, depends on the type. And in general, I think you're probably okay, provided that you're not indulging in them too often. However, some people, just by virtue of tasting something sweet, feel a spike in their appetite that makes it harder for them to adhere to the feeding window. And so this is why you can imagine that a really well-controlled study on this would be very hard to carry out, and I'm not really sure that it's worth our tax dollars to actually design and carry out a study like that, because there would be so much individual variation in terms of discipline in adhering to the feeding window, whether or not people experience increases and drops in blood glucose, how that impacts them, whether or not they're exercising. It just becomes an infinite variable space, as we say in experimental science. So you really have to determine that for you, but I don't think that we can fairly say that artificial sweeteners break a fast. I think that would be incorrect to say. Earlier, we were talking about glucose disposal agents, both behavioral and compound-based, things like metformin and berberine. And in fact, cinnamon is even a mild glucose disposal agent. It can actually reduce blood glucose. Lemon and lime juice, believe it or not, can lower blood glucose. You may have experienced this before, of eating something very, very sweet and almost feeling kind of overwhelmed and kind of poisoned by how sweet it is, especially if you're not accustomed to eating a lot of sugary things. One quick remedy for that is actually a half lime or a half lemon squeezed into juice and drinking that, just by virtue of the taste and by virtue of the fact that it will reduce blood glucose. You'll notice that that effect almost immediately disappears. That's not magic. That's the effects of acidity on blood glucose levels. So there are a number of things that can adjust blood glucose. They're not necessarily disposal agents. They're not sweeping it out of the bloodstream in the same way that berberine or metformin would, or that high-intensity exercise at the appropriate times of day would. But there is one particular thing that one can ingest that can help manage psychologically and performance-wise through the fasting portion of the intermittent fasting and get you to your feeding window. And that's salt. I've talked a little bit about this on the podcast before, but because neurons use salt, sodium, and potassium, and magnesium, the so-called electrolytes, in order to perform their magic of chemical and electrical signaling. Everything you do depends on chemical and electrical signaling, and all that chemical and electrical signaling requires electrolytes in some form or another. Neurons run on the passage of ions like sodium in and out of their cell membranes, or I should say across their cell membranes, to be accurate. Many people find that the kind of lightheadedness, the shakiness that's accustomed with having slightly low blood sugar can be offset by taking a half teaspoon or so of sea salt, or even just a tiny pinch of salt, and putting into some water and drinking it. Some people find, because of the glucose lowering effects of acidity, that if they're feeling kind of shaky and not well and they put some lemon juice into water and drink that, it drops their blood glucose further. So there's a common practice nowadays that's discussed on the internet of waking up, drinking some water with some lime or lemon juice in it with a little pinch of salt. I think that little pinch of salt is a good idea. What is it doing? How is it offsetting all this? Well, salt water actually has a mild effect as a glucose disposal agent, but it has a stabilizing effect on blood volume. And so because sodium brings with it water, and the so-called osmolarity of your blood and your body depends on the salt levels in your blood and brain and body, Many people find that if they're feeling shaky, they're feeling lightheaded, they can't concentrate, they think they need sugar or food, but what will actually remedy that is some salt. And I know a number of people that have incorporated this practice and have written to me and saying, oh, if I just take a little bit of salt and some water, they may or may not include the lemon or lime juice, they immediately feel better and find that it's actually quite straightforward to get out to wait until the feeding window kicks in. This is especially true for people that are using caffeine, because when you ingest caffeine, you actually excrete a lot of water. It has a diuretic effect. And with that water goes salt. So it actually causes you to excrete sodium. Now, the role of sodium in blood pressure and hypertension is, quite controversial. Science Magazine, one of the premier scientific journals out there, had a special issue all about salt some years ago, talking about the research around hypertension. Indeed, people with chronic hypertension or high blood pressure, or very high blood pressure in particular, should be wary of ingesting too much sodium. But for most people, ingesting sodium, provided they drink enough water and they don't have chronic hypertension or high blood pressure, is actually beneficial. Now, that doesn't mean you should be drinking seawater, doesn't mean you should be overindulging in salt. But many people find that they can manage their mental and physical state and even feel really terrific, real clarity of mind, and really enjoy their fast when they're ingesting sufficient salt. And all it requires really is a small pinch of salt, ideally Himalayan or sea salt if you want to get fancy about it, but table salt would be fine. And just drinking that in some water, maybe with lemon or lime juice to offset the taste a little bit, can really stabilize one's jitters and can stabilize the mind. And you might also notice can offset that churning and yearning and appetite where you can't imagine going another 5 minutes before eating something. Suddenly you feel okay. And that has to do with a lot of the effects of blood volume caused by ingesting salt in the appropriate amounts. In other words, sometimes you think you need food, but what you really need is salt. And salt can make you feel better immediately. I'd like to mention 2 excellent zero-cost resources if you're going to explore time-restricted feeding, or maybe if you already are doing time-restricted feeding. I have no affiliation to either of these. The first is the website that I mentioned before, My Circadian Clock, which is the website hosted by Sachin Panda and colleagues. There are a lot of resources there where you can log your food intake, get information about time-restricted feeding, all the science, the ongoing studies, etc. The other is the so-called Zero app that makes it very easy to mark when you're beginning your feeding window and when you're ending your feeding window, and in so doing, marking when you are beginning your fast and ending your fast, or at least initiating the beginning of the unfed state, as we could more accurately call it. It's a terrific app. I've used it from time to time. I don't tend to use it in an ongoing basis because I'm just sort of used to eating at a particular time of day now. But anytime I've shifted that window, for instance, a few weeks ago, I started moving that protein intake in my entire feeding window earlier in the day. And because that takes some attention on my part, because I'm not used to doing that, I've been using the Zero app, and I like it quite a lot. It logs your progress, and it gives you averages, and you can see how many other people are fasting. Again, totally zero cost. I actually don't know who owns that app, but I think they've done an excellent job. The interface is really terrific. And as far as I know, it's available for Apple and Android, but it's at least available for Apple phones, which is the type of phone I happen to have. So check those out, My Circadian Clock. You just put that into Google, you'll find it. And the Zero app, both excellent zero-cost resources. In a moment, I'd like to review the parameters of an ideal feeding schedule for you and give you the variables that you can plug into your lifestyle and your preferences. There are a couple of things that I would place into the category of frequently asked, somewhat odd, but still worthy of discussion. For instance, people have asked, will brushing your teeth with toothpaste break your fast? I think unless you're swallowing the toothpaste, no. Now, if you really want to run out and get a continuous glucose monitor and brush your teeth, then you can evaluate that, but no.
Disgusting.
People have asked, will a half glass of wine after dinner, a couple hours after dinner, break your fast?
Probably.
Absolutely. It absolutely will, and it's been demonstrated to do that based on the 1 gram of sugar kind of eerie or scary effect that I talked about before. Scary and eerie because it just seems like 1 gram of sugar. How could it do that? But these are metabolic processes, and they are very sensitive post-meal. A few months back, I did an experiment wearing a continuous glucose monitor, and I got a surprise when I discovered that going into a sauna increases my blood glucose quite a bit. It actually spikes it as high as a meal, and then it tends to drop back down to baseline or even slightly below baseline afterwards. When I talk to people about this, somebody said, oh, it's got to be that the continuous glucose monitor was getting disrupted by the heat in the sauna. That's actually not the case. Turns out that when you go in a sauna, because you dehydrate, you're losing water. I wasn't drinking water, and you're dropping a lot of water. The concentration of sugar in your blood actually goes up. And I actually put these data out in a social media post on Twitter, and people were kind of shocked to see how much a sauna can spike your blood glucose. Now, I do practice time-restricted feeding, intermittent fasting. I'm not super strict about it. I use a kind of 8 to 10 hour-ish window, either early in the day or late in the day. I saw this effect of the sauna. Personally, the psychological and physical health effects of the sauna are valuable enough to me that I continue to use it. I'm just not concerned about this increase in blood glucose to the extent that I'm going to eliminate sauna. I like to use the sauna 3 or 4 times a week before sleep, so I'll use it an hour or two before sleep. And yes, indeed, it creates this big spike in blood glucose that then drops based on change in the concentration of blood sugar. I'm just not going to worry about it. Now, if you're concerned about blood glucose spikes, then you might be worried about it. But in my case, it was one of those things where it was interesting and it was worthy of discussion, I thought, because it was somewhat surprising to me, although it makes perfect sense why this would be the case. But at the end of the day, literally, it just makes sense for me to get in the sauna. Okay, so now you've heard a lot of science, you've heard a lot of examples, even a few anecdotes, and let's come up with the ideal intermittent fasting, aka time-restricted feeding schedule for you. And when I say ideal, I mean what are the variables that are negotiable? What are the ones that are non-negotiable? What is ideal for you will depend on the context of your life and what you are willing to do consistently. So, first of all, we established, based on the discussion with Sachin, who is truly the premier world expert in this area, who knows the animal and human scientific literature better than anybody, has written this incredible review, and for whom I consulted, that you do not want to ingest food for at least, I want to emphasize, at least 60 minutes post-waking up. Second, you want to avoid ingesting any food of any kind, even 1 gram of sugar. Remember, this is the ideal. 1 gram of sugar even would be too much for the 2 to 3 hours prior to bedtime. He also mentioned, ideally, you are spending 8 hours in bed. I didn't tell you that earlier. I saved that for now. But ideally, you're sleeping that entire 8 hours. But simply by being in bed for that 8 hours and avoiding food after waking for an hour and before bed for 2 to 3 hours, you're starting to build out the duration of this fasted period. Remember that the sleep-related fasting is particularly important for the health benefits of time-restricted feeding. Again, the sleep-related fasting is especially important because of all the cellular repair processes that occur in the liver, in the gut, in the microbiome, in the brain, all over the body, and because of the way that that coordinates the expression of the clock genes that are then going to wick out and have many other positive effects on health, including weight and fat loss, but in addition to that, liver health, etc. An 8-hour feeding window as a target seems to be the best target feeding window, at least by my read of the literature and in discussing it with Sachin. Shorter feeding windows of 4 to 6 hours tend to lead to overeating and potentially increases in weight. 1 meal per day type eating do not seem to do that, but those are special cases in that most people can't adhere to a 1 meal per day type schedule, at least not on a regular basis, and it's not very compatible with most social schedules, although some people may be able to adhere to that in a straightforward way, but there aren't any robust studies exploring the advantages of 1 meal per day. So if you feel there are advantages of 1 meal per day for you, as opposed to an 8-hour feeding window, well then by all means, use a 1 meal per day approach or use a 4 to 6 hour feeding window and just make sure you don't overeat in that window. Remember that most people tend to not adhere to the 8-hour feeding window. They say 8 hours, but they tend to eat outside of the 8 hours, a little bit on each side. So if your goal is a 10-hour feeding window, you might want to set it to 9 hours or 8 hours. If your goal is 6 hours, you might want to set it to 7 or 8 hours. And this is simply based, or I shouldn't say simply, this is based on thousands, if not tens of thousands of human subject data points that Sachin and colleagues have collected. Regular placement of the eating window or feeding window every 24 hours is important. You don't have to be absolutely rigid and neurotic about this, but you don't want it sliding around on the weekend so that it's starting 2 hours later and ending 2 hours later a couple days a week. Because then you start to offset many of the positive health effects that have been demonstrated for time-restricted feeding. Remember, if you eat your food within a certain feeding window, but that feeding window shifts by a couple hours, it is effectively like jet lagging your system. It is effectively like traveling a couple time zones over, eating there for a few days and coming back, when in fact, you're not traveling. And that's because of the way that food adjusts these circadian clock genes. Now, you can offset some of that through the use of light. And I've talked extensively about how to use light in previous podcasts. But again, early morning and all day bright light exposure as safely as you can, ideally from sunlight, not through a window, etc. Avoiding bright light in the middle of the night, extremely important for mood, offsetting metabolic dysfunction, etc. Not incidentally, Sachin's early work he was one of the 3 co-discoverers